Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. And we got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams, on this weekending report. So, I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise we might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Friday evening. Weekending report time. That's right. It's that time of the week. Hell of a lot to talk about, but first, better do some shout-outs here to the chat. Earthbag Homies, Joe47771, Mo and Noip, 123 in the YouTube chat. So Life a Close Fourth, Fishbone also here, Nightbot, Christopher Tablante, and BCat. Quiet in the chat so far tonight. Too quiet. Well, as I mentioned, hell of a lot to talk about tonight. Epstein files, the cover-up continues. Trump administration seemingly making a joke out of the Epstein files. ICE leaving Minnesota. What does that mean exactly? A lot of questions asked there. Ah, boy. MAGA imploding. We're going to talk about the 2026 midterms. Ah, what else we got here on the list? Well, the Trump administration foreign policy is still causing chaos on planet Earth. Olympics going on, of course, in Milan, Italy. And the Munich Security Summit going on in Germany, among other things. We're going to talk about it all, folks. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. All right. Well, we're going to start in a shockingly familiar place. The United States. Fuck yeah! The United States. Fuck yeah. Here's one American patriot. Might be familiar with Mehdi Hasan.
Since being named CBS News' editor-in-chief in October, Barry Weiss has turned the network into a soft MAGA mouthpiece, or a Fox News Light, if you will. It's a shift so dramatic and so worrying that its evening news show lost more than 1 million viewers in its first week with her newly appointed anchor.
Immediately,
from softball interviews with Donald Trump and top administration officials to pushing ICE propaganda online about Renee Good, Barry Weiss has unraveled any last bit of trust in that network. And if that isn't enough to make Walter Cronkite roll in his grave, just take a look at CBS's newest roster of contributors, which is a who's who of, at best, centrist pundits and at worst, right-wing hacks. Take Dr. Peter Attia. Though not a board-certified physician, Dr. Attia is a so-called longevity expert who hosts a podcast about lengthening your lifespan. Attia also just so happens to be mentioned over 1,000 times in the Epstein files, even telling the late sex offender, quote, "The biggest problem with becoming friends with you, the life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul." And while Attia's CBS stint might soon be short-lived, they haven't fired him yet, there'll be no need to fill the right-wing wellness void because Barry Weiss also hired Andrew Huberman, who's been known to parrot a little bit of pseudoscience on his podcast, The Huberman Lab, and Mark Hyman, who is conveniently a close friend and ally of the Bunkers Health and Human Service Secretary, RFK Jr. There's also Rehan Salam, who's the president of the conservative think tank, the Manhattan Institute, H.R. McMaster, who was Donald Trump's national security advisor. There's also Neil Ferguson, the conservative historian, defender of empire, and new big fawning fan of Donald Trump. Quote, "The reality is that Trump won Davos, hands down, and not only did he win it, he owned it. I've never before seen a single..."
This is one of the dumbest fucking statements I can imagine. You don't win Davos, okay? You only say that if you're literally trying to fillet the president. Nobody wins Davos. It's not a competition, okay? Claiming that this is such a stupid thing. Oh, the president is such a great guy. He won Davos World Economic Forum. I won. Everyone's saying it. The very best.
So completely dominate this vast bazaar of the powerful, the wealthy, the famous, and the self-important. That's Neil Ferguson on Donald Trump at Davos. And then, of course, there's also Coleman Hughes, who, like Neil Ferguson, is another free press columnist and wannabe conservative contrarian who has expressed sympathy for Derek Chauvin, the officer convicted for murdering George Floyd. Yes, these are the new faces of CBS News, 19 new contributors in total, and not a single one of them a leftist, a progressive, or a socialist. 0 out of 19. I guess that's what Barry Weiss calls balance. Look, it's very easy to dunk on Weiss and CBS, but this is a bigger issue than just CBS's current right-wing shift. Because across so-called liberal media, there's a glaring absence of proper progressive voices. Take the New York Times op-ed pages, for instance. They have a lot of liberals there, yeah, centrist types, your Nick Kristofs and Ezra Kleins, and also lots of conservatives like Bret Stephens and David French and Ross Douthat. And yet for years, the Times did not have a fully leftist columnist, a Bernie Sanders voter. Not a single one. Until Jamel Bowie joined in 2019. And it's still just basically him. Take a look at The Atlantic magazine, arguably the US's most elite political magazine, which just poached David Brooks from the New York Times op-ed page. Brooks, who describes himself as, wait for it, a moderate Republican. Again, The Atlantic has only one out-and-out leftist columnist, Adam Serwer, in a sea of centrist liberals and moderate conservatives. How about MSNBC, the supposed left-wing network? No actual left-wing hosts in prime time, with the exception of Chris Hayes. When I was at MSNBC, I was literally the only host on air who had openly supported Bernie Sanders for president in 2016 and 2020. Since I left that network, how many openly socialist or even progressive voices do you see anchoring on air on a regular basis? According to the polls, 62% of young Americans and 66% of Democrats have a positive view of socialism. So why are socialist voices absent from our mainstream media, from the liberal press? Why are they suppressed and censored?
Are they suppressed and censored, Maddie? It's a great question. Why doesn't the corporate media want leftists hanging around, complaining about things like not having health care or rampant inequality? Why, oh why? At least they got the Epstein files people in there. At least they got that. Speaking of the Epstein files and leftists, let's go here now to a leftist voice. Yes, indeed. Where do you find leftist voices? Well, you don't find them on the TV. You find them on YouTube. That's right.
That's on YouTube.
Francesca Fiorentini.
You might remember that last week, Gareth Reynolds and I were discussing the Epstein files, you know, the 3 million files that were released. Again, only half of the full files have been released, with really disturbing redactions in these files where people talk about children and then their names are redacted, say, oh, the littlest one was naughty. I feel like we should know who that email is from. When you're emailing Jeffrey Epstein, the littlest one was naughty. And I feel gross even just saying that, but these are some of the things that have been coming out.
Yeah, no, it's a gross, it's a gross sentence. We all agree with Francesca. I had to say it earlier myself. I felt dirty saying it myself. It was gross. It was a gross thing to say. But it's in the files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
And yet somehow we don't know who it is. It's weird. Yeah, I was saying the same thing earlier. I would love to know who said that. Among other choice, really not just choice, really the whole files. It would be nice if we could get the redactions. Can we redact the redactions? How about that?
Sworn deposition about a 13-year-old who was, graped by Donald Trump. And the like. And one of the names, in addition to, God, I didn't even mention, but, problematic fave Noam Chomsky, who came out with a statement that was, I think, a very good statement. It did not say that there was no sweeping under the rug. There was no, Chomsky didn't know what he was doing. It was like he was fooled. He was fooled by Epstein, and it was stupid. And there's no there's no.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I thought that wasn't a good apology. We can talk about that another time. Richard Branson, however, again, billionaire, owner of Virgin Group.
Here's the thing about that. Before we get into this part of it, because this is the bulk of the video, before we get to this part of it. The gnome thing is disturbing to me. I don't think there is a good way to apologize for being in the files. All over the files, Maybe one mention, you can kind of get away with that, perhaps, as long as it's not, incriminating. But yeah, he's hanging out, he's palling around with Jeffrey, and we all know what Jeffrey was up to all the time. And it's just like, what explanation and or apology is going to fix this? Exactly. Please explain that to me. I almost didn't notice. I'm not looking over at Twitch. Ducky, great job on the 5-stream streak.
Formerly Virgin Airlines, a guy who once pledged to find an alternative fuel source, deploying $3 billion of his own dollars in order to do so. But oops, journalist Naomi Klein found out he only actually dedicated less than $300 million of the $3 billion. Guy who tried to topple Maduro back in 2019 using a concert, a Venezuela Live Aid concert that caused a mini geopolitical crisis on the Colombia Venezuela border back in 2019 at the behest of the Venezuelan opposition, Leopoldo Lopez and Juan Guaido, by the way. Guy who famously also, donates to Democrats, went parasailing with Barack Obama just months after Obama walked us into the mouths of a Trump administration. That guy and his PR firm took umbrage with something I said about him in the last show. Richard Branson, a big Democratic donor, former Virgin Air owner.
Also island owner,
advising Epstein on how to make a comeback after being a convicted child sex trafficker. So that is what they took umbrage with, and they emailed.
Honestly, Branson is like one of the OGs of island owning, right? Like him and Epstein, they were buying islands pretty early on, if I recall correctly. He really needed that, for whatever reason.
They emailed the show. This show, guys, have we made it or have we made it? I mean, no. 2 days later, I get an email to vitiation@gmail.com from Richard Branson's people. All right? press@virgin.com. I'm reaching out from Virgin Group regarding yesterday's episode which referenced Richard Branson and they have the time code, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we pause? Pause for a second here. press@virgin.com. I'm reaching out from Virgin Group. Does anybody find it weird that a guy who shows up in the Epstein files like a bunch, like a whole bunch? He's just all over the files. He's even in photos. You made it when you're in the Epstein files and in the photos. Does anybody find it weird that Richard Branson has named every single one of his companies Virgin something? Like, what's up with that, Dick? Dick Branson? What's up with that? Why, Sir Dick? Why are you naming everything Virgin? What's your obsession with virgins exactly, Richard? Can you explain that? Can you explain that one to me? Virgin Group, Virgin Galactic, Virgin Air, Virgin Music, or Virgin Records, Virgin Mobile. Like, this guy names everything Virgin something. He seems to have a real fixation on virgins. I don't know why. I'm starting to get a picture. I'm starting to get a certain picture in my mind. He loves virgins,
2756. We understand that the reference was brief. We felt it important to place our full statement on the record. And then effectively, if you can't put our commentary in your, set it right or put it in your notes.
Like, I honestly,
any misleading allegation.
I find it pretty hilarious. Like, this guy was running around naming all of his public companies Virgin something, and now he's upset that he turns up in the Epstein files. Hey, would you please stop mentioning that Richard's in the Epstein files? He's kind of upset about that. Yeah? Really, Richard? Are you? Because it seems like you've been living out in the open, actually, for this whole time, and none of us have noticed, apparently, until now. Mr. Virgin Branson.
Inflammatory
Virgin
headlines
Dick.
and other misrepresentation
Sir
will be treated
Virgin
with the
Dick.
utmost seriousness.
Speaking of which, when's the king gonna take away Sir Virgin Dick's royal title? Does he still deserve that? I mean, we're taking away the princeship of Andrew. Why isn't Branson? Why isn't this guy?
Please
cut
ensure
off
the
yet?
information below is clear in any article you choose to write, and that any inclusion of Richard and Joan's names. First of all, ain't nobody talk about Joan. I don't even know Joan Branson's. I don't even know who that is. Is that his wife? I don't care. Did they meet when she was underage? I don't know. Just sounds like it, maybe from the way you're talking. So effectively, if you don't clear Branson's name in the way we want you to clear it, we're going to sue you little podcast YouTube channel. Cool. No. Please. Definitely cover up for assisting assisting Jeffrey Epstein, allegedly, in trying to get off for his crimes against women and girls by threatening women on the internet. That, to me, solid PR move, yo. And I'm not even in your game, but it is solid. So they wanted me to say any contact Richard and Joan Branson had with Epstein took place on a few occasions more than 12 years ago. It was limited to group or business settings such as charity tennis events. When Epstein offered a charity donation, the Bransons asked their team to carry out due diligence before accepting the donation, which uncovered serious allegations as a result of what the due diligence.
It was just charity tennis on Pedo Island, people. Okay? Just stop asking all these questions.
Uncovered Virgin Unite did not take the donation, and Richard and Joan decided not to meet or speak with Epstein again. Had they had the full picture and information, there would have been no contact with.
By the way, nothing untoward could happen at a charity tennis event. Okay, write that down. Okay? There's no way anything bad or creepy or problematic could ever happen at a charity tennis event. It's just impossible. It's physically impossible. Okay.
Whatsoever. Richard believes that Epstein's actions were abhorrent and supports the right to justice for his many victims. Okay, so that consider that read. And given that the email that Epstein sent, that Richard Branson sent, clearly this other Richard Branson sent. This is one of a few emails, people, that are out there. This is September 11th, 2013. And let me just say that by 2013, Epstein, I keep getting them confused, Epstein already had many allegations. I think of something like 80 allegations coming at him around child sex trafficking, around the abuse of girls. He had already got the sweetheart deal that had already happened by 2013. Dear Jeffrey, says this other Richard Branson. It was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking.
Different Richard says. Yeah, different Richard Branson with Jeffrey Epstein, non-billionaire. Jeffrey loved non-billionaires. So this is a different non-billionaire Richard Branson. That makes sense. Thank you for the clarity.
Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you again, as long as you bring your harem. Number one, and this is in response because Epstein says to Branson, "Hey, thanks for the PR advice." And so Branson doubles down.
What a sentence. What a way to end a sentence. As long as you bring your harem. Jesus Christ. This shit is wild. This shit is insane. How is this guy not literally we should be talking about Richard Branson more. Okay, all of these fucking billionaires that pop up in these files need to be facing some kind of repercussions. Wow. Or whoever this Richard Branson is. It's hard to say. So many of them. So many Richard Bransons. I find it fascinating that they're going after Francesca. It's like they don't want us to talk about Jeffrey Epstein.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy? This great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this creep,
It's all been a big hoax that's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
There we go, people. The Epstein hoax. We can't not talk about the Epstein files and not hear that song. It's basically required now at this point.
We've had
Everybody's in the files.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
That's right, people. We're talking about the Epstein files and everybody's coming. Let's go here, Channel 4 News. 2 days ago. Spy camera footage from inside Epstein properties reveal victims are secretly filmed.
Jeffrey Epstein's victims have long said they believe they were being filmed by the sex offender. And this footage from a spy cam style camera inside Epstein's Palm Beach house appears to show just that. The footage has been obtained for the first time by Channel 4 News. Because the quality is so grainy, during our investigation we analysed it frame by frame, and we've slowed it down here so that you can see what's happening. A man, likely Epstein himself, at one point looks towards the hidden device. Images of what seems to be his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as what appears to be several women or girls. So how do we know what this is and where it comes from? Epstein's Palm Beach property was raided by law enforcement in 2005, where police filmed this footage. Pause it here. You can see his office in the corner of the ground floor living area. This is the exact same office captured in the spy cam footage. We can match up some features like the stairway pattern in the shelves, the two small bookshelves above a larger middle shelf, a framed painting, behind an oversized lampshade, and an ornamental plate on the top middle shelf. So where is this spy cam in the office? Well, we believe it's here. And in the footage of the 2005 police raid, we can see that there is what looks like a wide clock positioned on a low side table facing the desk. In a 2006 affidavit...
Yeah, that's a sketchy ass clock. Why does this tiny clock need to be plugged in? That's one sketchy clock right there.
Don't be creepy.
On a low side table facing the desk. In a 2006 affidavit from Palm Beach detective Joseph Recarey, the man who led investigations into Epstein during the 2000s, he said that there were two covert cameras hidden within clocks, one in the garage and another in the library area. He adds that a computer was located which was believed to contain the images from the cameras, and that all of these images appeared to come from the one positioned behind Epstein's desk. And then in a 2010 deposition, Detective Recarey said that despite the lighting being poor and not being 100%, he thought that it was Mr. Epstein in the videos, adding, "You know, I can say the female did appear to be redacted word. One of the assistants..."
Why would he have a camera with such poor quality? Because this is like 20 years ago. What did they say it was, 2004? "2006, says this affidavit right here. But it's spy cam, the tiny cameras of that size in 2006 were trash. Do you remember what cell phone cameras were like in 2006? I mean, that's basically what we're talking about here.
Epstein's desk. And then in a 2010 deposition, Detective Ricari said that despite the lighting being poor and not being 100%, he thought that it was Mr. Epstein in the videos, adding, "You know, I can say the female did appear to be redacted word. One of the assistants appeared to be redacted word. You know, that kind of thing." Now, one police report states that Epstein bought and installed a hidden clock camera himself, but in this deposition, the police suggest that they themselves may have actually helped Epstein install it following a 2003 burglary at his home. The newly uncovered spy cam footage, part of millions of documents released in the Epstein files, appears to show a moment of intimate contact at Epstein's desk involving an unidentified woman or girl. That's why we can't play it in full. Epstein's victims repeatedly said they believed they had been filmed. Elsewhere in the footage, a man we believe to be Epstein emerges in a bathrobe. And this is all just from one spy camera in the 2000s. Epstein had a vast, elaborate and secretive surveillance system across his properties. We know from other police reports that Epstein had CCTV installed in Palm Beach, but the computer equipment associated with those cameras was removed before police searched the home. And over a decade after his 2008 conviction, these images from his New York townhouse show cameras inside the property, and a room with monitors that were linked to those cameras. That room was behind a door that read 24-hour video surveillance. Yet this footage from Palm Beach, identified by Channel 4 News, remains the only covert surveillance footage the public has seen so far.
Well, back to our main news now. The US Attorney General Pam Bondi has faced angry scenes in Congress as she was questioned over her handling of the...
So true. And that answers your it wasn't really a question. It was more of a statement. Yeah, no, he had more than 2 hidden cameras. But also, he had an entire network of non-hidden cameras all over the place, supposedly. I don't know when the CCTV was installed, but, there were CCTV cameras apparently over all of his properties by the time he died. And all of that video is still completely we have seen none of it. Now that we're talking, we've seen none of it. Omega Star, thank you for feeding Leica over here. She looked hungry. Hello to people in the vertical chat. I see you. Afroponics, Christopher Tablante.
files and urged to apologise to survivors. Let's go to our US editor, Anushka Astana.
You know, I was sitting in that room when the hearing started, listening to Pam Bondi, and the atmosphere in there was incredibly charged. It was divided politically, as it so often is here. In the US, the Republicans on one side being nice to the Attorney General, the Democrats really quite furious. They were getting people to hold up examples of redactions outside of the...
Oh my God. What the heck? Omega Star gifting 10 sweet galactic subs to the community over on Twitch. My God. Wildly generous. Hype train started. Hype train started over on Twitch. Omega Star doing it themselves. Shocking. I haven't even started the galactic content goal. We're 36 minutes into this puppy. We've almost completed the goal for the night. Who got these sweet subs? Papa Jeff, USA. Social Butterfly. Ian Leal. The Final Belmont. Maddie F. Metsat Sock the 12th. XD Charity, Mad Ferocis, Gumbo Living, and Very Elaborate. Omega Star, much appreciated, incredibly generous of you. 10 subs. That's too much, man. Oh my gosh. All right, let's keep the stream going. Everybody enjoy your new subs, courtesy of Omega Star on Twitch.
Epstein files. They were arguing that the files were incomplete, that too many victims had been revealed, and that too many men's names had still not been put out there. Pam Bondi responded pretty testily on all of it. Behind her were a line of survivors, and actually two of them I saw last night. I sat down with them. I spoke to them. They said they are happy that these files are getting out there, but they are not satisfied. It is not.
Yeah, that's quite a way to put it. Testily, I would go further than testily. Pam was more than testy in Congress. She was full on like combative. She was screaming in Congress earlier. She was getting into yelling matches with Congress people. Meanwhile, Jim Jordan, who was the leader of the hearing, was just letting it go on. He was just watching it happen, just watching Pam scream at Congress people while they were like, "Hey, can we get the witness to shut up, please?" No, actually, Jim was fine with it. He was big into Pam yelling. He was like, "Actually, Pam can yell however much she wants." That was Jim Jordan's response. Yeah, fuck it, Pam, keep yelling.
Co-conspirator's name. They were furious to hear Ghislaine Maxwell, a close confidant of Jeffrey Epstein's, say that she was pleading the fifth, remaining silent on Monday, and would only speak if President Trump pardoned her. At one point, a senior Democrat raised the issue of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and he basically said he thought it was despicable that the Department of Justice had sought to shut down any investigation into him. Pam Bondi's response to that was, "You had this information when Democrats were in power."
Right, and the questions are
that was a
building
response
over
to
Andrew Mountbatten
everything.
Windsor.
That was Pam. That was literally Pam's response to everything. So what about? Well, actually, I take that back. It was mostly her response to everything. It was, what about Merrick Garland? Why didn't you do something about it? I'm just doing the Merrick Garland. I'm just doing the same thing Merrick did. Don't you see? That makes it better, said Pam. But she also said, what about GDP? What about the Dow? She also she literally, at some point during that testy testimony, as Channel 4 just put it, she brought up the Dow randomly. It was really weird. She was like, but the Dow, it's at 50,000. Like, she could barely get the sentence out. But she, like, at one point, she just, like, took a random segue, tangent, down stock market prices lane. It'd be like, hey, you want to talk about the Epstein files? What about the Dow? Have you heard of the stock market before? It's like, Pam, that's not why you're here. You're the Attorney General, okay? If you want to talk about the stock market, we'll bring in Scott Bessent or Howard Lutnick, a guy. Well, but I mean, if we bring in Howard, we're gonna have to talk about it's complicated because we're gonna have to talk about the Epstein files if we bring in Howard. Not gonna lie, I have questions about Howard and his being in the files. And actually, he was just in Congress. I forgot. He was just in Congress, and he said, actually, yeah, I lied. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. I was in Congress, and I lied.
Illegal.
And I'm so sorry for lying. Actually, I don't think he apologized. I take it back. He basically was like, yeah, I'm a liar. I'm a lying liar from Liarsville. I hung out with Jeffrey maybe more times than I've said in the past. Okay? Is that such a big problem?
Justice to be served.
That's a good question.
Inside Congress, Bondi was accused of failing to publish all the files, of redacting too many of Epstein's male friends, while accidentally revealing too many female victims. But she was having none of it.
This administration
released over 3 million
Dude,
pages
she is
of
out of control. She is wild. The fact that she's supposed to be the Attorney General of the United States. You know, this is a job I would call like distinguished. You're supposed to be distinguished. If you're going to be the Attorney General of the highest, most law enforcement official in the country, you might want to be more even keeled. You know, like you shouldn't be screaming. Like people people shouldn't expect you to just be screaming all the time. Look at this fucking guy. He looks like he's falling asleep. What's going on with you, pal? You feeling okay? You need a coffee or something?
And Donald Trump signed that law. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Bondi had clearly come ready for the fight.
I'm going to answer the question. If they could maintain their composure.
Did
this
she?
Isn't a circus,
I don't
this
know
is a
about
hearing.
that. I take issue with that claim. I take issue with that claim from Channel 4. I don't know if Pam was prepared, but she came prepared to scream. I know that. I don't know how much preparing she did ahead of time, aside from drinking some tea with
I'm
honey.
not going to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our
Not gonna
watch.
do it.
And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up.
what you did in the
He
Senate.
does tell
Not
you.
even a lawyer.
Lisa and Laura came
She's
away
such a
feeling they
child.
still did not have answers. They had told me they wanted co-conspirators named, a fuller investigation, saying no one from the Department of Justice had spoken to them.
Do you think it was?
I mean, basically, the whole vibe of this hearing was basically Pam screaming about people asking her to do her job. Like I just mentioned, she's the top law enforcement official in the goddamn country. It's literally her job to prosecute the offenders and the co-conspirators in these crimes. And she's like, but what about Merrick Garland? It's like, bitch, you're here right now in front of us, and it's your job to do these investigations. Why are you bringing up Merrick Garland in the Dow and shaking your head? This is your job. This is literally the definition of your job, and you're not doing it. And everybody is confused and or alarmed and or upset by your I would say performance. I guess it is. It was somewhat theatrical. This appearance by Pam. Dramatic. So much yelling. So much yelling. Let's go here to that hearing. PBS NewsHour with the clip. Representative... I'm always forgetting this guy's first name. Thomas Massey? Thomas? Is that his first name? Representative Massey. He had some questions for Pam. He's one of the only Republicans that had... I think he was actually maybe the only Republican that had any questions for Pam, which I found fascinating. Like, any difficult questions. Everybody else was like... all the other Republicans that had any questions were like, Pam... how is it you do such a great job every day? It was, it was like beyond softball questions. Like, Pam, tell me why are you so beautiful, Pam? Are you an angel that fell from heaven? It's like, it was basically, those were the vibes. It was Democrats and Thomas Massey yelling and Republicans going, Pam, why are you so good at your job? And or beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic
Exactly,
of the
Omega
massive
Star.
failure of the DOJ.
Exactly. You get it. Pam, why is your hair looking so fantastic today? What did you do? Can you tell me? Was it Pantene Pro V or perhaps Garnier?
Thank you, Mr.
Fruit
Chairman.
Loops?
Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact. A list of names
Omega
not...
Star just cheered 100 bits. She still has a little shit on her nose toe.
It's true. It's true. Thank you for the bits, Omega.
Release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name. And you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you.
It's wild. They did the exact opposite of what they were supposed to do. It's incredible. They redacted the people who weren't supposed to be redacted, and then they left exposed everybody else. Awful.
And that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirator. Fully redacted. And, by the way, I'm going to unredact them here.
You think Bondi is in the file? Actually, we talked about this earlier, and she's almost definitely in the files, Fishbone. 100%. There's almost no way she isn't in the files, in my opinion. Because she was Attorney General of Florida for, I can't remember exactly how long, but while Jeffrey Epstein was alive and, evading any actual consequences. She was Attorney General when Alex Acosta decided to give Epstein that sweetheart deal. She was Attorney General while Epstein was still alive and people were demanding more investigations. Sunglasses. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Megastar. But yeah, Pam's almost definitely in the files. I'll bet she was in converse. I mean, it is speculation. But I'll bet somebody, at the very least, in her office was in contact with Jeffrey, if not her personally. I mean, who wasn't Jeffrey Epstein in contact with? Why wouldn't a guy with a residence in Florida be in contact with the Attorney General? You know, he was in contact with the representative of the Virgin Islands. And, I mean, let's not go down the list. You know what I mean? Like, he was talking to the president. He was talking to everybody. Why wouldn't he be talking to Pam?
Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files. But he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking, not to prostitution. Illegal. Not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
I think the answer from Pam is no, she doesn't. She doesn't have that kind of accountability. They were just rushing to do the cover-up. They didn't think anybody was going to ask them who did the cover-up. I mean, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to ask. You expect us to be doing due diligence on the cover-up?
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on. Let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
Mr. Chairman. This is how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer.
You see what I mean?
The gentleman from
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Do you see what I mean? Jim Jordan. Jim Shorts Jordan. Look it up. Oh, dude has his own problematic past when it comes to sexual assault. He's like, actually, Pam can yell as much as she wants. That is the vibes. Why is Jim Shorts Jordan in charge of this hearing? It makes it all the more farcical that this guy. I'm not going to bring up the story and read it again for everybody, but watch the last stream. Because, I mean, this guy is accused of having literally done a cover-up on a sexual assault spree at OSU, and he's the guy in charge of the hearing. It's a farce. He's like, actually, Pam can yell as much as she wants. Okay, thanks, Jim.
So thanks, I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that?
Yeah.
It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
where
of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
And we invited you in. This guy has Trump
Gentlemen.
derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
I
get
want you to watch it.
That statement from Pam Bondi is incredible. I know it feels like long ago, but before Trump, the Attorney General's office, the Department of Justice, is supposed to be a non-partisan organization, right? Agency. It's supposed to be completely detached from the administration itself. But she's over here going, you got Trump derangement syndrome, says the Attorney General of the United States of America. It's fucking disturbing. It should disturb everybody that she said that sentence. Like, she's the Attorney General. It's her job to be nonpartisan. What's the word? Unbiased. Like, as the Attorney General, as the top criminal prosecutor in the country, it's her job to not let politics, like she should not be saying anything even close to that. Like, she should be afraid of saying the name of the president. Merrick Garland certainly was. I mean, I would say he was way too reserved, honestly. But holy shit. The only thing that Pam's doing the same as Merrick Garland is not investigating the Epstein files. Everything else is like, it could not be further from Merrick Garland. Oh my God. They've turned that into a political tool. The Department of Justice is now just like as part of the executive branch, I guess. Frizla, almost forgot Frizla. 5 sweet galactic memberships gifted on YouTube. Much appreciated, pal. Who got those memberships? Gremlin TV, Zarharia, Clem 68, Lisser 81, and Thomas Story 823. Much appreciated, Frizla. You know what that means. Hopefully everybody knows what that means. Wait, why can't I see this? What the fuck? Okay. Let me do there. Okay, there we go. This works there. Okay. Something is very wrong here. Why can't I make this bigger? Sorry, having some technical difficulties over here. Well, everybody, we've done it. We've completed the galactic content goal already. Never even started it. Hour into the stream, much appreciated. All of you who donated. By the way, is there... I'm just realizing, there isn't a promo on Twitch going on right now, is there? Were those promo subs or those regular subs? Because technically Twitch gives me a different amount of money for this. Regardless, we did it. We completed it. The goal. It's done. Great job, everybody. Thank you to each of you, well, the two of you, who contributed. All right, everybody, back to the Epstein files. They're promo subs? Oh. Screw it. Screw it. All right, we technically didn't. We're gonna play. I'm gonna play it like we did complete the goal tonight, but just know in your heart that that was a discount goal. What the shit just happened? Oh, this is unacceptable. I've been signed out. How did this happen? How and why?
Watch what magnesium does to your bowel.
Why does Grandma's tummy look pregnant? This blocks your bowels.
What
this blocks
is
your bowels.
this?
And this blocks your bowels. Here's why.
This is the
I
quickest.
get signed out
clear
and
out
I
stuff
get the
poop.
32 years as a
craziest
literal
fucking
poop
ad
surgeon.
ever.
And people
What
still
the
don't
shit
believe me
is
when I tell
this?
them this.
A poop surgeon. Oh my god, this is AI. Oh my god, this is full on AI. Ah.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
that was a wild commercial. For some sort of magnesium based bowels pill or something. Poop surgeon. AI poop surgeon recommends it apparently. Show the ad. Oh, I clicked past it already. It's too late. Damn. I could have. I should have. I could have and I should have, but I didn't. I'm sorry. I robbed you. I robbed you of that experience. At least you got to hear it. At least you heard the ad. Okay, I'm signed back in. Hopefully this will solve that. Whenever, like, randomly, my browser signs me out of my YouTube account. And then it suddenly thinks I don't have premium and it starts playing ads. And it totally screws me up. Also, whenever it plays an ad, it shoots you out of full screen. It's really a disaster. Don't disrespect the promos. I'm not disrespecting. I'm just saying. Just saying technically. Even though I'm going to move along with the stream as if we have completed the goal, we technically, in theory, didn't. Because the reason we have the goals is to kind of ensure, even if we complete every single goal, we don't quite get there. But thankfully, you're also incredibly generous. It doesn't matter. But it's really supposed to be sort of a benchmark for how much money I make per stream, so that I can know to some degree that I'm going to be able to pay the bills. If we don't do that, we get problems. Suddenly have problems. That's not good. All right, let's keep talking about this Pam Bondi testimony. Jamie Raskin. had some things to say here on Capitol
If
Hill.
that's what it's going to be, if that's what it's going to look like with everyone from DHS officials coming up and largely stonewalling Congress on Tuesday to Wednesday, now Pam Bondi really not answering any substantive questions, what's the point of oversight? Like, is it worth continuing to have these kinds of hearings if it's just not going to amount to much?
Well, remember, she was not there under subpoena. She was there under an invitation.
Correct.
But if we had the power, we would subpoena her and we would require her to answer our questions. And so that is the importance of who's going to be in control in Congress after the 2026 elections, because we would like this subpoena power so we don't see this kind of phenomenal disrespect of Congress and of the people that we represent and the victims that we're fighting for.
You mentioned that her testimony was disrespectful and amateurish. What did you make of the personal attacks that she had for you and your Democratic colleagues? She said that you were a loser, that you were a washed-up lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't quite hear that because I tend to block out a lot of the insults in this job that you get. I can't believe that the Attorney General of the United States of America would appear before hundreds of millions of Americans this way and then have a book of insults that she's ready to lob at members of Congress. My God, we've got to get back to the America that we had before they dragged us down into the mud like this.
The survivors made clear today, all of them are willing to talk to the Department of Justice.
Yeah, it does seem like Pam just sort of like she showed up more prepared to yell at the Congress people than to answer questions. I would like to see what was in that book that she brought. She brought a giant binder and then answered 0 questions, but did a hell of a lot of yelling.
Have been given any outreach at all?
Yes.
As the ranking member on this committee, do you all have agency to do your own kind of discussion with them, interviews, the things that they want to do with the DOJ? Could you do that here?
Yes. First of all, yes, and we are in the process of doing that. As you know, we've done a number of events with the survivors. We have been talking to them and getting whatever information we can. Obviously, we'd be in a much stronger position if the government of the United States and the U.S. Department of Justice was behind us. Now, I did challenge Attorney General Bondi to act like a law enforcement official and to create a commission, a task force that would include the Department of Justice, along with state attorney generals, along with district attorneys, to review the record right now that we've got with millions, and all 6 million, not 3 million, but all of the documents to determine what crimes can still be charged in what places. This was a global billion-dollar international child sex trafficking and abuse conspiracy, and there are lots of crimes undoubtedly that still can be charged. I want to just, something you said that triggered a thought, which was whenever Attorney General Bondi was asked about the Don Lemon case, she spoke with such conviction, such passion, such minute detail about an ongoing case. But when asked about the Epstein case and the more than 1,000 victims who are still suffering out there, she completely distanced herself and was totally disembodied. It was like she'd amputated all sense of compassion and empathy for the people involved.
Yeah. That's right. We didn't even cover the Don Lemon situation, but Pam spoke with great passion, like Jamie said, about the Don Lemon, the ridiculous Don Lemon case that they're trying to prosecute. Excuse me. I mean, it really is just a persecution. It's a political persecution. No crime was committed, aside from this weaponization of the Department of Justice. But she doesn't seem to give a single fuck, not one singular fuck about the victims or the perpetrators that are listed in these files. Well, redacted in these files. It seems there's a myriad of those. Who knows how many? I mean, honestly, who knows how many perpetrators appear in these files? Actually appear. We have no way. I mean, what we already have is incredibly damning, and this is the portion of files that they felt that it was okay to release to the public, while withholding millions more files. Which, as I've been saying since basically day one, gotta figure that those 3 million unreleased files are somehow worse than the ones we have already. That they are heavily redacted released files are somehow, they have to be better than whatever has been, left Yeah, left behind closed doors. All right, let's go here to this lady. She's got some question about Pamela.
Joe Bondi, are you okay? Are you, don't get me wrong. I
Is that
loathe
her
you, I
middle
hate you,
name?
I despise you. I think you're one of the worst human beings to ever waste oxygen, okay? So I'm not like concerned
Pam, it is Joe.
for you.
Her middle
so
name
much-
is Joe. Pamela Joe Bondi. I feel like Pamela like grew up in a swamp. Like an actual swamp.
I'm just curious if you're okay. I thought I was looking at someone who just recently suffered a traumatic brain injury and wasn't quite aware of it yet. Are they, what? Did they unplug you? Were you in the middle of a fucking reboot? That was some of the worst of your gaslighting I've seen. That was some of the worst. I mean, when Kyle Rittenhouse says that you need to be fired, I think you've lost them, babe. Kyle Rittenhouse, Pam Bondi needs to resign. I think we all needed this. We needed to watch her humiliate herself. What the fuck was that? I didn't make a video as it was happening yesterday because I needed to digest. Obviously it's theater, right? It's always fucking theater. What's gonna come of it? Nothing, but maybe something. I mean, look at this photo of her completely unfucking bothered with victims.
Victims, at least some portion of her, are looking directly at her. She can't handle it. She can't handle the truth. Look at those stares coming from the victims right now.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
In the background, the prompt for this question, the reason that they're all holding their hands up in the air was because they were asked, who here is a victim? Who here is willing to cooperate with the DOJ? Who here has not been contacted by the DOJ? You're investigating? What the fuck are you investigating? What the fuck are you investigating if these victims who have reached out to you have not heard anything back? Pam, this fucking face, man, it's punchable. But the reason I say that something might come of it because of that display is because literally this is how it went. Fuck them kids, the Dow is 50K, okay?
That was
She had
50,000.
a-
That is literally what she said. That is literally, that is a perfect meme. That is literally what Pam did. She's like, you want to talk about the Epstein files? The Dow is at 50,000. You care about the kids more than the Dow? Good God.
I mean, I don't even know what the fuck it was. They're literally asking her about why she hasn't contacted the victims and what is anyone going to pay for this? And she goes, well, how about, I just think it's funny. How come you're not, what, did anyone, the Dow, $50,000, Donald Trump. That's accuracy 10 out of 10. That's exactly how it fucking went. Just another one, because you had to see it. But to do that, for that display, for that complete disregard for the victims when they're standing right behind you, when she refused to turn around and apologize to them for leaking names of the victims who did not have their identities revealed prior to this, for not doing an investigation, for not contacting them, for violating their trust. When asked about that, and she refused to turn around and apologize to them. How about the fucking Dow? I think that some people are going to have a moment, like Kyle Rittenhouse did apparently, where they're like, wait, they don't give a fuck about the victims. They don't give a fuck about the victims.
I mean, you know who the Dow being at 50,000 helps the most? The Epstein class. The Trump Epstein class. Those are the people who benefit most from the Dow being at 50,000 because they're the ones who own the Dow. They're the ones who own the vast majority of stocks. They're the ones who own like 95% of all the stocks. So it's the Epstein class who makes the most money when the Dow's at 50,000. Everybody else is like, ooh, I made $50 today. Yeah. Meanwhile, they make 50 million.
And so maybe it's a little bit harder this morning for them to swallow that she actually gives a shit, or any of them, this administration at all gives a shit about, sorry, I'm assuming that any of them will even see this. I'm assuming that they'll see it. Oh, God. But here's the thing. It's going to be very hard to, like, you know, mental gymnastics your way out of this. This was the list of victims. All of this is blurred by the Congresswoman, okay? That one black line is the only redaction. What does this tell me? This tells me that and wait, let me back it up. This is an email from the attorney for the victims. The email says, these are the names of the victims that should be redacted. These are the names of the victims that should not appear anywhere in the files. These victims' names have not been revealed to the public. And in its entirety, the email saying these names shall not appear, some brilliant piece of shit from the DOJ reviewed this document, redacted one, and let the rest of it go.
Yeah, it almost seems intentional when you do something like that. Like the the email that is listing off all of the people you're supposed to redact, and you don't even redact the email itself. It seems like a massive oversight, so much so that you'd have to be doing it intentionally, or be just a complete and utter moron. Both of which are disturbing when you think about it. Whichever one it is.
It's really hard to convince anyone that this was not intentional. It's really hard to prove to anyone that this was not a blatant disregard for the victims. Because what do you mean you redacted Les Wexner's name in the list that lists him?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. It can't be incompetence because they redacted someone looked at the document and redacted it to some degree. They just redacted all the wrong things. They did the reverse of what they were supposed to do. They protected the perpetrators and just left all of the victims exposed in an email literally asking for them to protect the victims that got exposed by this choice. Is an active choice because someone left the rest of it unredacted as if they just didn't care about the victims.
As a co-conspirator. Nowhere else. Just where he's referred to as a co-conspirator. You were that fucking careful that you were able to catch where he was listed as a co-conspirator, and you redacted that. But you just missed this? You guys weren't reading that carefully? And you went through the list enough to redact one fucking name, and then you outed the rest of the victims? It's too insane to just be incompetence. I refuse to believe that anyone could have fucked that up. They redacted entire pages. Let me show you what they didn't redact.
Yeah, like one of the victims said earlier, we watched a clip of this the other day. The victims were saying a literal preschooler could have done a better job. And at this point, I agree. If you had told a preschooler what to do, they would have figured this out eventually. You know, they're doing this for like, who knows how many hundreds and hundreds, thousands of hours, millions of documents, right? I mean, eventually you would think they'd figure it out. Somehow. They did not. And there's no way that that's the case, right? They're just the plan was just a cover up. It wasn't to actually follow the law. That's the thing we have to all get into our heads. The plan was never to follow the law. The FBI redacted it first earlier in 2025 to get Donald Trump and all of his friends, and you would assume people out of the files who are in the Trump administration. And we actually, the Lutnick thing, we talked about it earlier, but his name is misspelled. It's one thing that we noticed in the Lutnick files is his name is misspelled. And I think it's possible that they like keyword searched these documents and missed a couple of the Howard Lutnick emails because his name was misspelled in them. It's just a cover up. They never intended to follow the law to protect the victims or to do any investigations into any of the crimes or the criminals. It was just to protect Donald Trump and honestly the rich billionaire perverts who hung out with him and Jeffrey Epstein. They were best friends. Do not forget, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein had a beautiful and enigmatic friendship.
I'm not done with Pam. I just learned that the way that they were surveilling those Congress people when they went to go view the unredacted files was by giving them a unique username and password, which the Congress people thought was strange because they did not release the documents to them. They made the documents available for their review at their offices. So they had a limited number of computers, like 3 or 4 computers, and these Congress people had to log in to view it. Typically, if you're coming to my premises to review my documents, I am controlling the atmosphere, and here it is, look at it. There is no reason for them to then also give them login. It's not like random people off the street are coming in there, and it's also not like there isn't a log of who's coming to watch it or look at the unredacted evidence. I mean, the thing's on lockdown, right? So you know who's coming in. Why are you giving them login information? So the login information was made intentionally, in my opinion, to surveil these Congress people as they reviewed the documents. And to what end? We've seen one example of to what end already. She put it in her burn book. I'm not saying I care about what they searched, but she obviously did care what they searched because they compiled a list of every document that particular congressperson viewed.
This is ridiculous!
This is out of control. These people are mad with power. The DOJ should not be doing anything even close to this. They have genuinely turned the DOJ into a political weapon. I don't know if you can put the cat back in the box, the genie back in the bottle on this one. You know, you can't put the lid back on Pandora's box with this, weaponization of the DOJ. Like, they were claiming weaponization of the DOJ over, for years, just because Donald Trump was facing charges for actual crimes, right? But now they're just literally playing political games with the Department of Justice. It's out of control. Pam's in Congress screaming at people like some sort of psychotic child. And then they're putting out like this kind of shit. What in the fuck? I mean, oh boy.
And I thought it was important enough to compile it into a list and put it in a fucking binder. I don't have to tell you why she did it. I can only tell you that she did it on purpose. And that's illegal surveillance of Congress members. And that's one of the reasons why Richard Nixon's Attorney General was arrested, charged, and convicted, and sentenced to prison, and then subsequently lost his law license.
Right away.
This is very serious. I just saw a video of Moskowitz saying that, yeah, he thought it was suspicious and, they're going to be writing a letter. Literally, he said they're going to be writing a letter. I mean, okay, write a letter.
What's up with Democrats? We gotta get rid of these neo-lib and like APAC Dems. What is up with their fucking love of letters? What in the hell? What in the hell is going on? What? Like seriously. Why do they love letters? We are not gonna rest. We're not gonna rest. Wait, we are not gonna rest. Sorry, I gotta put my glasses on here. We are not gonna, believe me, right now, we are not gonna do any resting right now, okay? And while we're not resting and fighting, we're not resting, and we're writing very strongly worded letters. And that will in some way be good. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
To memorialize the event, I suppose, because I guess, they don't really, they can't arrest her. But this is very bad. This is it's a crime. And as I mentioned in my last video, the other reasons why John Mitchell, Nixon's AG, was arrested was his cover-up involvement. Mitchell was accused of conspiring to hide the involvement of top White House officials in the 1972 break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters. Lying to Senate, testified falsely before the Senate Watergate Committee regarding his role in illegal activities and his knowledge of the cover-up, specifically denying discussions about the destruction of incriminating documents.
I think the only difference between this situation and that situation is I don't think Republicans forced Pam to swear in for this testimony. I don't think that Jim Shorts Jordan made her swear in. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I don't think she was sworn in. I think she went straight to to her opening statement. I could be wrong. But it's done intentionally. He did that intentionally so that she couldn't be held liable for what she said. She wasn't under oath. But she's right. Sheila's absolutely right about all of this. If only it applied to Pam right. We just gotta get her back in there and actually under oath. She wasn't subpoenaed. It was an invite. Right? Who just said that? Jamie Raskin. We just had listened to Jamie Raskin of Maryland. He was saying it wasn't an actual subpoena. It had no teeth. We couldn't force her to answer questions like we wanted to. Because we got another guy who did another cover-up for another stint of sexual crimes. Jim Jordan in charge. He's not going to hold Pam to account. Thank you, Green New Deal, for the tinfoil hat. Much appreciated. Now I'm prepared. Now I'm more prepared than ever for the Epstein files. Write a letter sounds like Schumer. It's absolutely. It's got to be. I mean, honestly, though, Moskowitz, he's basically just a young Chuck Schumer clone. He's like an unripe Chuck Schumer clone.
Do we see a parallel here? Pam, I think I speak for everyone when I ask, what have you done? What have you done? Because the display I saw from you yesterday was different and more desperate than usual. Okay? I think you know that the ship is sinking. And I'm wondering why you're not giving yourself a life raft. I'm wondering why. What have you done? What did they have on you that you were willing to humiliate yourself on top of betraying the victims, betraying the American people, right? On top of all of that, you're willing to humiliate yourself like this?
Yeah, it's true. She did humiliate herself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's quite a display from Pam. Truly disturbing. Man to the pivot, second. Green New Deal, third. Did anybody even claim first today? You guys are weird. I love you, but you're weird. It's possible Pam Bondi is a MAGA true believer. She absolutely is a true believer. She was big into the Stop the Steal. She was like back in 2020. Oh my God. She was Stop the Stealing hard. That's how she got this job. I mean, that and the fact that, you know, she happens to share some lobbyists with other MAGA folk. Like, she used to be a lobbyist. Excuse me. She used to be a lobbyist for... I mean, but which thing is she really getting the job for? That's the question. She's been there for Trump in so many ways. I mean, she was the attorney general of the state of Florida during the Epstein sweetheart deal. Refused to prosecute, refused to investigate any of it. Like, I mean, which thing? Is it the Stop the Steal? Is it that? Is it? I mean, is it the fact that she was a lobbyist for a big like Republican firm, or who knows? Like, maybe it's all three. Now somebody is first. Hermit, great job, I guess. Great job, I guess. Oh boy. All right, people. I just want to remind you all of the fact, the unfortunate fact that we are still running a rather sizable galactic deficit. It's like it's over three. It's like $360 or something like that. Which means we got to raise something close to like $25 a day over on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon between now and the end of the month. We've got like a little over 2 weeks to do that. It's dire, folks. Dire. If we don't complete that, we are going to struggle to be able to pay the bills when the first of the month comes around. And usually I would say that also would contribute to the galactic content goal, but we technically completed the galactic content goal already. So I can't say 2 for 1 on the goals today. What I can say for sure, though, is that we're an hour and a half into the stream. We still got a hell of a lot left to talk about. But we got to take a quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell and like icon as well. Like button and bell icon on YouTube. Helps us out. And helps you out. Because if you don't hit the bell icon, you won't know when the stream starts. While you're at it, do not forget, of course, that we are completely funded by individuals like you. Your contributions are what keeps the stream alive. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs. Got Cash App and PayPal. We've even got Throne. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on the stream, shout out at the end of every show, so long as you respond to the Galactic Questionnaire. Here's a friendly reminder to any of you who are new patrons. Respond to the direct message questionnaire sent by me to you. Otherwise, your name won't appear here where it should be. But that's not all. Of course, we have other benefits that you get as a patron. A secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. Secret content as well. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Whoopsies, what am I doing? right, everybody. The break is over. And the second half is about to begin. So you better get back to those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are back. Galactic Intermission over. Time for us to get back to talking about.
Are you still
the
talking
Epstein
about Jeffrey
files.
Epstein?
Yep, we are. You know what I find fascinating about this next clip? Another Sheila Zolnur exclusive. Speaking of which, if you're not subscribed to this woman yet, what is going on exactly? We've been watching her clips over and over again. Give her some love. She's doing the important work over here. This next one is fascinating, though. Because while we've got one guy, Jim Jordan, who's accused of having been involved in a cover-up of sexual abuse in collegiate sports, specifically the collegiate sports at Ohio State University. Seems to be another thing going on with Ohio State. Strange, but seemingly Jeffrey Epstein and Les Wexner are doing a bunch of stuff over at Ohio State University, which is weird.
Weird.
Where can you find the questionnaire so your name can be on the list? If you're a patron, if you became a patron, I sent you one when you became a patron. At least I'm fairly certain. I send one to everybody. Indirect messages. There's a Patreon messaging system. I send everybody a message asking them what they want their patron shout out name to be, in case they don't want whatever their name on Patreon to be exposed, because a number of people use their government names. I want to put them out on Front Street. But also in the Patreon questionnaire is, what do you want your galactic avatar to be? If you don't answer the questions on the questionnaire, you don't get your rewards. That's not good. That's bad. Nobody wants that. All right, let's talk about Ohio State University and the Epstein files.
Not at all suspicious, but the head of gynecology at the Ohio State Wexner School of Medicine, Mark Landon, was getting $30,000 quarterly payments from Jeffrey Epstein. This guy.
You didn't get a message.
It says 25 because apparently one of the payments was $25,000, but his agreement was $30,000 every quarter, which he was apparently getting for years in the early 2000s. Here's an email in 2006, and I think it started in 2001. Darren Indike, who is an attorney and I guess handled his accounting, wrote, "Are we still paying Mark Landon?" Hold on. Very important that you also know that Darren's firm was called NYSG, okay? Are we still paying Mark Landon? Eric was dealing with this, so I'm not sure what was decided when the previous payment was made. Landon's agreement requires quarterly payments of $30,000 to be made to Landon on the 15th of January, April, July, and October. The previous payment made to Landon was for $25 and not $30. The contract is terminable at will on 15 days prior notice. Is NYSG, Darren's company, firm, to make payment to Landon by January 15th? And if so, for 25 or 30K? This is significant because old Mark says, "I did not provide any clinical care for Jeffrey Epstein or any of his victims. I was a paid consultant for the NYSG group, NYSG, regarding potential biotech investments from 2001 to 2005. I had no knowledge of any criminal activities. I find them reprehensible and I feel terrible for Epstein's victims." If you were providing consulting services for NYSG, why is NYSG uncertain if they're paying? Why is NYSG asking Jeffrey Epstein, "Hey, are we still paying him? Do you still have that agreement? Are you gonna terminate it? What are you doing?" And then you know how he said that Eric was handling. Apparently Eric said, and this is April 2025, "Dr. Landon's 25K quarterly payment is due. Please approve." Hours later, Eric said that he had billed LHW, care of Abigail, for the $25,000. FYI, on the Dr. Landon quarterly payments,
Who could LHW be? I'm trying to think. Are those initials? Are those initials? Who's got those initials? Leslie Herbert Wexner. One possible option. LHW. By the way, reference frame, I just checked. You're on the list. You're at the very end, though. Because you're a new patron. And that list goes back multiple years.
NYSG billed LHW in advance as we have in prior years. Les Herbert Wexner. LHW. Les Herbert Wexner. So I don't really know what you mean by you were providing consultant services to NYSG when it appears that your bill was being forwarded to Les Wexner. LHW, I don't know, just a guess. It's just a guess that it's Les Herbert Wexner. I also love, by the way, however, neither Wexner nor Dr. Landon has been accused of any wrongdoing. What are you fucking talking about? Les Wexner is a co-conspirator. What do you mean he hasn't been accused of any wrongdoing?
Okay, so this is now the time where I want us to just quickly go back. For anybody that this is new to. This is just an article. CNN from 6 years ago now, March 6th of 2020. 6 former wrestlers say the Representative Jim Jordan knew about abusive Ohio State University doctor. Tito Vasquez says he still remembers the day 3 decades ago as a wrestler at Ohio State University. The doctor he'd gone to see about a bloody nose insisted on examining his genitals. He also recalls how one of his coaches dismissed his immediate complaint. "I have nothing to do with this," Vasquez quoted the assistant coach saying. as he effectively ended the conversation and went on with wrestling practice. That coach, Vasquez says, was Jim Jordan, now an Ohio congressman, and the guy presiding over the Epstein Files hearings with Pam Bondi. Yeah, that Jim Jordan. Same guy. And it's weird. I wonder if Jim is in the files. I'm starting to wonder if he knew Jeffrey Epstein. He was at Ohio State University. I wonder if he knew Les Wexner at all. I wonder if they were hanging out. Got a lot of questions. More questions than answers right now.
Conspirator. The other thing to note is that things were being sent to Dr. Mark Landon pretty regularly. Since this one's coming from NYSG, perhaps, I don't know, maybe it was a check. But I don't know, because there was a check in July, or there was a shipment to him July 27th. There was a shipment August 3rd. Those are too close together to be quarterly checks. You know how
a shipment
in the
of
video we were
cash?
talking about, what's her face? Bondi is saying that she's not releasing the other 3 million files because they're duplicative. There's about 17 versions of this exact same August 3rd, 2001 FedEx invoice. One of them, they forgot to redact Mark Landon's address, and that is in fact a home address. A home address. So anyway, I'm curious, I don't know if you guys are curious, but I'm curious to know why the head of gynecology at the Wexner School of Medicine in Ohio was on the Epstein/Wexner payroll for 5 years.
It's weird.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's very, very
That's
strange.
really weird.
All right. I've been waiting for this video. And honestly, I don't know what I was expecting. But, oh, God. Let's go here to Voidzilla from yesterday.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceived the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop
Honestly, that claim is so funny to me. We stopped by on the island for an hour. Like, just a reminder, there was an email saying, where do we park the yacht? Right? So they were just, you were just driving by on the yacht? It was just, they were just on the way? We just popped by. It was an hour, quick on and off. We just jumped. What are you talking about?
Would you jump up?
Oh my God. We were just passing by the island on our yacht, and we were like, hey, Jeffrey, mind if we park by and have some lunch? Really? And then you were just gone? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Right. That makes perfect sense.
Here's
No further
Lutnick
question.
laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen, so audacious, so in your face that it is actually funny to them. And you know what? I have to agree that the way the FBI and DOJ have been treating this is a joke. Because we just talked to a congressman who passed the Epstein Transparency Act. As part of it, the DOJ was supposed to release all the Epstein files with no redactions except for survivors. That didn't happen. Several of the survivors' names were left unredacted, and several of the perpetrators' names were left redacted.
Is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. The title of this one is Child Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted.
But in response to criticism that they had over-redacted, they said, hey, we're so transparent, we're gonna let you guys come and see the unredacted files to the congressman. The problem is, guess what happened when those congressmen showed up? This. The unredacted files, many of them, were redacted underneath the redaction. There were 2 layers of redactions. By the time the DOJ got them, they were already redacted. So what they're looking at is an unredacted, redacted copy of the Epstein files. This is at the same time that the FBI has a government project to build a next generation redaction tool where they claim they need multi-layer redaction management. And you can see it here where
Oh my God. They could not be more farcical if they tried. They really couldn't. They could not be making a laughing stock of themselves anymore. Like, honestly, if they all showed up in tutus and dinosaur costumes tomorrow, like it would be no more farcical than what's currently going on. Like literally, they've hit peak farce. Like just peak nonsense. People are out of control. We need a state-of-the-art redacting tool. Oh my God, yeah. So you can do the cover-ups better. We're struggling to do the cover-ups on our own. We need help. That's basically what they're like. Look, we know we did a really bad job with the redactions, but hey, we're gonna innovate. We're gonna innovate, don't you see? And it's gonna be all better. It's going to be much better. We just need a next generation IMD redaction tool. Fantastic.
Talks about getting to see the quote unredacted files. He says the search function didn't actually work. Half the stuff I was looking for was still redacted. We couldn't write on files we brought in. We shared 4 computers for 435 members of Congress. So what is this actually? This is transparency theater. This is not real transparency. It is actually a joke. Here's another joke. The FBI just concluded again that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't running a ring for powerful men. But when the public was asked about this just the other day, 94% believe that he was. So obviously there's a huge gap between what the FBI says they believe and what the public, who has now at this point seen most of the same files, say they believe. If anything, the FBI by definition would have access to more evidence. And yet with the files that we already do have, 94% of the public say, yeah, Epstein obviously was trafficking. But the FBI, of course, isn't investigating new parties. They say there's no evidence for it.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay, even if you believe what he says, after the revelation that the FBI themselves thought there were 4 co-conspirators in the previous draft indictment, they later said they thought they had 10 co-conspirators. Now you're supposed to believe, nope, no women were trafficked to any of these people. Epstein was working alone. It might be surprising to learn then that the DOJ and FBI under Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, who ran on the idea of releasing these files, have not talked to people who say they were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein. This was brought out 2 different times. I want to watch both of them with you because it's astonishing to hear someone say, we have no credible evidence on other perpetrators, only to learn you never talked to the women who were allegedly trafficked.
At the age of 14 and 16 years old, and they called to meet with the president and to meet with the FBI and to have people investigate their claims. Some of them have never testified before. If you are so interested in getting the public to submit any information, why have you not met with them? You said you haven't met with them. Have you met with them? I'll give you one more chance.
My job as the FBI director is to
Is
invite
the
all
answer yes or
investigative
no
leads.
to whether or not you met with these women who were abused and
Any insinuation by you or any
What
people
is
on
the
your
an-
side that I am not manhunting child traffickers, just look at the
Mr.
stats.
Patel,
And you talk
Mr.
about
Chairman,
cover-ups, man.
Mr. Chairman,
you
this
talk
is
about
my time, and
cover-ups.
I'm gonna stop it.
I hate that this stuff is getting like beeped out, like, and that people are using different words for these things, like avoid like demonetization and stuff. It's like, this is like, can we be adults about this, please? Like, this is honestly the most adult possible thing, really, and like it's annoying that that people are doing that. Honestly, it's one thing that's really frustrating me. It's like, I'd prefer it if we actually heard the words of what is happening. I know it, yeah. I know the algorithm might be upset, but the fact is it's a serious topic. I feel like it kind of...
It just
whatever,
devolved. He refuses to answer the question of, did you actually meet with these women? Luckily for us, some of those same people later showed up at another hearing, this time in a hearing with Pam Bondi.
survivors in the room. If you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Yeah, it's honestly shocking to see. There's these people who are claiming to be victims of Epstein. The DOJ and FBI have consistently said, look, we want to take all available evidence. We just need the evidence.
And we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it.
And then it's like, well, did you interview these people who say they have evidence? Well, no, actually, we didn't. This comes up again.
Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence?
This is ridiculous.
All of them.
Oh my gosh. I mean, what can you even say to that? This is a DOJ. This is an FBI that claims to be interested in getting to the bottom of the Epstein files, except when actually asked, they cover up, they redact, and they don't ask for victim testimony or evidence. I mean, how can you possibly say you've reached a conclusion as to an investigation when you literally haven't talked to the people who would be a victim of said investigation? Further,
yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point. I think anybody with a pulse and one working brain synapse, that this whole thing is getting pretty weird. Almost like it's a cover-up. Almost as if the government doesn't want to do its job.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's very strange. Whether it's Republicans in Congress not subpoenaing Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, and honestly, Dan Bongino should be in there too. He was deputy director of the FBI. Todd Blanche should be getting subpoenaed. I mean, all these people forced to testify under oath. Speaking of Congress,
let's just focus on this mass influence peddling and underage sex trafficking thing. And as I say this, I'm realizing we're just getting demonetized. This is a show, folks. We need your support because every fun half of the past happens every time you say it.
It's true. I mean, I've been doing the same every single day. We start off with this, and I'm just like, fuck it. Like, I'm just gonna say the words. Screw it. We've been starting off with the Epstein files every goddamn day, and it's definitely getting us demonetized. I don't see a lot of ads running on the stream. Is what it is. Your donos keep us alive.
Yeah, every fun half. And you see, like, is it Voidzilla, that guy who does those good YouTube videos? Like, they'll all bleep out these words. Coffeezilla, yeah. They'll always bleep out these words. I'm not going to go bleep out, listen to 3 hours and bleep it out. So we're just going to have to lose it. So you have to support themajority.com. What, Brandon?
No, I think it's important. I know Americans are infantilized, and that's enforced in a lot of ways. And in the case of YouTube and social media, sometimes it's enforced by you not being able to use certain words that speak plainly to like the way things are happening. And I do think that sometimes, it's fine. It's not always to detriment of the conversation to use a sub word. But when you're talking about something with this seriousness, bleeping maybe, but having to do like the unalive thing or like, oh, it's not like, it's not porn, it's corn, or it's like grape. I think cheapens it, because we should be able to have an adult conversation about a very adult topic and not have to, devolve into referring to people's genitals as like diamonds and ting-tings, because we're not children. And that enforcement of that standard, it just enforces lack of accountability, because if you can't talk about it, you certainly can't solve it. Yeah.
100%. I mean, Brian and I had this conversation before the show, actually, and it's like you have to, and it's very easier to say from a position like Majority Report, where it will be okay if we'd lose advertising revenue, but it's inappropriate consideration to be thinking about, I need to, in this horrific story, make sure I can monetize it. That's not, our motivation.
Yeah. You gotta watch what I say when I'm talking about the world's, history's most notorious sex trafficking crime ring. Let me make sure I edit myself so that I don't get dinged. I don't lose that whatever. I mean, for me, it's not much as it is, so it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, we might make like $4 a stream in ad revenue on a good day. So really, it's not the biggest sacrifice I'm making. It just seems like a weird thing to be worried
so
about.
With that, let's start with AOC saying that Pam Bondi is implicated in a massive cover-up to protect a ring of pedophiles. And we got this here. Here's AOC on the steps on Capitol Hill here. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I'll give you a heads up. It's going to be 5, 6, and 7 then after AOC's here. But I think, I mean, a number of Congress people have been really good on this. But I kind of, I see was it Rebecca Ballant?
Becca Ballant.
Like
Vermont.
There's a sense of urgency that I appreciate from some of these folks, and a sense of palpable
I think it's Balin, at least.
fear that these victims are going to be failed by this system. I think Bondi and Trump. First of all, with Pam Bondi did not pursue pursue Epstein when she was AG of Florida. There were victims groups that wanted that reopened because it was very clear that when Alex Acosta, Trump's labor secretary in term 1, gave Epstein a sweetheart deal, that should be looked back into. And Pam Bondi didn't. And Pam Bondi is the attorney general now for Donald Trump, not in spite of that, but because of it, because that's on her resume, that she's covering this stuff up, and she is covering it up. Make no mistake about that. So here is, if we're ready, this clip, AOC on steps of Capitol Hill.
I think that we all saw today the performance that she had. She was screaming, thrashing, and I think it is because she knows that she is implicated in a massive cover-up to protect a powerful ring of pedophiles through the redactions of the names of perpetrators, the holding of 3 million files, the moving of the unexplained moving of Ghislaine Maxwell into a new cushy facility. All of these things are what she personally oversaw, and that's before even digging into whatever questions may arise from her history in Florida. And I think that her thrashing and her very erratic performance today pointed to the fact that there are real questions that point to the DOJ under her leadership and her leadership specifically, as well as her role in all of this. I think that
Merrick Garland,
we all saw
about Epstein, not once when he
Hit the
was
mute on the-
and
Yep,
A fucking bitch.
Yeah, good. So yeah, good on AOC, and let's just get a taste of that sort of lashing out, because I've seen it described by other places as if she like blasts Democrats.
Is that how they're describing it? Is that what they're saying happened?
Let me look at.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think the Guardian had a headline like that, and I'll look at exactly what their headline is after we play this clip of here's Pam Bondi with Becca Balint. I mean, this is a sort of reduction ad absurdum of a lot of the pathologies of our politics here.
didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, you know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
is
Jewish.
I
just want to be clear. Oh, do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to.
How can she be How can she be putting that little smirk on? How can she smile?
Wise about
at this? I mean,
anti-Semitism.
What is wrong with her? How can she sit here so smugly? Like, it's despicable. It is fucking She is such a terrible person.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You supercalifragilistic bitch.
Oh my God, when anti-Semitism goes wrong. Oh boy.
No, is it?
Can I get like 30 seconds back? You know.
Yeah, I've been.
Balint took
I think
30
the whole.
of mine.
This
that wasn't even the worst.
Yeah,
that wasn't even the worst of it. It was a real clown show. Honestly, I knew that the right wingers would say that like she blasts Democrats. Not only did she come across as incredibly unhinged, and not even the normal way they come across. This was almost like full like Karen maxing, like the final form of Karen. Like I said on my own show, like those body cam videos that you see on those police channels sometimes, where it's like drunk Karen thrown out of country club and arrested for punching service staff. Like that's what it felt like watching Pam Bondi do this. And even more than that, it was incredibly unconvincing. It was incredibly performative, and it just raised more questions. It was even more suspicious because like she didn't have any answers to the questions. When they would bring up like an email that would say something like "love the torture video," they would go like, "What did you do to like investigate this torture video?"
What now?
And she would just start yelling about something. She would start yelling about the Dow Jones or start yelling about Trump derangement syndrome. It was like, look at my lawyer, dog. Look at my lawyer, dog. If it weren't for the fact that I'm the president, I would be going to jail.
The Dow Jones thing, we played that yesterday. That was an insane clip.
Seriously though, it seemed like she was like out there, literally just there like as Donald Trump's attack dog. She was just there to yell at Democratic Congress people for asking very reasonable questions. It's very
Put in tech
disturbing
production another
scene,
clip really. Here that we'll get to in a second there. But hey, I do want to circle in on what AOC said about the unexplained treatment that Ghislaine Maxwell has been given and the unaccountability of that. Here's a clip here, and let's see where. I think we'll start with Jim Jordan here, but this is from. Go about a minute into this, Brian, and this is let me see who this congressperson was here. This is Deborah Ross, Democrat from North Carolina, questioning AG Bondi on the Judiciary Committee about this specifically this treatment that Maxwell's been given. And I'll say Brandon's point is exactly right. This was not impressive. And the headline that the Guardian put was that she taunts Democrats. And again, that framing is horrible. But here's Ross.
In prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges, puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell?
That one is the funniest to me. Ghislaine Maxwell gets a fucking secretary in jail. Wild. That is wild. Honestly, puppies, secretaries, I mean, living quite the life.
Deserve special treatment and and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
Let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or
she
no.
was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to
And
understand
I'm glad
here.
that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things. But I want you to know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported, that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here.
Pause it 1 second here. Just 2 points of fact. The Attorney General of the United States has direct supervision of the Bureau of Prisons. So this whole thing of, the Bureau of Prisons did it. You're the boss. The buck stops with you, Pam. Let's let her play a little bit further.
Reported that the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here, they see themselves as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility.
No.
And that is a question.
No.
The Bureau of Prisons,
Pause.
I was not involved in that at all.
That's the other the point of fact I wanted to make is there's no question that she got moved to a nicer place. There's no question, and she gives it away by saying.
Yeah, also, this sort of transfer is incredibly unusual. It's not going to happen without the say-so, or at least the express sort of go-ahead from the higher-ups, the DOJ, one of the most high-profile sex criminals in the country, getting moved to a low-security day camp for naughty girls. Really doesn't happen. Like, we've heard from like a number of different former prison officials and things like that saying this is incredibly strange, goes against the entire like the prison system, what do you call them, rules, if you will, bylaws. Oh God, are we talking about the SAVE Act in chat right now? Here's one thing I'll give to everybody as a I don't know what to call it. Just a little grain of salt, perhaps, or perhaps better than that, I guess, really. But in terms of the SAVE Act, I don't think it's going to pass the Senate. It passed the House, but I don't think it's going to pass the Senate. If it does, it'd be a disaster for democracy. I don't think it's going to. Fingers crossed. Knock on wood. All right. Let's go here. Some more interesting evidence. Started off the stream talking about the secret cameras in Jeffrey Epstein's home. Now let's talk about a secret black book stolen by a butler.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Welcome back, everyone. Within the 3 million some Jeffrey Epstein files released by the DOJ in recent weeks, hidden camera video is shedding light on a little-known but critical story of Jeffrey Epstein's infamous black book. How did the FBI ultimately secure the only known copy? Jay O'Brien has a fascinating story in tonight's Prime Focus.
Who created this book?
Epstein himself.
This book was made by Epstein?
All his Mercedes, all his planes, they were supposed to have this. He made all of this disappear.
A hidden book, a sting operation.
Everything's on track, pal. I'll have everything all ready to go tomorrow. Are you going to be available tomorrow afternoon?
And a secret camera.
Those are girls' numbers, or these are girls' numbers?
No, all of these to here.
Newly released FBI audio and video from the Department of Justice's trove of Epstein records detailing like never before the mission to recover the only known copy of what investigators and others have called Jeffrey Epstein's infamous black book.
Through the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, they never had that black book. They never really even knew about it. It's a plethora of the rich and famous. It's just really the Holy Grail, as they call it.
The book investigators believed might hold the keys to exposing Epstein's secret world.
Otherwise known as the list. We were told there is no list. This sounds like a list. A black book full of everybody he ever talked to. I mean, what else do you call that? That's the Epstein list right there. Sasha G with 5 sweet gifted memberships on YouTube. Who got them? Angela Carmi. Heidi. I Wish Beechwood. Susie Ann Jones. And J.R. Minetti. Thank you, Sasha. Incredibly generous. Much appreciated. Helping to keep us alive. We truly need it, since I have not done enough streams this month. Not done enough streams. We're in trouble on both ends. We still got just a reminder to everybody. We do need donos on Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. New Patreon members would be the best because you would get a bunch of sweet benefits for that. If you're not a Patreon member, now is the time to think about it. So we still have a massive galactic deficit to finance this month and only a couple short weeks.
His connections and his crimes.
All minors? All young girls?
Very young. Very young.
Like when you say very young, how young are we talking?
16, 17. The teenagers, they don't have braces, most of them.
It all started in March 2005.
Was it on Bondi's desk? I'll bet it was, honestly. I bet they have it. I bet they have the book and they're just not releasing it. Who knows? Who knows at this point? Who knows what to believe? We literally cannot believe the DOJ or the FBI now. That's where we're at. We can't believe them because they're doing an active cover-up.
Illegal.
Police began their investigation on Epstein, looking into his scheme for sexual massages from young women after a 14-year-old girl reported to law enforcement she was molested at his mansion. ABC News covering it all in 2019 for a 2020 special.
The Palm Beach police did a thorough investigation. They really had a lot of evidence. They did trash pulls. It was an 11-month investigation. It was intense.
But Epstein caught wind there was going to be a search at his Palm Beach residence and devised a plan. Videos of the Palm Beach police search match what investigators also reported in their own documents. That monitors, keyboards, and printers were found, but no computers.
Jeffrey Epstein was tipped off on the search warrant. You see the police video when they go into the house. The computers had all been removed.
Newly revealed witness testimony from 2019 shows Epstein called one of his assistants, who he was also abusing, and directed her to remove not only the computers, but all the contact books in his house. Documents show in October 2005, Epstein told her to go to Palm Beach to meet someone to hand over the contact books and computers, and that Epstein ordered her to hand everything over to a private investigator. She was then directed by Epstein to collect all the contact books from his home in the Virgin Islands, and later to bring items back from the island to New York, where she was told to shred it in Maxwell's office. And the contact books from both residences then erased, or so they thought. Unbeknownst to Epstein or his now convicted accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, Alfredo Rodriguez, Epstein's butler, had kept a...
This shit just sucks me in. It's so horrible. It's just, God damn it. Oh my God! Just going through this, I just get lost in the horror. It's just thing after thing after thing, and on top of it, we're watching an active cover-up go on. No accountability for anybody. The more we find out, the more that becomes just insane. The more we find out, the more that nobody's being held accountable for anything, the more that becomes just untenable. The more that's just unacceptable. Should be unacceptable to absolutely everybody. There should be accountability. And it's weird because I could have sworn it was mostly MAGA people who were screaming for accountability. The QAnon folks, all the Pizza Gators. What happened to those folks? Where are they? Where art thou, QAnon? Where we go one, forget it? Is that the new slogan or something? What's going on? Someone explain that to me.
Of the book. Rodriguez worked as the manager of Epstein's Palm Beach home for 6 months between 2004 and 2005. Documents show he told the FBI, among other things, he knew that Epstein was having sexual contact with minor females at his house.
Alfredo called the police. Alfredo was terminated because of his concern about the activities that were going on inside the bedroom.
Rodriguez spoke to the Palm Beach police and FBI, but never shared he had a copy of the book, essentially depriving law enforcement of a bounty of investigative leads. After Epstein was behind bars, lawsuits and civil depositions began.
One of the people I deposed that summer was Alfredo Rodriguez.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Brad Edwards, representing Epstein survivors, interviewed Alfredo Rodriguez 2 times.
Alfredo Rodriguez was very nervous for the first part of the deposition. You could tell he had more information than he was giving. He talked about, it's the Black Book. He talked about being fired and obtained some documents that had some of the names of some of the young girls that were coming over to the house. But he gave the impression in his deposition that he didn't know where that was.
Rodriguez, desperate for money, saying no one would hire him, later asked Edwards for $50,000 in exchange for a copy of the book.
I couldn't convince him that he needed to just turn it over. So I called the U.S. Attorney's Office and said, look, I have to report that a witness is holding a document hostage with a price tag of $50,000.
A sting operation with the FBI was quickly launched to retrieve a copy of the book from Rodriguez.
Immediately,
Phone
if not
calls
sooner.
show the exchange.
I was going to tell you where to meet me. Okay, Gary, go ahead. Give me the address. There's a Hilton Hotel at the corner of Glades Road in Boca. I'm in room 118.
No, FBI, no, the FBI didn't know nothing. The FBI just went to the files of Palm Beach Police Department, and they didn't subpoena me.
The man on the right, an FBI agent undercover as Brad Edwards' associate. On the left, Rodriguez in possession of a copy of the Black Book. In the hour-long recorded conversation, Rodriguez tells the undercover FBI agent who to contact, circling the names of people he thought would have more useful information.
I highlight in this book that I have access, crucial information. I put it into my handwriting. And also I compile a list of the people and list of the girls on Palm Beach that were going when I was household manager. Okay? But what I took my time to organize this with stickers and I see dates. All right. You will see a lot of important people here.
The amount of famous names that were in that. Mick Jagger, Courtney Love, Prince Andrew, Fergie, just people from all over the world. President Clinton, President Trump. He wasn't president at the time, but Donald Trump was in there. And just so many famous people were in there.
And though many names are listed, inclusion in the book is not evidence of any wrongdoing. In the video, Rodriguez calls out
Gotta
names
get
of
that
people-
in there. Gotta get that in there every time. You know what? Until we have the evidence, I think it is evidence of wrong. Until we have all the evidence, until we have trials, I think it is evidence of wrongdoing. We have no accountability. We have no accountability right now. Everything we're getting seems to point to everybody who knew Jeffrey Epstein knew what he was doing. The more and more that comes out, the more it becomes clear that every single person who knew Jeffrey Epstein seemed to have known what he was doing. It's an open secret in elite circles. This guy surrounded himself by underage girls doing all sorts of disturbing shit. Had an incredible amount of power and influence. Now, the first, I found this to be fascinating. The first real casualty is only women are facing any sort of accountability for this right now. Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell, I mean, she's barely facing accountability considering. But yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell, she's in prison. Got no men facing any accountability right now for anything. But you do have the lawyer from Goldman Sachs, apparently. Well, I think she might be the lead counsel at Goldman Sachs, is resigning after emails appear to show her and Jeffrey Epstein having a very
Goldman
close
Sachs'
relationship.
Top lawyer Katie Rumler is resigning after emails revealed she had a close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. She described Epstein as another older brother and downplayed his sex crimes. Rumler had previously tried to distance.
Oh my God. Oh, that's a difficult one to distance yourself from. You're like my older brother, Jeffrey. Good God.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Herself from these emails. In a statement before her resignation, a Goldman Sachs spokesperson said Rumler, quote, regrets ever knowing him, end quote. Before joining Goldman in 2020, Rumler was White House counsel for President Barack Obama.
Yeesh. So the former White House counsel for Barack Obama and now former lead counsel for Goldman Sachs, apparently in the files, and she is stepping down. Really one of the first casualties out of the latest batch of Epstein files in the United States. We've seen more accountability across, all the other countries where Jeffrey Epstein had relationships. Not the United States. I find it fascinating that it's a woman and not a man. Is this AI voice? I have no idea. I assume not, but maybe. Maybe the AP is using AI voice. I don't know. I'm not a producer at the Associated Press. All right, that's going to be it on the Epstein files for today. We're going to move on to other topics. Let's talk about history, U.S. history, and the respecting of U.S. history. Something the Trump administration has not done since they took office. No, the Trump regime has taken down all the history that bothers them, or complained about it at the very least, and replaced it with the worst history possible. And that includes things like this. Removing memorials of the Japanese internment in World War II here in the United States. A dark shadow on U.S. history. I guess a shadow no longer as long as we forget it.
Our country's history is complicated. Our country's history is at times uncomfortable to confront, but that does not make it divisive or offensive to preserve and to learn from. Japanese American incarceration during World War II stands as one of those uncomfortable chapters that Trump and his administration are attempting to erase. More than 125,000 Japanese Americans, including my parents and grandparents, were rounded up and placed in desolate camps at the hands of their own government. There are dozens of these camps memorialized around the country for people to visit and honor these experiences. But at the Mansour National Historic Site in California, content is now being censored because the words on the plaques there make this administration uncomfortable. And as the saying goes, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. This administration wants us to forget that our government is capable of rounding up entire families and upending their lives, as they did to my family, without any due process. They want us to forget the past while they perpetuate yet another legacy-defining human and civil rights abuse on a national scale. Will Americans, generations from now, visit alligator Alcatraz and think to themselves, how could our government do this? How could our leaders do this? Will students on school trips one day walk through cages behind razor wire, trying to comprehend the brutality that took place there? And more importantly, these future generations of Americans will look to us, the Congress, to see what we did to try to stop it. We cannot stop it alone. We need Republicans like you, Mr. Speaker, to join us. Think of our future. Think of how history will remember this government you are a part of. Executions of Americans on our streets, demanding papers from Americans to prove that they belong, mass federal agents acting with impunity. One day, everyone will say that we were against this. One day they will say that you should have been against this, that we should have been against this. I yield back.
Yeah, the Jell's time is expired.
In New York City, a large rainbow flag flew once again over the Stonewall National Monument on Thursday, after the Trump administration removed it earlier this week. Hundreds gathered in Manhattan to hoist the flag back up at a monument in Christopher Park, which marks the site of the Stonewall Uprising in 1969. And city, state, and federal elected officials were in attendance. And in a show of defiance, New Yorkers voiced their anger at the administration.
We will not be erased. We will not go back in the closet. No taking down of any flag will not remove us from our nation and the legacy that we have built as human beings, as citizens.
Amazing.
And I think this is bullying on the part of the administration.
In June 1969, gay, lesbian, and transgender New Yorkers rioted and protested in response to a late-night police raid of the Stonewall Inn.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
It was a watershed moment in the gay rights movement, with the uprising lasting 6 nights and inspiring the first Pride marches a year later.
Removing our flag was an act of violence by Trump's administration. It was handmade by Gilbert Baker, the man who created this flag. They stole the flag that he made. He made it was one of the originals.
Disgusting. Just disgusting. Now, Gilbert Baker, this American artist, died in 2017. Just going to do some American history, since the Trump administration is so set on erasing it. Here's Gilbert Baker, born in 1951, died March of 2017. He's an American artist, designer, activist, vexillographer, whatever the heck that is. Best known as the creator of the rainbow flag. He's the guy. He's the guy who made the rainbow flag. He's the first one. The reason why we have it. It's this guy. Baker was born in 1951 in Kansas, grew up in Parsons, where his grandmother owned a women's clothing store. His father was a judge and his mother was a teacher, baptized Methodist. Serving in the United States Army from 70 to 72, he was stationed as a medic in San Francisco at the beginning of the gay rights movement and lived there as an openly gay man. After his honorable discharge from the military, he worked on the first marijuana legalization initiative, California Prop 19, and was taught to sew by his fellow activist Mary Dunn. He used his skill to create banners for gay rights and anti-war protest marches. It was during this time that he met and became friends with Harvey Milk, another person who the Trump administration has been trying to erase. They renamed the USS Harvey Milk some other stupid name, because they didn't like that part of history either. He also joined the gay drag activist group Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, stating, quote, "At first it was glamorous and political, but then when the sisters became more organized, became a tool of the right wing and raised money for Jerry Falwell," unquote. Referring to video and images of the group that were used for right-wing Christian efforts, so I stopped. Baker first created the rainbow flag with the collective in 1978. He refused to trademark it, seeing it as a symbol that was for the LGBTQ community.
A communist.
My God. Refused to trademark that flag. In 79, Baker began work at Paramount Flag Company in San Francisco and then relocated to the southwest corner of Polk Street and Post Street in the Polk Gulch neighborhood. Baker designed displays for Dianne Feinstein and the Premier of China, the presidents of France, Venezuela, and the Philippines, the King of Spain, and many others. He also designed creations for numerous civic events and San Francisco Gay Pride in 1984. So that's the guy who made this flag that the Trump administration deleted. Now, this... it's the Stonewall Riots. Stonewall Riots, also known as the Stonewall Uprising, are simply a series of spontaneous riots and demonstrations against a police raid that took place in the early morning of 1969. I'm sorry, of June 28th, 1969, at the Stonewall Inn in the Greenwich Village neighborhood of Lower Manhattan in New York City. Although the demonstrations were not the first time American LGBTQ people fought back against government-sponsored persecution of sexual minorities, the Stonewall Riots marked a new beginning for the gay rights movement in the United States and the world. Trump administration is really determined to delete any history that they don't like.
So it's an outrage. It's an absolute outrage. You have to show up and give your voice.
Earlier this week, federal officials said they took the flag down to enforce what they called a, quote, long-standing policy. An Interior Department spokesperson called Thursday's flag return a political stunt, accusing New York officials of ignoring bigger problems. The U.S. Department of the Interior, which oversees the National Park Service and the Stonewall site, declined to say whether the flag will be removed again.
Disgusting. They're literally just destroying history. The history of marginalized people. They really do suck. But you know who they are venerating? All the worst people. People like Confederate douchebags. They renamed Fort Bragg back to Fort Bragg. Whatever, I can't even remember what it was renamed to now. This is back to being Fort Bragg. And at Fort Bragg, Donald Trump and Melania came to make a little speech.
Be best.
And I'm thrilled to be back at one of the greatest and most celebrated military bases in the history of the world, Fort Bragg. We have your name back. We got your name back from the radical left. The radical left is not happy about it.
Everybody clapping there is a separatist. They're basically Klansmen. Everybody that's clapping is a Nazi. Okay, they're like, yay, the Confederacy. They're anti-American fucking douchebags. Take down this flag. They don't deserve this flag. Clapping for that is clapping for literally the people who try to destroy America.
The reason you have to vote for it is because they'll change it back to whatever it might be. The people in this area have been so incredible. The spirit they had, when they changed the name of this base, the spirit, not even military people, they were so proud of that name, Bragg. They said, we have to bring it back and keep the area safe. It's a great area. In fact, I'm thinking about moving here someday. Maybe I'll move here with our great movie star. We'll move here with our first lady. We'll move to Fort Bragg. Would you like that, darling? She loves you. It's a possibility.
I'd love that, yeah, sure. We're getting divorced in 2029. There's no way that Melania would ever live at Fort Bragg. Or Donald Trump, for that matter. But he thought that was a great one. Hey, Melania, let's move to Fort Bragg. It's so great. It's so great. We might move there. While Donald Trump celebrates Confederates and just takes down the history of marginalized people in the United States, let's not forget they're also waging a literal war against all people of color. And really anybody who objects to that war. It's been going on now for a better part of a year. And apparently some people who are, high up, people fighting that war against immigrants, some of them are getting tired.
The system sucks, this job sucks. Sometimes I wish you would just hold me in contempt, Your Honor, so I could get a full 24 hours of sleep. Now, you could pay me $1 billion and I still would never say that to a judge. But when a federal judge asked why ICE was ignoring court orders, government lawyer Julie Lee snapped. And that exchange went viral. And fellow lawyers immediately split into two camps. Julie Lee is a hero or Julie Lee is a villain. And the answer is probably both. But this moment happened inside a federal courtroom after ICE illegally detained 5 people who were lawfully in the United States. And after you scratch the surface, there's a lot more going on here than a lawyer meltdown. One lawyer's breakdown inadvertently shined a light on a government that breaks the law with impunity, ignores court orders, and breaks the soul of even the people trying to do their best. Now, we've all seen it. ICE agents box in someone's car, draw their weapons, drag the person out of the vehicle, and then haul them away in handcuffs. And then they're immediately flown to a detention camp near El Paso, Texas, to make sure they don't have an opportunity to object. But what happens next? Well, attorneys file emergency habeas petitions in federal court showing proof that the person is here legally. DHS is required to respond, and if the judge orders release, the government must comply immediately. And that's where Julie Lee enters the story. Miss Lee was a lawyer for the Department of Homeland Security who volunteered to temporarily work as a special assistant U.S. attorney for the Department of Justice, handling immigration cases during Operation Metro Surge, often representing ICE. Now, Judge Jerry Blackwell called Miss Lee into court to answer for DHS's failure to comply with court orders requiring the immediate release of 5 people who were illegally confined. All 5 of them spent extra days and nights in prison after the court ordered them free. But Judge Blackwell didn't mince words. Quote, "A court order is not advisory and it's not conditional. It's not something that any agency can treat as optional."
This is not advisory. That's court speak for this is not advice, bitch. This is an order. That's why we call them orders, actually. Court orders. It's the specificity of language.
Decides how or whether to comply. He emphasized that the government's obligation to follow court orders matters most when, quote, liberty is at stake. Detention without lawful authority isn't a technical mistake. Quote, it is a constitutional injury that unfairly falls on the heads of those who have done nothing wrong to justify it. The individuals affected are people. The overwhelming majority of the hundreds seen by this court have been found to be lawfully present as of now in the country. And critically, he noted that the overwhelming majority of detainees appearing before his court had been found to be lawfully present in the United States. And I think that point hasn't gotten nearly enough attention. ICE isn't just occasionally sweeping up someone who's here legally, which would already be bad enough. In reality, these cases involved thousands of people who never should have been stopped in the first place. And the worst part? Even after a federal judge ordered their release, the government still held them. So the purpose of this hearing was simple. The government's lawyers, Julie Lee and Anna Voss, had to explain themselves. So hours before the hearing, the lawyers filed a notice saying that the attorneys were under extraordinary strain.
Extraordinary strain from explaining themselves? Jeez. Wow. That's weird.
That's really weird.
Oh, God. Explaining ourselves is getting so tiresome. Yeah, maybe we should get the ICE agents to stop doing so many crimes. You won't have to explain things
But
so
Blackwell
much.
did not want to hear it. Now, side note, we're talking about the transcript of the hearing, and although a court reporter is always present, they don't always release the transcript unless someone orders that transcript and pays for it. And we have this because lawyer Daniel Souter immediately paid for the transcript. He also skeeted out the original money quote because he was covering the trial in person. And in January, Dan trained hundreds of Minnesota lawyers on how to support resistance to ICE in Minnesota, including preparing them to file habeas.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just remember honestly, he's so good at segueing into the ad reads. It's like they're seamless. Is this an ad read or is it not an ad read? It is an ad read. No, wait, no, it's not an ad read. Oh God. See, now I'm thinking some things are ad reads when they're not ad reads. That's how smooth he is. It's very confusing.
Before it's too late. So thanks to Dan for shedding light on this. But back to what Blackwell said, quote, if the government undertakes an enforcement operation of this scale, one that results in the detention of large numbers of people, including individuals who are lawfully present in the United States, then the government assumes a corresponding obligation to ensure that each detention complies with the Constitution and with the court orders governing release. Volume, that is the volume of cases and matters, is not a justification for diluting constitutional rights, and it never can be. And then he delivered the line that cut to the heart of it. What you cannot do is detain first and then sort out lawful authority later. Now, this might as well have been a shot at Justice Brett Kavanaugh's widely reviled concurrence that allowed ICE to stop people based on personal characteristics. Kavanaugh hypothesized that these stops would be some kind of constitutional catch and release, where the immigrants would provide their papers and would be over in a few minutes. Now, as a concept, catch and release is a terrible idea. The idea that you can stop someone without probable cause or reasonable suspicion to even ask for their ID.
Yeah, and it's not just immigrants. Like even though this wording itself is flawed. I'm not they're not immigrants, right? The people aren't immigrants. It's just people. It's just U.S. citizens. And I guess technically the way it's worded is intended to obfuscate that fact. They just stop the individual, which just means anybody. Just anybody on the street. If you look too brown, you sound too foreign, or maybe the agent's just having a bad day and they decide to stop you. They just want to be a dick. Ask you for your papers. At the end, this it targets every single American is what it does.
Be over in a few minutes. Now, and all 5 of them wound up in a Texas prison camp. And when Blackwell ordered them released, the government simply didn't comply. So detain first, sorted out later is exactly what ICE had been doing in Minnesota. And ICE's lawyers had been virtually unresponsive to the court. Judge Blackwell had to issue follow-up orders, sometimes 7 or 8 times, just to get basic information about releases that should have already happened. And it left him mystified, quote, "And why that is so difficult, I cannot understand. Because there's obviously a person associated with the government who is going to the detainee to release him or her. You have their name. You can carry with you a form. The name is on it. Just write the time on it and send it to the DOJ. That cannot be a reason, a source for this problem of noncompliance, because that's too easy to fix. And I don't even work for the executive branch." Now, the government lawyers could have more time to focus on their jobs and, get people out of prison who were illegally detained if they didn't have to cook for themselves, which they can do with today's sponsor, Factor. Because Factor, oh God, because Factor makes...
You bastard. Okay. All right, well, there we go. Legal Eagle. I think that's all we probably need from this. I mean, it's incredible that they're complaining about being tired because they have to be justifying in a court of law all the time all the illegal actions of ICE. It's like, look, it's really hard for us. It's really tough. It's a really tough job having to explain all of these crimes that they're doing. I don't have the energy. Just need a nap. I find it laughable that they suggest that they're not part of the executive branch at this point. Like, DHS is absolutely a part of the executive branch at this point. So are most of the supposed independent agencies, like the DOJ and the FBI, right? Like, all these are now just arms of the executive. That's how Trump is treating them, and no one's stopping him. Speaking of people that could stop Donald Trump, let's talk about Congressman Joaquin Castro, who went on for an interview with Democracy Now! Now, of course, Democrats need more people to actually stop Donald Trump. So technically right now, I mean, it's really future stopping, if anything. Because Republicans aren't going to do anything to stop Donald Trump.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman. Democrats have reportedly begun tentative negotiations with the White House just days before funding for the Department of Homeland Security is set to expire on Saturday, threatening with another partial government shutdown. Democrat lawmakers are calling for reforms on federal immigration enforcement as part of a deal to negotiate more funding for DHS. Among their demands are requiring federal immigration agents have judicial warrants when carrying out raids, an end to racial profiling, and new guidelines for use of force. Though many progressives have argued this falls short, demanding agencies like ICE be dismantled or abolished. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer and House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries said in a statement late Monday, Republicans shared an outline of counter-proposals that, quote, included neither details nor legislative text. The initial GOP response is both incomplete and insufficient in terms of addressing the concerns Americans have about ICE's lawless conduct. The negotiations came in the wake of the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, killed just weeks apart in January by federal immigration agents in Minneapolis. Last week, President Trump signed the consolidated funding bill hours after it passed the House, ending a partial government shutdown. The legislation included only a 2-week extension of funding for DHS.
This all comes as the heads of ICE, Todd Lyons, Customs and Border Protection, Rodney Scott, and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, Joseph Edlow, are set to testify before the House Homeland Security Committee today. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Congressmember Joaquin Castro, Democratic representative from Texas, whose district includes San Antonio. Congressmember Castro recently visited ICE South Texas jail in Dilley, where he met with 5-year-old Liam Ramos and his dad, Adrian. He helped free Liam and his father from Dilley, escorting them back home to Minneapolis. Congressmember Castro, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you can talk about your experiences in Dilley, the number of children, it's shocking, and hearing families yelling "Libertad, Libertad," liberty from the jail, and how that relates to the upcoming vote. I mean, the Department of Homeland Security will, run out of, not run out of funds, because they have an enormous amount of funds, but you have to vote on whether or not to continue their budget.
Well, I was in Dilley in late January and then back again to help release Liam Ramos and his dad. And the best way I would describe the Dilley facility is that it's a kind of trailer prison. There are 1,100 people there. None of them have committed any crime because you're not sent to Dilley if you've committed a crime. And they're in 12-person rooms, multiple families, up to 12 people in a single room. There's cameras everywhere. Their movements are controlled. It's like prison where when you come in, you leave your belongings, they're inventoried. When you walk out, as when I walked out with Liam, they give you all your stuff back. And what I saw with Liam was what I saw with a lot of the kids. They've been traumatized by the experience. He wasn't eating very well. He was sleeping a lot. He was despondent, missing home, missing his mom. That's the case not only for him, but for a lot of the kids that are there. And I think the most shocking thing to me going through there was when I asked one of the folks who worked there what the youngest person there was. And he told me eventually that it was a 2-month-old baby who was in basically that trailer prison.
This is ridiculous!
The worst of the worst, 2-month-old babies. Am I to understand 2-month-old babies are the worst of the worst? Like, it's disturbing. Also, honestly, what's more disturbing than that, than the blatant hypocrisy, is there's no fucking way ICE is equipped to care for a 2-month-old child. Those people are psychopaths. They do not have the training to take care of a child, a 2-month-old. I don't know if anybody's ever been around a 2-month-old. They kind of need a lot of stuff. They should not at all, not even, they should be nowhere near a 2-month-old child. These fucking sick, demented idiots. But everything that's coming out about these detention centers is honestly incredibly disturbing. Let's go to Portland, KGW News.
Developing tonight, we're hearing from a local attorney on how the immigration crackdown is impacting the children and young relatives of people being detained. That lawyer, for example, points to a Woodburn 5-year-old and his 12-year-old sister who haven't seen their mother for 6 months. Marta Escalante Perez was detained by federal agents in Woodburn last August while riding in a van to pick blueberries. And since then, her children have struggled.
I had a letter from the school that they're both, their grades, their attention is suffering in school. They're having nightmares. They're crying a lot.
Her attorney says Perez is eligible for what's called a U visa since she's a domestic violence survivor, but her release keeps getting denied.
Jesus Christ.
All right, guys, I got to give you updates about what's going on with the ICE Gestapo thug.
Kyle. Yeah, Kyle, you need to stop talking. Oh, we live in a sick, twisted country, world. How any of this can be allowed to continue. I do not know. All right. Just a reminder to everybody, we are still running a very sizable galactic deficit. Haven't made any progress on it yet this stream. And we've got to make progress somehow before the end of the month. The rate of about $25 a day. And if you can contribute on places like Cash App or PayPal or becoming a Galactic patron, it would go an incredibly long way. Every dollar counts. They all go to financing that deficit. All right, we still have a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. We've already completed the Galactic content goals, so no worries of having the stream ending abruptly. But since we're 3 hours in, we gotta take a quick Galactic intermission. We will be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. For your money, go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We've even got Throne now. If you want to send us here at the Galactic News Network physical gifts, you already had one amazing donation over there, crowdfunded by individuals like you, received and assembled now. I'm of course talking about that e-bike that was on Throne. I'm now crowdfunding a helmet and a lock so I don't kill myself or get the bike stolen. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits. Oh my god.
Just shared 1,000 bits.
CJ from the 6, incredible donation over on Twitch, much appreciated. What was I saying? So thankful I forgot what I was saying. Thank you, CJ. Ah, yes, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is still, as always, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. Break is over. The next half is about to begin. So you'd better get yourselves back in your seats. Sasha G with a sweet super sticker over on YouTube. Thank you so very much.
Hallway, vomiting and writhing.
Ah. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, people, we are back. The break is over. The third half is about to begin. Hopefully you are ready. And back in your seats. Still got a lot to talk about here. We are talking about ICE for a little bit. A little bit more than a little bit. Let's go here now to Kyle Kalinsky over at Secular Talk from Tuesday. Talk more about the conditions of these ICE detainment camps, concentration centers, whatever you want to call them. They're horrible.
All right, guys, I got to give you updates about what's going on with the ICE Gestapo thugs, and it's not good. It is not good. In fact, there's been a bunch of lies that have happened recently because of Stephen Miller, because of Donald Trump. They did a head fake. Now, I warned you at the time that it was a head fake. Now it has been validated to indeed be a head fake, so I'll get to that in a little bit, but first let me start with this. Trump administration seeks to expedite removal of 5-year-old Minnesota boy. So, of course, we're talking about Lee.
This is sick. This is sick. This Trump administration is completely sick. How anybody can support this? You have to have like some sort of condition to be supportive of getting rid of this child. Like there's got to be something genuinely wrong with you. Like there's a lack of empathy type of like, it's like a sociopathy type of thing. Like you're incapable of like empathizing with other human beings or something like that. But it's despicable. This is just sadism. Oh, God. What threat does this little kid pose exactly?
Come on!
Huh?
Here, Liam with his cute hat. His picture went viral on social media when ICE Gestapo thugs kidnapped him wearing that hat with his little backpack on. Turns out, when he was in ICE custody, of course, he was fed toxic, moldy food with worms in it. He got sick. He was running a fever. Eventually, there was a court order which a judge demanded that Liam be released, so he was released. But even after Liam was released, you now have the Trump regime trying to fast-track deportation of Liam. Let me repeat that. This 5-year-old who awakened the conscience of a nation, already went through hell.
It's despicable. It's just truly, everything about it is wrong. You know? And I think people are waking up to just how sick and twisted the Trump administration's agenda truly is. But not enough and not fast enough. Like, we need people to wake the fuck up to what is happening here. It's not, this is not normal. This is disgusting. This is modern day Nazism. You're going after little kids, for no good reason. Wait, did I say thank you? I can't remember. So thank you again. I can't remember if I said it. But thank you, Sasha G, for the super chat on YouTube. Just a reminder to everybody here. And this is not to say that I don't appreciate. I love them. I love the super chats. I love the super stickers. I love the bits. I love the subs, the gifted subs, the gifted memberships, prime subs. I love all of these things. I appreciate them. But at this moment in time, this particular moment in time, we need your donos on Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. More than ever, because we have a big old galactic deficit to finance for the end of the month. Oh, God, it's twisted. This is twisted. Shit is twisted. And going through this stuff just makes me depressed. I hope I'm not the only one. Because, like, genuinely, like, going through, like, watching the United States turn into this, like, fascist, like, ethno-state. Like, this place where, like, you gotta walk around with your papers to identify yourself. To, like, unaccountable secret police roaming the streets. And, like, where every single supposed independent agency is now at the beck and call of the supreme leader. Like, it's disturbing. It's depressing. I hate it every day. Makes me mad. Thankfully, I have you folks here to talk about it with. Guess that makes it slightly better. But stories like this don't. Let's talk about those kids.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman. The Children of Dilley, that's the title of a new ProPublica investigation into the South Texas Family Residential Center, a sprawling ICE detention complex in the town of Dilley, a few dozen miles from the southern border with Mexico.
I think part of the reason why I'm struggling with all these things lately is because I haven't seen The Sun. Like, I saw this, actually, that's not true. I saw The Sun, was it this morning? I think I saw The Sun this morning for like 3 or 4 minutes when I was walking to the store. And that was lovely. But I had, until today, I hadn't seen The Sun for what feels like well over a month. And it's been like 10 degrees. That entire time. 10 degrees, no sun, for like a full month. I think it's starting to wear on me. You add in all this other terrible news. Just, God damn it. Summer can't come fast enough this year, 2026.
It's run by the private prison company Core Civic. Dilley was first opened by the Obama administration in 2014. In a moment, we'll be joined by a ProPublica investigative reporter who went inside Dilley. But first, we turn to the voices of 2 children held inside. This is a 9-year-old girl from Venezuela, Suzette Fernandez, speaking to ProPublica, describing what life is like for her at Dilley, where she's been held for over 50 days.
Honestly, I don't feel good because there's always an officer around, like bothering me. I can't go anywhere, and if I need to go to the bathroom, they won't let me because I have to go with my mom. So it's annoying, and I just have to stay in my room.
And this is 14-year-old Ariana Velasquez reading a letter she wrote while detained at Dilley. She's a high school student from Honduras who's lived in the United States with her mom for 7 years.
Hello, my name is Ariana V. I'm 14 years old and I'm from Honduras. I've been detained for 45 days and I have never felt so much fear to go to a place as I feel here. Every time I remind myself that once I go back to Honduras, a lot of dangerous things could happen to my mom and I. My younger siblings haven't been able to see their mom in more than a month. They're very young and you need both of your parents when you're growing up. Since I got to this center, all you will feel is sadness and mostly depression.
Those were the words of Ariana Velasquez, a 14-year-old girl from Honduras detained at Dili. We're joined now by ProPublica investigative reporter Micah Rosenberg. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Micah. Tell us more about Ariana's story and the children detained at Dili, whom you spoke to.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And I think one of the main takeaways here is that children who are...
Before we let her get to this, like, I just want us to all remember, like, we don't have to go that far back. It was like last year, not that long ago. You had Tom Homan coming out saying we weren't going to separate families. I mean, after that, he said we were going to deport them all, but we're separating families. We're 100% separating families. They said they weren't going to separate families. They did. They said they were going to go after the worst of the worst. And most of the people they're picking up are non-criminals, non-undocumented immigrants, and in some cases, just Americans. It's insanity. How is anybody still fine with this? I'm losing it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And I think one of the main takeaways here is that children who are at this center, in the past, this center had mainly been used to hold families who were recently crossing the border. Many who, since the Obama administration, it's been open and families were coming there in the hopes of coming into the United States for the first time. But now there's been a real shift because border crossings have dropped to record lows, and many of the children who are now being sent there are being arrested by ICE around the country. And some of them, like Ariana, have been living here for years. You know, they speak perfect English, as you heard. They were detained sometimes in the middle of their school years. And in some cases, they're now entrenched American lives. In the case of Ariana, she has two younger U.S. citizen brother and sister, a kindergartner and a toddler, who were not sent to the detention center. So she and her mother were separated from them.
Can you talk, Micah, about Core Civic running Dili and talk about who is profiting financially from the locking up of children?
Well, the operator of this facility is Core Civic, as you mentioned. It's a private prison firm that has operated ICE detention centers for many, many years. The other major private prison firm is Geo Group. And there's also other firms that run ICE detention centers. And so these are sort of long-standing companies that have worked in coordination with ICE. They say that they're subject to a number of audits and oversight, that they take health and safety as a top priority. But now there's, because of the huge amount of money that's being injected into ICE and especially into detention, these companies are set to earn more money as they expand. And there's other companies that are interested in sort of getting in the detention game. We've written about tent companies to build tent camps. They're also talking about taking over warehouses and converting those into detention facilities. And so there's a lot of companies that are sort of waiting in the wings to make more money.
It is disturbing. There's always somebody waiting to make profits off of cruelty. And it's just disgusting how ample the cruelty in this country seems to be right now. And the vultures who are flocking to the literal carcasses of human beings. Right? Like, people are dying in these facilities. They're being treated like less than human, right? Like the descriptions of what's going on it is horrendous. Nobody should have to live like this. Frisla with a super chat on YouTube. What the fuck is this country doing to the people? The over-militarization of police in this country is really sickening. Putting 9-year-olds and babies in cages. Yep. Just indiscriminately locking up brown people Like the fact is a lot of people are just self-deporting out of these facilities, and that seems to be the point. It's to make them so cruel to get people to just go anywhere other than being tortured, right? Like other than being literally confined to like less than human living standards. People are just leaving, right? But like, at what point do you say, you know what, by any means necessary is unacceptable, right? Like, at what point do you say, you know what, I should be a little less Machiavellian, right? Like when, it disturbs me because I still see people out there going, this is great. This is exactly what I voted for. It's like, you voted for the second coming of the Nazis just now. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, you have a serious problem. Like, you just voted for Jim Crow 2.0. Like, you disgust me. You need help. And that anybody would want to profit off of this or be involved in this, it's just beyond me. It really is. Speaking of people involved in this, let's go here. Talk about this interview with the person who was in fact involved in all this.
There have been more and more stories that we're starting to see about the U.S. government essentially trying to create a network of concentration camps. They're going around buying up warehouses to create these detention centers with the goal of being able to detain an extra 80,000 people. They are all across the country. Apparently, according to a video put out by Pat, what's the District 18?
Ryan.
Pat Ryan, congressman from District 18. They are looking at 8 regional centers and then more satellite detention centers around those 8 regional centers. These are buildings that are in no way set up to accommodate people. And we have now seen clips of like what people are being put through in these concentration camps.
Yeah.
Here is let's play this clip. This is from CBS Washington D.C. USA 9.
And you may have seen this clip at the beginning. We played this of how tight and these conditions are with the blankets over them. That was leaked out of this Baltimore detention center. Right. But this local news station was able to get a former ICE worker to speak to them on the condition of anonymity about what he saw there, and it's disturbing.
Interview. We're disguising the identity of a former worker here at the ICE detention facility on the 6th floor of this federal building in Baltimore because they signed a non-disclosure agreement before starting work here, which means they could face legal retaliation for talking about it.
People laying on the floor, head to toe. That reminded me of the pictures that I saw in elementary school of how they brought the slaves from Africa.
For months, this person had access to what our cameras are not allowed to see. The inside of the same Baltimore ICE detention center showed in this viral video. The former worker showed WUSA 9 documentation proving they were employed there.
It was probably day 1 or day 2 that I saw the abuse.
What did you see?
Immediately, if not sooner.
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees to.
They are dehumanizing and torturing people just to get them to do their bidding. It's happening indiscriminately. American citizens are getting caught up and thrown into these detention centers. Getting fed moldy bug-infested food. You know, like literally packed in like sardines, like this guy said, aptly. Like they brought the slaves over in the ships. It is exactly like that, and it is disgusting. There's no consideration for anyone's humanity, and it is wrong. And anybody who can entertain this is evil, okay? And honestly, I see too many Christians, quote-unquote Christians, celebrating this. You are despicable.
Long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen. Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself, and as many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker described to us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said she was disturbed by what she saw.
It is just a horrific thing for us as a country.
This former worker told us on one occasion they showed up to find a detainee strapped in a restraint chair.
And when I asked the guard why was he in the restraint chair, his reply to me was that the mother kept making noise all night.
This makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down!
ICE told WUSA 9 restraints are only used if a detainee poses a danger to themselves or others, never for disciplinary reasons, and not for extended periods. Staff are trained in their proper use, and all instances are monitored. The spokesperson also said ICE is committed to the safety, health, and dignity of all individuals in custody. But this former worker told us he regularly saw detainees lying in filth, and treatment of women's sanitary needs was especially disturbing.
We didn't always have sanitary stuff for them if they were having their cycle.
What was the solution there?
They were given diapers.
ICE told WUSA 9 appropriate hygiene supplies, including sanitary products, for female detainees are provided, and that all staff and contractors treat detainees with respect and dignity. But the former worker showed us these screenshots.
This is inhumane.
Text message in which a coworker complains about the smell inside the facility. Someone messages back, smells like an animal house.
This is inhumane. Like, this is like international crimes type of stuff. Like I know people like been saying like Nuremberg trials in The Hague, right? Like, I need people to understand that while we say this a lot, it's actually true. Like, this is genuinely the kind of stuff people go to The Hague for. You know, you got people getting murdered in the street for just protesting. Right? We're accused, like, this is the sort of stuff we accuse other countries. Like, this is the kind of stuff that Russia isn't allowed at the Olympics for. Right? You understand that, right? Like, Russia isn't allowed to compete at the Olympics at the 2026, and they haven't been allowed to compete. I mean, for really since the invasion of Ukraine, the second one, right? Since 2022, they haven't been allowed to compete. I don't think they were banned after 2014. I could be wrong on the timing on that, but they've been banned for a significant time. They haven't been competing the last like 3 Olympics at least. But the United States, here we are, like, literally doing Russia, doing our best impression of Russia. Like, suppressing and murdering dissidents, political dissidents, just getting capped in the street. Okay? People being held in inhumane conditions, children, babies, elderly people, no consideration for people, like women on their periods, anybody's medical conditions, just being completely ignored. We've heard all of these stories about people's medical conditions, people not being given their medicine, dying because they had some, like appendicitis or something go down, and these sadistic pieces of shit just laughed.
The zoo, a third person seems to joke, goats.
And that's how I've seen some of the officers treat them and talk to them out of the Baltimore office like they were animals in a cage at the zoo. I'm for the deportation of illegal immigrants in this country, especially those that commit crimes. I've said it when I got hired. I said it in the interview. I knew who I was working for when I took this job. I had no problems with doing my job. I just have problems with the abuse and the treatment of the...
Yeah.
I mean, there is absolutely no reason to believe that this type of stuff isn't going on at these other detention facilities, particularly because we have reports of people purposely being put in these type of conditions as a way of getting them to short circuit their own legal process that they are already involved in to get legal status in this country. I mean, time and time again, there was a story of, we talked about this the other day, about that lawyer who told the judge in Minneapolis, like, put me in contempt of court so that I can get a rest for 24 hours.
She was fired, by the way.
And she was fired.
Yeah.
But that judge in that case also made the point, and it got sort of
it proves that you can have done anything in the past, but so long as you're loyal, you get to be in the administration. But if you actively embarrass them, like this is kind of actually hilarious. It's like one of the first examples of somebody actually getting fired in the Trump administration. Freddie Uranus, followed on Twitch.
Sort of like ignored. The U.S. District Court Judge Jerry Blackwell said the overwhelming majority of people brought to his court by U.S. Immigration and Customs and Border Protection.
And yet people continue to sign up for ICE to torture people. No, Amanda, it's truly shocking to me. Like, I honestly, at this point, considering everything we've seen, you have to be living in an alternate universe to see that ICE ad, that ICE recruitment ad, and go, I'm going to click that. That's for me. I need that bonus right now. Like, honestly, there's just so many other options out there. I get it. If you're a criminal, the options are less. And ICE is an equal employment opportunist over here. It'll take anybody. But really, pal, like, I'd rather... Okay, this is honestly, I would rather you do crimes than for you to sign up for
illegal.
ICE. Okay. All right, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't do crimes.
You are not funny.
I know it's not funny. It's true. But I guess my point is there's just so many other options out there. And ICE, just don't do it. Just pick anything else. Literally anything else. Short of crimes. Okay? It's out there. It's out there waiting for you right now. I know it. I know it. I mean, Kalshi. Have you heard of Kalshi? I hear there's opportunities over there. I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas. You go to a recruiting agency. You literally do, you can do anything. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing over here.
Since
you
the
can do
Trump
literally anything. It's so many opportunities out there. I mean, granted, jobs are, yeah, they're not, the jobs reports haven't been great. But hey, if we get Donald Trump out, then the opportunity, even more opportunities. He's been destroying them.
Administration's crackdown started have been lawfully present in the country. That doesn't necessarily mean they have citizenship. It just means that they are here within a legal process. It may be getting their asylum cases adjudicated. It may be on the way to getting a green card. It may be on the way to getting citizenship. Whatever it is, they are lawfully present here. And what's happening is these people are getting scooped up. They're being stuck in these detention facilities. They're essentially being tortured in some fashion or another, living in these squalor-like conditions as a way of basically having them say, coercing them into saying, I give up my rights in the context of this legal process that I'm involved in, and you can send me out of the country just so I can get out of this living hell that you put me in.
There's an old video of Stephen Miller in high school talking about torture and speaking about how torture is, quote, a celebration of life and human dignity, because he says that tortured people can live, and that should be that is a form of a celebration of life. I mean, to not do so would just be to essentially kill people. Then
that is one of the most depraved sentences ever. I shouldn't be shocked. I mean, Stephen Miller is this, you know who we don't talk enough about? Russ Vogt. We need to remember that he's part of this. He's like the other guy. Like if any, like Project 2025, Russ Vogt was instrumental. We've stopped talking about him because, as I've been saying for the longest time, Stephen Miller's like the front facing. He's the charismatic part of that duo, which is disturbing to think. He's the more camera friendly one out of those two. But Russ Vogt he's down in the nerdery, going through the Constitution and trying to figure out what parts of it the Trump administration can ignore and what kind of ridiculous reasons he can come up with for why they get to ignore the Constitution that day. Like, that's basically Russ Vogt is sitting there. We cannot forget about this man. I hear people keep bringing up Stephen Miller, and I get it. He's annoying. He looks like Nosferatu had a baby with Voldemort. Okay? I get it. But he's not the only sicko behind this. It's Russ Vogt. Both of those guys. They're sitting there when the cameras go dark. Stephen Miller goes back down to the racist nerdery, and him and Russ have a little pizza party. Okay, they're it's like two peas in a pod. Yeah, exactly. Stephen is the face of this. Yeah, no, but I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that's the wrong thing to take from this. Stephen is in fact the face of the like. If it's Caroline Levitt, she's the PR girl. But like Stephen Miller, he's truly like the representative of the Trump regime's policy agenda, right? Like he's like chief of staff and like a bunch of other shit. National security advisor or something. And Russ Vogt, I mean, he literally wrote Project 2025. He's just hiding. He's just reading through Project 2025 and figuring out which thing, like he just rips a pit, like every single. He's like, honestly, at this point, he's running out of pages to rip out of Project 2025 to get Trump to sign. Like, I am not kidding. Like, literally, it's all he's been doing. He's like, give this to the president, Stephen. Like literally, like every day, like he just like hands Stephen a pack of papers. Give this to the president, Stephen. you like this one, Stephen. This is called absolute immunity. It's a new constitutional concept I just came up with. Oh, God. All right, let's go. 6 ABC, Philadelphia. We're in Montgomery County. According to them, ICE efforts have been expanding. And this is literally what we've been saying for well over, what is it now? 2 weeks? Well over 2 weeks now, at least. Ever since they announced that Greg Bovino was leaving and Tom Homan was coming in, that they were going to pull out a little bit, that they were just going to move somewhere else. What's the next blue state and or city on the list?
Federal agents spent hours in a Montgomery County community today, drawing protesters, local police, and even a state representative. This afternoon, residents are describing what happened after agents first attempted to arrest a man who was on his way to work. Action News reporter Chad Pradelli is live in Trooper for us with this story. Chad.
Sarah, we're still awaiting the federal government's version of events, but here's what appears to have happened. Immigration and Customs Enforcement was trying to arrest someone who's in this country illegally. He ended up barricading himself inside that home right there, leading to some tense moments and allegations of excessive force. Guadalupe Lopez was inconsolable after she alleges ICE agents broke down her door, hit her in the head, and arrested her cousin, Jose Lopez, and
You notice that none of these stories start off with ICE was trying to serve a judicial warrant, the legal process which they need to do this sort of thing. Never start off like that.
He was like, if he doesn't come out, we're going to bust the door open. I'm like, bro, you don't have a warrant. You don't have anything. Like, what are you talking about?
The ordeal began around 8 a.m. The family says Jose Lopez, who's in the country illegally, left his home on the 2800 block of North Berry and drove off to work. He soon realized ICE agents were waiting for him down the road.
He tried to stop, but then they boxed him in. And then he said that he hit the brakes hard. He tried to make sure not to hit the car because obviously, you know, he knows.
Family says Lopez drove back to the house and barricaded himself inside. Federal agents told the family Lopez struck their vehicle. When he wouldn't emerge, a standstill ensued.
All the people bound to win.
Protesters began arriving on scene as the federal agents awaited an arrest warrant.
Say hello, everyone.
Guadalupe Lopez went live on Instagram and recorded this ICE agent waving at her.
Hey.
After securing the warrant,
See, they were trying to do all of this stuff. They never had the warrant. It's insane. And the only reason they got that warrant is because people like spontaneously showed up and started protesting. And they were on fucking camera. And not their own cameras. Because they're always running cameras. They always have these fucking cameras out and shit. Their own phones recording. But none of that's being made public. Unless it suits the narrative for the Trump regime. But resistance is important. It at least forces them to go and get warrants. At the very least, it forces them to do things like that. Right? But you could get creative with it. Like some in Minnesota have chosen to.
Operation Dildo Blitz, where they literally throw dildos at ICE agents. No, I am not joking.
No, they're all brand new. Don't eat it. Hey, clear out, Rook. They're coming.
You see that? look at the cinematic masterpiece right here. You've got the upside down American flag with the dildo stuck to the ICE agent's vehicle. Gen Z is so unserious. Like, you guys really have.
I think this is beautiful. It is a work of art, and never stop. I think the dildos. I think there's a beautiful sign of resistance. There's Ariana Grande. Just kidding. Ariana Jasmine over on the YouTubes.
That's on YouTube.
All right. Speaking of comedic relief, let's go here to the side of an unknown road, where one ICE officer had a run-in with a local police officer.
Whoa! Stand up. Put your feet in that. No. Man, don't be a kid. Come on. Stop.
When an off-duty federal immigration officer was pulled over driving drunk with his kids in the car in August, he tried to use his credentials to get out of the arrest.
Who's the guy in the white shirt? Colonel, don't mean shit to me. Okay, well. I'm federal. Okay. I'm trying to get home. I got my boys with me. Who do you work for? DHS. Come on, guys. We are both law enforcement.
When his pleas didn't work, Scott Deseroth threatened to use his job at Immigration and Customs Enforcement to investigate the legal status of one of the deputies who arrested him.
I'll remember you.
Okay, it's all.
Where are you from?
It doesn't matter, man.
It does.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
It doesn't.
I'll run him once I get out of here. And if he's not legit, oh, he's taking a ride back to Haiti.
As ICE carries out President Trump's aggressive crackdown on illegal immigration, public scrutiny is mounting over the conduct of its employees and contractors. Deseroth is one of seven.
This shit is wild. This guy is a deranged fucking lunatic. Oh my god, he's in here just saying like crazy racist shit, but just is deranged. It's demented even without the racism, right? Like, racism aside, what he's saying is fucking demented. He just said that he's gonna try and detain the chief of police. These guys are unhinged. What's the status of the chief of police? Oh, it matters. Is he from Haiti? I'm gonna send him back to Haiti. This fucking guy. What a lunatic.
This is ridiculous!
To Haiti.
As ICE carries out President Trump's aggressive crackdown on illegal immigration, public scrutiny is mounting over the conduct of its employees and contractors. Deseroth is one of several who've been arrested in recent months for a range of criminal misconduct on and off.
Yeah, honestly, great point. Somehow I passed right by that, but he's in fact endangering his children. He said he's got his kids in the fucking car with him. He's like, "Come on, man, I got my kids in the car." It's like, bro, that makes it worse. That makes it worse that you are this drunk. That does not help the situation. How does you endangering the lives of at least one minor, if not more? It's not clear. Could be. It sounded. I think he said kids, which seemed to suggest more than one, but it's not clear. That's a crime. They're really picking the winners over at ICE, aren't they?
The Associated Press found at least 24 ICE employees and contractors who've been arrested since 2020 on charges ranging from bribery, sexual abuse.
Look at this guy.
Deseroth reached a plea agreement.
Oh man. Oh boy. That guy could barely fit into the door. Holy cow. He is testing the capacity of these door frames.
Sexual abuse to domestic violence. Deseroth reached a plea agreement on misdemeanor charges apologized for his conduct through his attorney, and is hoping to keep his job with ICE. The agency is rapidly doubling in size after getting a $75 billion infusion in funding. Some observers say they expect to see more ICE officers making headlines for misconduct, similar to when the Border Patrol expanded in the years after the 2001 terrorist attacks. An agency spokesperson said it thoroughly investigates the background of every new hire and takes allegations of misconduct extremely.
They take them super serious. That's right. That's why they investigated Renee Good. After... why can't I think of that guy's name now? John Robinson? After that ICE criminal murdered her? Like, what's his name? Renee Good murderer. Jonathan Ross. Why did I say John Robinson? Jonathan Ross. They investigated her instead of him. They put him into witness, but they put the murderer into witness protection and investigated the victim and her wife. It's just disturbing. That's the level of accountability we should expect. I think we should all be very concerned about ICE existing in any capacity. It was just one. Okay. Either way, that doesn't really make it better. That's just one kid. No big deal. Speaking of criminal ICE agents.
ICE continues, and I'm seeing more and more reports. I mean, it's quite clear what ICE is doing in Minneapolis is they're now going after the legal observers, and they're doing it in a more quiet fashion. And, Tom Homan's just trying to keep his head down a little bit more. This was interesting. This is Fox and 9, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Bloomington, Minnesota.
I didn't get this guy's name, but
this is Rashad Johnson. Is that who it is?
That's the man who was arrested.
Oh, I see. Okay. This is a police department briefing. It seems like they go through the different arrests they've made, and one of the arrests is someone or a contractor who does background checks for ICE. In other words, vets the ICE people.
Which means he has a serious clearance.
He would have to have a significant clearance. Now, theoretically, he would have been vetted. Theoretically. Here is the police officer recounting who this individual is.
With coffee. Well, we don't brew coffee in the jail, but we do give you a Jimmy Dean's breakfast sandwich. Mr. Rashad Johnson, out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds, which is kind of scary. So we locked him up, and I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland Security agents, and people getting security clearance, this is one of the people that does the backgrounds, and you come here trying to purchase sex. We locked him up. I don't think he's going to be past the background check no time soon.
Yeah.
The guy adds jokes to all 30 arrests.
I was going to say, do they have writers? Is he staffing writers?
Yeah, they opened it with content, literally, like they made a sketch.
Oh my God, it's farcical. I mean, I say it a lot. I feel like I use that word a lot lately. but it truly is. It's a circus. It's a clown show. It's a taxpayer-funded clown show. These people are ridiculous. How has that guy become the background checker for ICE? It's mind-boggling.
I have cited, there's an Atlantic piece saying that the rate of crime by ICE agents, even prior to this latest wave of people who they're barely vetting, is higher than undocumented immigrants. Here is...
Yeah, I mean, but like, the fact is, like, yeah, we know how lax the vetting process has been, but to get such clear evidence of how lax the vetting process has been like this, that the guy who's doing the background checks is himself a criminal. It's like when you know, like the whole thing is just, the whole thing is a facade, right? Like you look at it, you're like, oh, okay, the criminals are running the prison, right? Whatever, you get what I'm saying. And the crazy people are running the asylum. Paige Larson on a 5-string streak. Overwhelmed with unpacking something, apparently. Must be back from vacation. Ooh, fancy.
Graph that came out from CBS that shows that less than 14% of ICE arrests involve those accused or convicted of violent crimes. So this is not just people convicted. This is just accusations of violent crime, and 14%. 40% are civil immigration violations only, which is on the scale of criminality, is essentially like.
What I need to see now, I mean, I know we don't have this data, but we need this data. I think the American people deserve this data. The data that I need is what percentage of ICE ICE agents have been convicted of a crime. That's what I'd like to know. I'm starting to think it's higher than 14%. The criminals are running around and picking up non-criminals, basically. I'll bet you like 15% of these guys have been convicted of like DUI, and like 10% of them have been convicted of like domestic violence or something like that, right? I'm sure there's I'm sure there's probably Venn diagram. It's probably fair overlap on those
speeding ticket
those crimes.
And these are accusations, right? Because this includes accused or convicted.
Well, in terms of the violent crimes.
Right.
So you got 0.1% for arson.
That is a lower bar.
For kidnap.
That is a much lower bar. Like just accused of crimes. I wonder what percentage of ICE agents have been accused of crimes, let alone convicted. Jeez, I'll bet that's much higher than 14%. Half of these dudes are probably Jan 6ers.
0.5% for homicide, 0.7 for robbery, 1.3 for burglary, 1.4 for sexual assault, 1.6% for weapons offenses, 5.7 for dangerous drugs. DWI at 7.6. I mean, what do you think the going rate for DWI is for
7.6 is what the average ICE agent blows.
Illegal.
Just to keep in mind, I mean, I think people understand this.
Yeah, hopefully people understand this. ICE agents commit more crimes than immigrants. Speaking of crimes, Let's go here. One woman is speaking out after ICE shot and arrested her partner in Minneapolis.
Indriana Mendoza Camacho's partner, Julio Sosa Celis, and his best friend, Alfredo Alhorna, are accused by federal authorities of assaulting an ICE officer last month in North Minneapolis. Mendoza Camacho, however, disputes the government's account of what occurred.
It was on the news. It was everywhere that my partner was attacked. That I attacked an officer with a shovel and a broom, but I'm a witness. I saw everything. My partner never grabbed anything to hit him, or anything like that. He only tried to separate them, so that they could both get into the house.
Mendoza Camacho said Alhorna's partner, Valentina de Los Angeles Moreno, received a call from him. He told them he was being pursued by an SUV through the streets. He told them ICE was going to grab him.
He started to cry and said, "Please come home."
Told them to call 911 to see if he could get help. The woman and Sosa Celis rushed downstairs to the front door to wait for Alhorna. When Alhorna got to the house, the ICE agent ran after him, caught him in front of their duplex, and threw him to the ground and began punching him. Sosa Celis was attempting to help Alhorna, she said. The Department of Justice alleges they used a broom to hit the officer, according to a court filing. But Mendoza Camacho said that's not true. And so then he got him away, lo agarró.
Lo agarró, sí.
And they got in here, and when he's closing the door, they shoot through, and again, they hit him. La bala va por su pierna.
Sí, va por su pierna, pero fue a rebotar.
Yeah, and then it went all the way into that room where we saw the playpen. The ICE agent shot his gun through the front door, and the bullet went through it, seriously grazing Sosa Celis's right thigh. The bullet continued its movement and shot through another wall, and finally landed in the wall of a first-floor apartment, near a child's playpen used as a crib. Mendoza Camacho said the
So, here we go. ICE, while shooting one person, almost killed a child. Where's the line, people? How many have to die for people to wake up and demand for this agency, this fucking unconstitutional agency, to be shut down? We're getting more details on another ICE shooting.
They're chasing a legal kill.
Overnight, newly released evidence shedding light on the October 4th shooting of U.S. citizen Marimar Martinez by federal agent Charles Exum. Body cameras belonging to other agents in the vehicle with Exum, who was driving and didn't have his body cam on, showing the moments leading up to the shooting.
The government claims she rammed Border Patrol agents with her vehicle before an agent shot her 5 times. But the new body cam video shows the agent turned his steering wheel towards Marimar Martinez and that he was congratulated for excellent service after shooting her. This is indefensible, Chad. If you haven't seen this, let's take a look.
Cameras on.
This is newly released. By the way, notice how he goes cameras on. That's another thing that is really frustrating about the body camera conversation, is though like the body cameras are something that these guys are at odds with. They're not. That's a fucking lie. Any kind of like reform in the body camera position is not actually moving the conversation to a place that we need to move it to. They're just using that as a way to just give modest reforms, or the idea of modest reforms. The guy that shot Renee Good literally was filming himself with his phone camera. It's awesome. What's next? Oh, at least he could use both hands when he murders other people like Renee Good next time, because the body camera will do the filming process for him.
Lead body camera video. A team of 3 Border Patrol agents is driving through a Southside Chicago neighborhood. 2 have guns drawn. Marimar Martinez, an American citizen and school teacher, is driving next to them, honking her horn, warning people to the presence of federal immigration enforcement.
Like, this image should be posterized everywhere as a somber reminder for those who are oblivious that when ICE is around you in your neighborhoods and whatnot, they got their fingers on the trigger and they're in the car with their gear and their weapons, okay?
Another vehicle is behind the agents, also honking the horn.
All right, it's time to get aggressive and get the out, because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
All right, we're fine.
See something there? You see that?
It's a federal occupation. Right? This is the martial law that Alex Jones used to scream about. Like, this is literally unconstitutional federal military, like militarized occupation. It's just running around blasting people. Honestly, martial law would have been better. This is just lawless, armed gangs with federal badges. Filled with literally we have no idea. Because like we just got done covering, the recruiters are literally doing crimes. The background checkers apparently aren't themselves being checked.
Do you notice something there? They lied and said Martinez was the one who actually rammed into the ICE car as a terrorist.
It all happens in seconds.
These tactical dipshits are straight up running around, acting like they're in Sicario. It's time to get aggressive. It's time to get kinetic with them. The people that they're getting kinetic with are American citizens, by the way.
All right, we're fine now. All right, out of the car. Be advised, we've been struck. Get out.
Martinez was shot 5 times and survived. In this surveillance video, you can see the front of the agent's SUV come to a stop. 4 seconds later, Martinez's silver Nissan drives off, she says, fearing for her life. The Department of Homeland Security was quick to accuse her of attacking federal law enforcement, saying Border Patrol agents were, quote, ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles. FBI Director Cash.
Straight up propaganda. When what we just witnessed was literally attempted murder. These guys should be in jail right now. They tried to kill a woman for no good reason. An American citizen. She testified in Congress earlier. We watched some of that. But this is a de facto dictatorship. That's what we're living in right now. Let's go to Democracy Now! From 2 days ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. On Capitol Hill, the heads of ICE, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services testified Tuesday before the House Homeland Security Committee. House Democrats repeatedly grilled them over the recent killings of Renee Good and Alex Preti in Minneapolis, as well as President Trump's overall mass deportation campaign and the violent tactics used by federal agents across the country. The hearing came as Democratic lawmakers continue to oppose new funding for the Department of Homeland Security unless Republicans agree to their demands to rein in federal immigration agents. This could lead to another partial government shutdown. This is Democrat Shrey Thanadar of Michigan questioning the immigration officials.
The ICU nurse, Alex Preti, deserve to die?
I cannot comment on an ongoing investigation, sir.
Did Renee Good deserve to die?
Sir, I can't comment on ongoing investigations.
Director Lyons, do you agree with Secretary Noem and Vice President Vance's characterization of Renee Good as a domestic terrorist?
Sir, I can't speak to their comments as that they are their own, but as an ongoing investigation, I can't speak to that.
Director Lyons, what did your agents mean when he said, you raise your voice, I erase your voice? in the video just that we have seen, all of us have seen?
Sir, I'm not aware of that video that you have, sir. I can't comment on what that officer has said.
During Tuesday's House hearing, Texas Democrat Al Green called for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to be prosecuted.
The secretary should be investigated right along with those officers who are out there engaged in this ungodly conduct. She should be investigated. And in my opinion, based upon my observation, secretary should not only be investigated, the secretary should be prosecuted right along with those officers. This man did not brandish. This man was not armed. This man did not attempt to hurt those officers. They should all be prosecuted. And you persons associated with the Trump
Gentleman's time.
Say lock her up. I say lock her up.
Texas Congressman Al Green will join us in a moment, along with Democrat Delia Ramirez of Illinois. But first, this is an excerpt of her remarks at Tuesday's hearing.
Mr. Lyons, I want to start with you. And I want to talk about ICE. Because under your leadership, ICE has shot and killed Silverio Villegas Gonzalez and Renee Good, violated nearly 100 court orders in January alone. You've used banned chokeholds in more than 40 cases, engaged in warrantless arrests despite of a consent decree, and you used children as bait to put 3,800 children in detention. You created traps for people at immigration court who were following the law and doing it the legal way. And you broke the law by entering into people's homes without a judicial warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, let's talk about you, Mr. Scott, and CBP next. Under your leadership, CBP has attempted to execute Marimar Martinez, shooting her 5 times and not releasing the footage that you should release so that we can see the evidence, murdered Alex Preddy, used chemical agents dozens of times in Chicago after a judge ordered you to stop, conducted warrantless surveillance and racial profiling, and acted with total disrespect and disregard for the law while engaging in roving patrols, plate switching, dangerous traffic maneuvers, and observer intimidation. Again, criminals act with that total disregard for the law, and we continue to see it. You would both have us talk about respect for your mission and your agents. But your agencies are unaccountable, paramilitary forces, and I have just as much respect for you as I do for the last white men who put on masks to terrorize communities of color. I have no respect for the inheritors of the Klanhood and the...
Honestly, it's not just white men. I'm afraid to say, and it's disturbing to me that anybody who isn't white would sign on to this. It really is disgusting to me. But I gotta be real. I mean, she's absolutely right about everything, but that particular, unless she, I'm assuming she also disapproves of
patrol.
Of them as well.
Those activities were immoral then and criminal, and so are yours.
That was Democratic Congresswoman Delia Ramirez of Illinois. She's joining us now from Capitol Hill, along with Texas Congressman Al Green. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Congressmember Ramirez, let's begin with you. The information that you were able to gather yesterday by speaking with the heads of the 3 major immigration agencies, you began by talking with Lyons or questioning him, the head of ICE right now.
Yeah, let's be frank. We had the 3 of them come before us. A couple of minutes later, called into break because I think the administration probably thought that they were being too honest, perhaps in some cases, when they were saying that they had to respect maybe court orders, or when Eric Swalwell asked the questions about how many people under Amazon have been killed, and they kept saying no, as referencing to Todd Lyons and the fact that he has talked about people being seen as shipments in an Amazon package. Look, the point is this. I looked at Evo in the eye. these three directors are responsible for what we are seeing around the country, whether it's in detention, whether it's in the streets, or even in the courts. Mr. Edlo, who is responsible to help navigate the immigration system, is weaponizing this agency to ensure that children are being arrested and put in these cages. What we saw were three people who have certainly, with the understanding of what they're doing, chosen to violate law, to operate unconstitutionally, to harm people, and to think that they can get away with it.
Yes, indeed. All right, now we were briefly talking about white people and how they relate to all this. Now, let's move on from Delia Ramirez talking about white people. Perhaps some say, some of the whitest people on the planet. Some of the whitest people available. The Irish. And it turns out the Irish, they are a bit concerned about what's been going on over here, including the fact that some Irish people have wound up in detention. People here in the United States for whatever reason, and things got heated here in the Irish Parliament a few days ago.
Taoiseach, I want to raise today with you the case of Seamus Culleton, the Irish citizen, the Kilkenny man, who has now spent 5 months imprisoned in an ICE detention camp in Texas. Yesterday, the country was silenced, listening in as Seamus phoned Liveline to speak about his ordeal. Last night, I spoke directly with Seamus' sister, Caroline, and I heard more details about the appalling conditions in which he is detained. 72 men packed into a single tent, filth everywhere, lack of sanitation, violent guards, alleged strangling, 3 men dead already, and conditions so brutal that detainees are gambling on who will be the next person to take their own life. Deprived of fresh air, Seamus has seen the sun only a handful of times in his 5 months there. Taoiseach, he calls it a hell, a concentration camp, and he fears for his life. And Seamus is a man who's lived in the US for 17 years, who runs a successful business in Boston, who married his American wife, Tiffany Smith, last April. But he has now spent more than half of his married life behind barbed wire in this camp. Why? Because he was lifted off the street by ICE on his way to the shops after being kept waiting for his green card following long delays. And it's deeply ironic, Taoiseach, as Caroline says, that one arm of the US government is processing him for permanent residency, while the other has locked him in a cage. To describe his testimony as shocking would be an understatement. It appears beyond doubt to breach American commitments under the UN Convention Against Torture and Cruel or Degrading Treatment. But what is the Irish government doing about this? On your way into Cabinet today, you told the media your officials had contacted Washington. Minister McEntee has said consular assistance is being offered. Yet I understand no government minister has contacted the family directly. And yet, Taoiseach, this is an Irish citizen about whose plight the government has known for some time. Reports of his treatment hit the press days ago with Carlin Lillington's piece in the Irish Times. So, Taoiseach, you must commit now, on the floor of the Dáil, to pulling out every stop, using every diplomatic lever at your disposal to secure Seamus's release. No delays, no waiting for St. Patrick's Day.
Yes. I could have waited until the Earth half, but I felt it apt, since the United States is invading everybody, and detaining everybody as citizens, that we allow the Irish to speak during the U.S. news half. It seemed only right. But it's disturbing that we are causing like international incidents. Like, if this happened in reverse, like if an American citizen was, like, I don't know, taken hostage in Iran or something, like we'd be like carpet bombing Iran right now. And like, Ireland is like dealing with the same thing, like the situation right now. Like an Irish citizen and a U.S. business owner has been in detention for half a year Although I guess it's worse than hostage, because there's no ransom. It's just we're just gonna detain you as long as we want to, until somebody complains. It's disturbing. All right. Looks like it's time for us to take another quick galactic honestly, do I need I don't need another galactic intermission. And if everybody here doesn't need one, I'm gonna stay live. I'm just not gonna let them go live. I'm gonna keep the going. Just for time's sake. Because I want to get through as much stuff as I can tonight. I'm gonna try and get through this list. I'm not stressed out all weekend over not having gotten through everything from today. So I'm gonna skip this galactic break. Just a quick reminder to everybody to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button as well. They help you and me both. What else? Oh yeah, and of course we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support, but right now we're still running a massive galactic deficit which needs financing. Best ways to do that is by donating on Cash App or PayPal, or by becoming or upgrading your galactic patron membership. All right, let's go from Ireland back to Minnesota, where, according to the Trump administration, they are ending their deportation surge.
Because Seamus, unfortunately, is...
Thomas Homan, Mr. Kava. Where did he go, George? Where did he go?
I have proposed, and President Trump has concurred, that this surge operation conclude.
U.S. President Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan said on Thursday that the unprecedented deportation surge in Minnesota was ending, and that many immigration and customs enforcement agents will return to their home states.
A significant drawdown has already been underway this week and will continue through the next week.
Trump had deployed about 3,000 armed agents by late January to deport migrants in Minnesota.
I don't know what that means. Significant drawdown? It just sounds like they're going to be less agents. One significant... like, you can draw down twice and still have agents left. And who knows? I don't even know what the word significant means in this context. How much is a significant number? It's not clear.
The surge has led to tumultuous scenes in Minneapolis, where residents have taken to the streets in protest against masked agents in military-style gear. On different days in January, immigration agents fatally shot 2 U.S. citizens who had come out to protest or observe the agents. The deportation sweeps have been staunchly opposed by elected officials in the state, including Democratic Governor Tim Walz. In a statement, he said, quote, "The long road to recovery starts now." As Homan made his announcement, Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison was in Washington, testifying before a Senate committee that oversees Homeland Security.
This surge is all about what Donald Trump said it was all about. In a true social post on January 13th, he wrote, "Retribution and reckoning was coming to Minnesota." This war on Minnesota is retribution, to be sure.
ICE out! Outside the Capitol, active.
It's insane that he's just sending this weaponized, this like militarized force after his perceived enemies. It's greatly disturbing. Greatly disturbing. Oh shit, I just got, somebody just donated on Cash App to the financing of the galactic deficit. I think it's Social Butterfly, yes. Thank you. Much appreciated, Social Butterfly. $5 added. Getting us slightly closer to completing it. Feel just a little bit better. And Columbia Rican with a super chat over on YouTube. Almost missed that. Hamhead and the pedo in chief, I think we are stupid. They want us to think they are withdrawing ICE, but people in Minnesota are still being harassed and profiled. It's true. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of what I'm saying. I'm like, what does significant drawdown mean exactly? They're going to keep doing what they're doing. There's just going to be slightly less agents doing it. Cannot give up. Now, honestly, we take this moment to say, great job, everybody. Great job. Great, fantastic job. Now, time.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately continue protesting and continue to push them out and make them even more unpopular. Because that's why they're doing this, because of how unpopular they are and how much pushback they're getting and how hard their jobs are being made by Minnesotan residents who don't want them there. And we're going to have to now do exactly what Minnesota did in other places. Everybody prepare yourselves in chat. If you don't live in Minnesota and you live in the United States. Because it's possible if you're in a blue city, ICE may be coming to a place near you soon. Because now they're going to have, I don't know, some untold number, hundreds, thousands more troops to run around. And of course, who knows? They might call the National Guard again. I mean, that was incredibly unpopular, but they might do that. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? It's quite disturbing to think about, but it's really what's coming. They're not going to give up. They're just shifting focus. They're going to be in Minnesota still, and they're going to just have more people to annoy and harass law-abiding citizens, Americans, minding their own fucking business. Let's see how residents of Minnesota feel. Actually, you know what? I'm going to play straight through this. I'm just remembering. I want to hear this.
From Minnesota, including Patty O'Keefe, expressed their outrage over the surge of ICE agents in their state.
And Minneapolis, Minnesota, will keep fighting back against this complete unraveling of our constitutional rights and of our dignity. But we won't let them take that from us, our dignity.
Homan said he would remain in Minnesota to oversee the drawdown of agents and ensure its success.
The contentious immigration crackdown in Minnesota that attracted the attention of the world is ending. Border Czar Tom Homan made the announcement Thursday in Minnesota.
The surge is leaving Minnesota safer, Minneapolis safer. I'll say it again. It's less of a sanctuary state for criminals.
While the Trump administration is...
Give me a joke.
They made it safer, don't you see? They murdered 2 Americans. That safened it up. 3 Americans. Sorry, 3. It's all safe now.
The 4,000 arrested, quote, dangerous criminal illegal aliens. Many people with no criminal records were also detained. That included children like 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos. He and his father were later released. During the surge, heavily armed officers were met by resistance from residents, upset by their aggressive tactics. Many blew whistles to alert residents to the presence of ICE. Between reporters and bystanders, they caught images of agents forcing open doors to get to people. One of those was U.S. citizen John Lee Tao, who was pulled out of his home in his underwear in sub-freezing conditions. The crackdown also led to fatal shootings of 2 protesters over the last 2 months, mother of 3 Renee Good and ICU nurse Alex Preddy, both U.S. citizens. ICE out now! The killing sparked outrage around the nation and the world. Shut it down! That led to a drawdown in the number of immigration agents. In one incident, protesters also interrupted a church service where an ICE official apparently serves as a pastor. That led to the arrests of prominent journalist Don Lemon and a high-profile civil rights attorney, among others. On the back of the decision to send federal immigration agents into American cities like Minneapolis, a new AP North poll has now found about 6 in 10 U.S. adults say President Donald Trump has, quote, gone too far.
I live very nearby, and, well, I'm emotional. It's just to touch, to have a connection with people like Renee and the good people of Minneapolis that have stood against the atrocities that are going on.
You know, it's hard to talk about silver linings, but I think, you know, one amazing thing that came out of this is just how strong our community can be here, and the level of organization that we were able to achieve was really incredible. I hope that doesn't end with this surge.
When the Trump administration uses federal agencies to basically terrorize its own citizens and act in totally unlawful ways, it's very depressing. And I fear for our democracy.
It's supposed to be a country of prosperity, freedom, and, you know, fortune. Come here to find a new life, not to lose your life.
Yeah. So people with different takes on what this federal occupation of Minneapolis has done to their community. Seemingly just all bad. It's all bad, aside from one thing, bringing people together. Which, yeah, I'll take that. I mean, it's not a good trade, but I mean, I'll take something. I mean, if we must find a silver lining to it all, I'll take it. It's been rough, honestly. It's been tough getting through all this. Good God. All right, let's go to two guys who, I mean, technically are under threat. Who knows? But either of them could suddenly be deported to somewhere based upon the things, considering the things the Trump administration has deported people for or tried to deport them for. These two guys are in danger. I'm talking about Mehdi Hasan and Asif Mandvi of The Daily Show.
You were the first non-white reporter on The Daily Show.
Yeah.
Are you feeling the pressure of having to represent 2 billion Muslims on a comedy late-night show?
Suddenly, after 9/11, I realized, oh, there's an opportunity here for me to actually say something.
There were studies done after the Iraq War that Americans who watched The Daily Show were more informed about WMDs than Americans who watched nightly news.
He was also fascinated with the American concept of brunch. And he said, in America, between breakfast and lunch, they have another meal.
Paramount is now owned by David Ellison, who is a pro-Israel billionaire. There's been reporting that he has a blacklist that he's putting people on.
But we see the dehumanization that is happening in Gaza. I can't stay silent. Jon Stewart used to talk about, like, can you sleep at night? Trump behaved like an old gay queen in that picture, in that video. He was so
did everything
in love
right
with
and they
Saran.
indicted
If you were to
me.
meet Donald Trump, what would you say?
I'm Mehdi Hasan.
And I'm Asif Mandvi.
And we're not kidding. Thank you. Live, well, it's not live, but live taping in front of a live audience at the Sundance Festival here at the Impact Muslim House. We are delighted to be here. Asif, it's such a pleasure to be sitting with you here in, where are we? Park City.
Park City.
Utah.
Yeah.
Not a state I've ever been to before.
It's
First
the
time.
last place I ever expected to be sitting with you.
I love how
I saw you.
Wow. Mehdi really is big time now. Doesn't even know what city he's in. What city am I in again? I can't even remember.
I saw you. You can throw off cushions. The last time I saw you in person was actually at a very brown event. Do you remember what it was?
It was Eid
It
dinner.
wasn't
No,
the
it
mosque.
was
No, it wasn't Eid dinner.
No,
it was
a
the Zoran
Zoran's,
Mamdani election night win
exactly.
in Brooklyn.
Yes.
I was leaving.
And
That is the last time I saw you there.
Yeah.
People thought I was drunk that night.
Well, people think you're drunk often. So
high energy.
Or on Adderall. We don't know.
That's Donald Trump.
Come on, cracky. Yeah, it was great to see you that night, and what an amazing
night
that was. It was,
and I want to talk to you about
remarkable.
that tonight. But before we get there, before we get to Mamdani,
Yes.
and Mamdani, of course, is like us, a naturalized American, an immigrant from Uganda of Indian origin. I look at you and your background, and I think we have a lot in common, right? We're both of Indian descent.
We are.
I moved here to the US as an immigrant, so did you. We both moved from the UK.
From the UK.
So we're British, Indian, Muslim immigrants.
That's right.
Now trying to make it in this crazy country.
Yeah, my family, I grew up in the north of England in a city called Bradford.
Explain to an American audience, what is Bradford?
Bradford is
Good
is the curry capital of the UK.
Yes.
Really.
It is Desi Central.
It's Desi Central. It's often called Bradistan. That was the derogatory term for it. But I grew up there in the 70s, and it was rife with is that a word? I don't know. With the National Front.
Yeah,
and,
far-right
the
racists.
far-right racists. So it was a lot like living in America today.
I read. Well, on that note, I read somewhere that your dad moved you guys to the US in the 80s when you were 16 because he was fed up of Margaret Thatcher.
He was.
And my question is, had he never heard of Ronald Reagan?
Right.
Why did he think moving to the US would free him from a kind of right-wing political culture?
I don't know.
I know they didn't have Google back in the 80s.
I think the U.S., he was also fascinated, and this is true, he was also fascinated with the American concept of brunch.
Okay.
And he
liked it or disliked it?
He loved it. He visited America, and somebody took him to brunch, and he called my mother and I.
What was that? Kit and Caboodle with a resubscription on YouTube. 18 months. Wow. Wow. 18 months is incredible. Cheers to you. Cheers to you. 18 months. Is that the most months that you could? It's one of the highest numbers I've heard. I know that. It's got to be up there. Top 3. There should be a way for me to look at that.
And he said, in America, they have, between breakfast and lunch, they have another meal. It is called brunch.
Get your green card.
They have so much food here that
true.
you can eat again. And so he literally brought us.
I love that. People come for jobs, for values. Your dad came for brunch.
He came for brunch because he wanted that extra meal and that $4.95 pancake special at IHOP. Yeah, so he was so yes, it was to leave Margaret Thatcher and to come and have pancakes in America.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zeteo.com
Immediately,
and subscribe
if
now.
not
You'll be
sooner.
supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Just on the serious note, you mentioned the racism in the 70s, 80s, and you mentioned racism now. The question I often get asked as a British immigrant here, as a Muslim, as a brown person, is where is it worse? There or here? How do you navigate that question?
I actually I wrote a book a few years ago, and I had this. I wrote this thing in there, which I thought summed it up. When I was living in England, the feeling was that no matter how long I lived there and how long my family was there, I would never be British. I would never really be British. And when I came to America, I got the sense that like Americans sort of felt like, well, it doesn't really matter. This was in the 80s, remember? So, but it was like, it doesn't really matter where you're from. You're American now. And the fact that you come from a culture that is old and a religion, like they didn't know what Muslims, because Americans only learn about history based on like what countries Americans bomb. So that's how we learn.
Haven't bombed India.
Right, we haven't. So they learned about geography that way, right? And so, so a lot of Americans thought Muslim was a type of cloth when I first got here. Think about that for a second. So they didn't know what I was. Like they have.
And you were in
no
Florida,
idea.
right? As a
I was in
teenager.
Florida. So it was almost like my ethnicity, and it didn't really matter, and it didn't even. I was just American. I was, and until of course
There is that advantage, and I just did an interview recently with Krishan Gurumurthy, very famous British Indian news host in the UK. I went on his podcast, and he asked me that question, and I did make the same point.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound rah American, but there is a sense for immigrants here, even with the histories of slavery and Jim Crow and anti-black racism. For immigrants, maybe the Stephen Miller, Donald Trump era, there was still a sense of anyone can come here and become an American. Even Ronald Reagan gave that famous speech at the Statue of Liberty praising immigration in a way that Donald Trump
that is why, in a weird way, that's the sort of dream that my family came with, was that like anybody can come here and become an American, make it, and I think it's the heartbreak that I feel today, looking at my country and seeing what is happening and the disillusionment of that dream that my parents came here with.
And you're a double immigrant in the sense that you were born in India, moved to the UK as a baby, and then come to America as a kid. So you have two places to go back to. Because I get all this racism now from MAGA people online, and they're like, we're going to deport you back to the UK. And I'm like, back to the UK. Whoa. Like the racism's gone up a notch. Yeah. Like, when I was a kid, it was go back to India. Now it's like, go back to London. Go back, okay.
I'm not.
If you say so.
At this point, the choice between the UK or Modi's India. I'm not sure as a Muslim.
I know the UK. Well, Nigel Farage is heading in the UK to be the next prime minister.
But I think of myself as a turducken.
As a what?
Do you know what a turducken is?
A what?
A turducken.
I don't even know what language you're speaking right now.
So let me explain to you what a turducken is. A turducken is something that only an American would eat, which is that it is a turkey stuffed with a chicken, stuffed with a duck. Only an American would eat such a thing because, So I think of myself as a human turducken, which is that I'm an Indian baby stuffed inside an English schoolboy, stuffed inside an American adult. So that's how I describe myself.
You're a real American.
Thank you.
You're a real American. You're as American as Melania.
Be best.
Are you worried about being denaturalized? Because that's the new insult of choice.
Yeah.
Right? Before it was go back to where you came from. Then it was like, you dirty Muslim. Now it's just denaturalized. Every time I say anything, no one, somebody like, I have members of Congress saying deport and denaturalize Muslims. Those are the new kind of buzzwords in the racist playground.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is always a threat that they hold over our heads, you know. My wife, thank God, is a constitutional lawyer or studied constitutional law. And so she's always like, you know, there's many steps that have to be taken in order to...
But they're trying to shorten those steps. They're literally putting bills in. All right, let's talk about your journey here, because it's been fascinating and you represent so much. We're here at Sundance. We're talking about Muslim representation.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that when people draw up a list on just two hands of who the Muslim representation was in the last 20 years, you're high up on that list. Just pop quiz. You've been in a lot of things. You've been in Evil.
Yeah.
You've been on Broadway. But I'm just going to take a risk and ask the crowd. If I ask you for one show you associate Hasan Minhaj with, what would that show be? I think it's The Daily Show.
Yeah, The Daily Show. I think so. I mean...
you were the first non-white reporter on The Daily Show.
Yeah.
Before you, there was not a black or a brown reporter.
There was
2006, I believe?
2006, there was no non-Caucasian correspondent on The Daily Show at that point. And it was such an anomaly that the night I appeared on The Daily Show, the Los Angeles Times wrote an entire article about, like, who is this brown person on The Daily Show? Unbelievable.
And you weren't a comedian. You weren't a stand-up comedian. You were an actor on Broadway.
Yeah, I was an actor.
You weren't like, Hasan Minhaj came as a comedian trying to get a role.
Yeah. No, I actually was a legit theater and TV actor who...
What was the audition like then?
So I went down, they called me and they said, come down to there's an audition for The Daily Show. And at this point I had been doing a lot of,
That's if Manvi, he's a real actor. He walks in the room and he says...
You're about to be value-tamed.
The voice of Saddam Hussein on some David Letterman sort of voice sketch or whatever. So I thought, oh, this is going to be some bullshit thing. I'm not gonna go do that. So I said no to the audition, and then they
no to the audition with Jon Stewart.
Yeah, well, I didn't know it was with Jon Stewart. I just knew that there was an audition, and then they called back and they said, no, it's for a correspondent, like a Middle East correspondent. And I said, okay, listen, I'm not really up for it today, but can I go tomorrow? They said, well, if you don't go today by 3 o'clock, it'll be done. So I said, all right, fine. I lived on the Upper West Side. The Daily Show was about 20 blocks south of where I lived. So I just like put on a suit and tie, went down to the Daily Show, and there's Jon Stewart, greets me, and he invites me in. And I didn't know what I was doing. I literally did just my best Stephen Colbert impression. And I remember John said to me before we auditioned, before we read together, he said, I was such an arrogant prick. I can't believe I said this, but he said, you know, have you ever been in front of a studio audience before? And I looked at him with such contempt, and I said, I've been on Broadway, John.
Come on! And Jon Stewart's like, okay.
And he was like, okay, Mr. Broadway. All right, here we go. And then...
Are you not entertained?
I'm an actor, John. Okay? Have I ever been on stage before? Okay. Bold. I just figured we needed a little bit of comedic reprieve, if you will, something to take us, you know, out of all the horrible. However, they did talk about ICE in Minneapolis, and I think it would be somehow some sort of miscarriage of journalism for me to skip past this while we're literally in the middle of talking about ICE in Minneapolis.
You mentioned sleeping at night.
Mm-hmm.
Putting aside what's happening abroad, there's enough stuff at home to keep us awake at night.
Sure.
I woke up yesterday and headed to the airport to get to Salt Lake City to attend this festival, and I had colleagues on a chat saying, "Well, should we cover the shooting? What the shooting? What's the latest shooting?"
Right.
And that was the shooting of an American citizen, a nurse, a white guy.
Yeah.
The second killing in Minneapolis by ICE or CBP since the start of the year. Again, to go back to what we were discussing. These are American citizens born and brought up in the U.S. You and I are American citizens brown from outside.
Yeah.
How worried are you about what ICE is doing in the future of the United States democracy with this rogue paramilitary masked force running around shooting people?
I mean, it is horrendous. We're seeing it. How worried am I? I'm extremely worried about it. And I have a small child, you know, and I'm getting him his UK passport because, you know, not that the UK is much better at this point, but it is still better than what's happening here. And so there is...
Do you, like a lot of brown people? I'm guessing people in this room have a plan B?
I mean, my plan B is to get really much more famous. So...
That didn't help Rosie O'Donnell.
I'm not gonna go live in a farm in somewhere in France or something. But you know, maybe there is I move back to the UK or something like that. But I don't want to do that because I do actually love this country and I do love being here. And I think that, look, the population, I think, is starting to rise up and speak out against ICE and against what is happening and the horrendous stuff about what's happening in Minneapolis. And I will say this, and this may sound controversial, but, you know, when Renee Good was shot, right, the entire country, you know, we saw what happened. But there was also, on New Year's Eve, there was an African-American man who was shot and killed by ICE in his home. Right. And the only reason I know about that guy is because a white woman was shot a few days later. Now, I'm not saying that the one is better or worse, but they're horrible. But in this country, you sometimes feel like there are lives that we talk about and that we care about and that we say that's important. And
I couldn't remember if he was going to say his name. It's Keith Porter. We write that down for later.
To speak about that, and then there are other lives that we don't talk about, and we don't. I mean, you see it in Gaza, you see it everywhere. You know, I made a joke once, but at that Gaza event that I did, which is that we were talking about freedom of speech, and after when Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air, you know, everyone was talking about how the freedom of speech and our First Amendment. But the reality is our freedom of speech was being attacked for a long time before Jimmy Kimmel was taken off the air. And I said maybe Mahmoud Khalil needed his own late night talk show and we would have actually responded in a completely different way. So when those kids were being silenced on Columbia University, and people were being detained and taken away for writing op-eds or whatever. It does sometimes feel like it's tragic what happened the other day to Mr. Peretti. But I'm glad that there are people, when I say this as a comedian in some ways, that white people are standing up and saying this is enough. Yes. Because when brown and black people do it, we get killed, right? And when white people get killed in those situations, America takes notice. Yes. And I think that's, some people may not like me saying that.
Black and brown lives are expendable, let's just be blunt.
It is true.
Whereas you're like, oh my God, they also killed a white mother in her car after she dropped her kid to school.
Yes.
And that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. No, 100%.
So,
I mean, I hope that you're right, that people are rising up. We have midterm elections this year. I was interviewing Congressman Ro Khanna recently at our DC Live event. He says that they are going to use ICE to basically intimidate people at voting stations.
Yeah.
This is way beyond immigration or deportations. But, sometimes we get a bit depressed about how bad things are.
Yeah.
But there is hope. There are shards of light. And I think to go back, you don't think so?
I don't
Well, let's go back to where we met most recently.
Yeah.
At the Zoran Mamdani election win.
Yes,
that was an insane event.
Yeah.
He should not have won that election.
No.
He did.
No.
He came from 1% in the polls.
But you know what?
Muslim Mamdani.
Right.
He's now putting bidets in Gracie Mansion.
Right. I got a chance to go to Gracie Mansion once, and honestly, the toilets there are horrendous.
Okay, a perfect spot for us to move on now. On from ICE, on to talking about elections. I actually have some Mamdani news as well, which I guess we could do now. You know what, I'll do it right after this next video. So I have one more clip. One more ICE clip. One other celebrity from Asif Manvi to the take of honestly, what many people say is definitely a bigger star than Asif Manvi. Literally any way that you measure it, probably. Cardi B. Cardi B had some things to say at a recent concert about ICE. Now DHS is mad.
This is the moment rapper Cardi B called out ICE on the opening night of her new tour.
I got some bear mace in the back. They ain't taking my fans. Let's go.
The incident sparked a back and forth between the artist and the Department of Homeland Security on X. DHS posted, quote, "As long as she doesn't drug and rob our agents, we'll consider that an improvement over her past behavior."
Wow. Petty. It's incredible that the Department of Homeland Security would respond to the words of Cardi B. Think it's a very strange. We're living in an idiocracy, okay? Like, this is the dumbest possible timeline. But DHS is like, oh, as long as she doesn't drug and rob our agents, we'll consider that an improvement on her past behavior. We're so petty and memes. Look at the memes, though. Anyway, Cardi B had actually a good take on all this. You know, I'm gonna watch the rest of this. I don't know why I'm passing by this.
The post appeared to be referencing a 2016 post where Cardi B said she drugged and robbed men when she was a stripper in the Bronx. The post has since been deleted. She has said that she's not proud of that time in her life. Quote, "I did what I had to do to survive." Hours later, Cardi B fired back at DHS. Quote, "If we talking about drugs, let's talk about Epstein and friends drugging underage girls to rape them. Why y'all don't want to talk about the Epstein files?" Cardi B is a longtime critic of
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Cardi B, why don't you want to talk about the Epstein files, though? She's like, that's a long time ago, and I'm actually sorry for it. But what about those Epstein files? Why don't you want to talk about that? It's weird.
That's really weird.
All right. Back to talking about Mom Donnie and Minneapolis. Jacob Fry apparently took a trip to New York to meet up with the new mayor. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 with the story from yesterday.
The nationwide uproar over the Trump administration's handling of ICE tonight, sparking an end to the surge of agents in Minneapolis. White House border czar Tom Ullman making the announcement today. This comes after 2 months of turmoil, thousands of arrests, and of course the death of 2 U.S. citizens shot by ICE agents. Meanwhile, New York Mayor Mamdani meeting this afternoon with Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, who is visiting New York City. Fry has been very vocal, of course, about his opposition to the influx of ICE agents in his city and the tactics they're using after the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
I look forward to getting to know him and also to speaking about the importance of protecting each one of our residents, including the immigrants who call both of our cities home.
Meanwhile, City Hall released a statement saying the 2 mayors, quote, discussed their shared values when it comes to keeping our cities safe, as well as standing up for vibrant immigrant communities.
Well, there we go. Now, staying in New York, let's talk about another person looking to get elected this midterm. You can't tell me that I'm not good. You can't tell me I'm not good with the segues. You know, it actually takes me effort to do this. It might shock you, but I do prepare ahead of time of these streams. But Claire Valdez, she's running for New York's 7th Congressional District. And she went on to the one, the only Hasan cast. That's right, Hasan Piker. Twitch's golden boy.
We're here with Claire Valdez running for New York 7. As you guys know, I'm trying to get socialists elected, and Claire happens to be one. We're very honored and very excited to have you on the stream. You've been side by side with Zohran Mamdani from the beginning of the underdog campaign.
That's right.
You've been there from the jump, and now you're running for Congress. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure people are going to have a lot of thoughts, but let's get started on your background.
Yeah, totally. So I'm currently a New York State Assembly member, like Zohran was. And here's one of the people who actually really convinced me to run in the first place when I was running for Assembly. We had a really great conversation about what our offices could do to build socialism beyond the legislature. And it was really inspiring. But before that, I was a union member. I was in UAW Local 2110. And I worked at Columbia University as an administrative assistant there. And I organized alongside 500 of my coworkers who are also administrative assistants, clerical workers, call center workers, the most underpaid, hardest working people on campus. And we organized and bargained against Columbia University, a $14 billion endowment institution that is mostly a real estate portfolio at this point, but also happens to grant degrees. So I got my start in union politics, and that was my introduction to this crazy world of organizing.
Okay.
I'm also a GSA member.
You know, people have been saying she looks like Janine Garofalo. What do you guys think? Think she looks like Janine? I mean, I personally see it. I can see it.
Past 7 years.
I mean, there's
2019.
So yeah, you organized alongside your colleagues at Columbia for the UAW, and you were talking about the clerical workers and all the people that 500 members that are some of the most undermined,
underpaid, most invisible workers on campus who actually make the university run. And we went toe-to-toe with Columbia, got to sit across the table for management to negotiate our contract. It's a transformative experience to sit across from your boss and be an equal. And that was really my start into organizing, into politics, and it's the fight that I want to take to Washington now.
Hell yeah. What are some of the agenda items? Like if you were to break it down Zoran style, like, 5 major points you want to hit on your campaign, what would you say those 5 points are? Because this is not a mayoral race.
Right.
This is a congressional race. So obviously the stakes are higher.
Yep.
You have more power, technically. I mean, I guess the
mayor's got a lot of power.
Mayor's got a lot of power in New York.
Yeah.
But I meant you are going to be building coalitions with other progressives, inshallah, once you get in office.
Yep.
And there's going to be a legislative agenda. Obviously, it's still impacted by whether or not Democrats are going to win the majorities in both the houses, and there's still the White House.
Yep.
But let's say you are now a part of Congress, and you've been able to secure coalitions within the Congressional Progressive Caucus. What are the 5 things that you would want to bring to the table?
Yeah. So the campaign's really about housing for all, healthcare for all, unions for all, ending the genocide in Gaza, and abolishing ICE. So the big picture platform is around those 5 things. I'd say in terms of legislation, the things that I'm really excited about fighting for, passing the PRO Act finally.
These are great. These are great platforms. Housing for all, unions for all, Medicare for all, stopping war and genocide, and dismantling ICE. These are fantastic. These are on the top of my list. Housing for all is honestly not talked about enough. This is a great platform. Okay, what do I got next? Moving on. Yeah, I mean, if you're in New York 7th, vote for Claire. All right, let's go on. Moving from New York to New Jersey. Talk about a woman who's shaking things up down there. Oh, I'm forgetting this woman's first name. Her last name is Analia, I think. Fuck. Or is that her first name? I can't remember. Something, Analia something. I think that's actually a first name.
We're here with...
No, Hasan, we're done with you. Moving on.
Welcome back. Election day is 9 months from now, but we're keeping a close eye on a hotly contested special election primary in New Jersey, where the Democratic Party's internal ideological struggle is on full display. In this primary race, 13 Democrats from various political backgrounds were on the ballot yesterday for now Governor Mikey Sherrill's seat. The race is too close to call, but our own Steve Kornacki is already describing the results as a political earthquake in the Garden State, as former Congressman Tom Malinowski is locked in a surprisingly tight race with progressive activist Analia Mahia for the Democratic nomination. The winner will face Republican Joe Hathaway, who's unopposed for the GOP nomination.
Yes, indeed. Analia Mahia. I know I'm butchering that right now. That was a terrible job. Analia Mahia. I still don't think I'm doing it right. I need help. Okay. Staying on this topic, we're gonna skip past NBC now to someone some of you may be familiar with. Mike Figueredo of the
Our own Steve Kornacki is already describing the results as a political earthquake in the Garden State.
But as the night went on, the most progressive candidate in the race, Analia Mahia, had a come-from-behind surge to take the lead over the previous frontrunner, former Congressman Tom Malinowski.
Former Congressman Tom Malinowski has conceded the New Jersey special election.
The race attracted nearly $6 million in spending from outside groups, including one super PAC linked to the pro-Israel lobby AIPAC, which spent more than $2 million against Malinowski, longtime supporter of Israel and former recipient of AIPAC donations, after he supported putting conditions on U.S. aid to Israel. But all that money may end up helping Mahia, who has accused Israel of genocide, win the race.
Illegal.
Spoiler alert, AIPAC did inadvertently help their biggest adversary win the race, because even though it was still too close to call days after the election took place, Malinowski did finally concede on Tuesday. So I never thought that I would say this, but thank you, AIPAC. They thought that an establishment Democrat was a shoo-in and decided to try to punish one for not being pro-Israel enough in a desperate attempt to boost Tahisha Way, who was their preferred choice. But in doing so, they ended up sowing the seeds of their own destruction. But they say that they're totally not mad, guys. And as the Times of Israel reports, United Democracy Project, which is the PAC that's affiliated with AIPAC, suggests that they do it again. Well, by all means, you go right ahead and do that, AIPAC. Don't threaten us with too good of a time. But the best part is the way that they attacked him. Quote, AIPAC pummeled Malinowski with $2.3 million in negative ads, but not about Israel. Oh, shocker. Instead, the ads tarred him from a progressive angle. One emphasized his vote on a 2019 bill that included increased funding for ICE, the Immigration Enforcement Agency. So they didn't just help tank the establishment Democrat. They proved our point for us by demonstrating that being a fence-sitting centrist is actually a political liability.
Yeah, and that people are starting to wake up to all of this money and politics and who's getting it all. It's so easy to find out where all the money is coming from these days. Right, it's become because of the information age, if you will, because of the internet. People find out like who's being funded by like just so quickly. Like honestly, it takes almost no research to figure out who's backing who these days. I think that's it's got to be a part of it. But the fact is Analia Mahia had a much better message than anybody else in the race, and now these organizations like AIPAC are just throwing money at what is a losing battle now. You know, trying to keep the pro-Israel bloc alive in the United States, where the funding of Israel is becoming less and less popular. And putting more people in Congress doesn't change that fact. And yet they keep chucking millions of dollars at our races, all of them.
Democrats. Masterful fucking gambit, AIPAC. My hat goes off to you, truly. And I gotta say, I'm happy to see them harden their position on Israel now that Democrats are finally starting to realize that they can't expect to get elected if they unapologetically support a country doing a genocide. And even though Malinowski's performatively softer stance on Israel was still woefully inadequate, nonetheless, it's a sign that AIPAC's influence is indeed waning, which is encouraging to see. And the more AIPAC hardens their stance and demands unconditional support for Israel from Democrats, the faster they become completely irrelevant. The savvier Democrats already see the writing on the wall, and they realize that the times have changed. Democratic Party voters are paying close attention to who's funding these campaigns. Not to mention, AIPAC's no longer the only game in town. AIPAC Tracker is far more influential on social media than AIPAC, and also the pro-Palestinian PALPAC, which stands for Peace, Accountability, and Leadership. They just launched on Wednesday to counter AIPAC's influence in Congress.
PALPAC? Oh,
no.
Oh, God. Peace and accountability? Israel doesn't like either of those things. All right, let's talk about the elections a little bit more. Another person running for Congress, Dan Osborne. He went on to the Majority Report earlier this week.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. I want to welcome to the program Dan Osborne, independent candidate for the U.S. Senate in Nebraska. Dan, welcome to the program.
Oh, shit.
No, thank.
My bad. Why I don't know why I thought he was going for the House. This guy is going for the Senate. It's big time.
Thank you for having me on. It's good to be here.
This is your second run at this seat. You came relatively close last time. I want to speak to you about what's taking place in this Tyson plant. We actually have some footage of Pete Ricketts addressing this. But before we do, just tell us a little bit about yourself, why you decided to run for the Senate.
Yeah, so I suppose I'm just a regular guy who likes to drink beer and watch football, right? And I haven't always been political. It really wasn't until I was president of my union during COVID. And what happened there was Kellogg's struck, my union struck Kellogg's because of we were fighting for our wages and our benefits, and that made me political. I suppose it opened my eyes to the political world and the fact that this is where I'm at. And shoot, so let's move on to the next question.
Sure. I mean, no, that's and I think just taking a. People ever take a moment to head over to your website and take a look at your platform, a lot of that is indicative of an economic populism that I think a lot of what unions are meant to do. A lot of your positions here are extensions of that. Give us a sense of what your experience has been in the context of Nebraska. I know I've spent a little bit of time in Lincoln and Omaha back years and years ago, but give us a sense of what the dynamic has been in that state and what you see as sort of the primary, I guess, problem with that dynamic.
Yeah, well, I've done 200 public events in 2024, advertised, right? Like I go out and I talk to Nebraskans every day. We're continuing to do that. I've probably done close to 40 of them now. Hopefully we'll get 250 publicly advertised events where we go out and we meet everyday people, that go and punch a clock for a living or whatever it is they do, nurses, teachers, truck drivers, plumbers, get out there and meet them where they're at. And what I'm finding is most people, whether they're Republican or Democrat, especially once we dive deep, do a deep dive into the issues, we all agree on so much, right? And it's frustrating to see, we all plug into the news, we all get on our phones, and we're bombarded with all this information. But the reality on the ground is we agree on so many things. And so what I try to do is I try to focus on the things that we agree on. And what we agree on is the fact that, the economy and affordability and paychecks, because I work for a company called Grunwald Mechanical. I'm a steam fitter. I get a paycheck every week. I know how much comes in. I know how much goes out. And all of these policy issues, whether it's tariffs or, especially in the ag sector, with row crop farmers and beans, what's happening is we are seeing it's harder to live, right? And so many things go into that in healthcare. So the commonality between all of those things is the consolidation of our industries. And so we have, antitrust and anti-monopolies laws on the books. And so that I suppose that's the basis of everything is fighting this monopoly in the consolidation of our industries. In ag specifically, it's farmers when they purchase their inputs, you're talking about seed and you're talking about chemicals, they have to buy from monopolies. And then when they have their production at the end of the year. They have to sell to monopolies. And that again goes into also healthcare. It's gone all the way down into even to youth sports, this consolidation of industries. So that's something that I want to fight for to break up, because I think that is the basis, the derivative of this affordability problem that we're all experiencing.
I will say too, you're probably the only candidate in the country who has right to repair in the top 5 of their issues, and that obviously is because a lot of farmers and.
Yeah, but actually, I love the right to repair people, because I'm a repairer. I repair things. I fix them. And I like to know I can do that. If they keep playing games with that, and it's fucked up. You should own, when you buy a thing, you should own it, and they should, like, you shouldn't be able to say, oh, if you fixed it, your warranty is voided, or you can't, you can't even do business with us now, or whatever, right? You can't update your operating system, or whatever it might be. I break my phone, I buy a new screen, and I put it in myself. I mean, I try not to break my screen, but I do everything I can to avoid that. But if it were to happen, that's what I do. I've done it many times. And honestly, they should be forced to, honestly, it shouldn't be right to repair, not just right to repair. We should be having discussions about manufactured obsolescence, which is an incredibly wasteful practice. And, the other sorts of engineering things that they do to prevent people from repairing their shit. Like, it's all got to end. Honestly, manufactured obsolescence is one of the major contributors to microplastics in our environment, and B, the degradation of our environment at large because of all of the energy expended to make this crap. It's immediately going to break immediately.
If not sooner.
Folks who want to be able to fix their vehicles, fix their equipment, and increasingly, warranties are voided if you don't have if you're not using necessarily factory parts or factory service, and I mean, I think that's indicative of a lot of what you're talking about in terms of those.
Well, yeah, I mean, you nailed right on the head, right? If you own something, you should have the right to repair it. It goes to consumer protection laws is something that I'm very interested in as well. It goes to the fact that, I mean, you could talk about printers, right? Something as simple as a printer. It's almost cheaper to buy a new printer than it is to buy the ink for the printer. And it goes back to our phones. You used to be able to take the back of your phone off and replace the battery for $50, and then it was good for another 2 years. And now, you have to buy a new $1,000 phone every 2 years. It's this planned obsolescence that these corporations do, and that absolutely goes into being able to pay your bills and live a comfortable life.
Yeah, exactly. All of that stuff. It's all very sensible. I don't know enough about this guy to be like, oh, he's great. But he's had some sensible things during this interview. I don't think I necessarily agreed with absolutely everything that he said, but most of it. And there's 2 Republicans representing Kansas right now in the Senate. Ousting one of them would be nice. I don't know which one of them is up this year, but I mean, I'd love to see it. The fact is a lot of these states, not all of them, but many states, rush to gerrymander based upon the 2024 election maps, mid-decade redistricting effort It took place mostly in the Midwest and Texas. But the numbers have just been getting really bad all over the place, even in places where they didn't redistrict. And honestly, I think as the elections go on, people are going to tune in. Like this, I think this midterm election, people are going to tune in more than usual. Because of everything that's gone on, I think that people are going to be more clued in to what's happening. At least one would think. All right, let's go here to secular talk. Kyle Kulinski from 4 days ago. Talk about that gerrymandering.
All right, guys, I could not wait to talk about this story. So as you all know, gerrymandering is a big issue. And it was Donald Trump who came out and was basically prodding Texas, like, you guys need to gerrymander and you guys need to make it so MAGA and Republicans have a bigger advantage, right?
Immediately,
and Trump was basically prodding every single Republican state, gerrymander to the high heavens and let's steal more seats. And I do think one of the reasons why he's doing that is because he knows his policies are so unpopular that they're going to get cooked in the midterms if they don't try to put their finger on the scale and fucking, rig everything however they can. Ballot spoiling, ballot purging, voter intimidation, and gerrymandering, right? Well, take a look at this. So townhall.com says, Virginia Governor Spanberger, who's a Democrat, laughs, smiles, and signs the redistricting bill that will disenfranchise about 48% of Republican-leaning voters by packing them into one district. It proposes a 10-1 Democratic advantage, okay? So then, Ted Cruz, me, I'm Ted Cruz, me. Little weasel boy Ted Cruz chimes in, a brazen abuse of power and an insult to democracy. I'm Ted Cruz, me. 47% of Virginia voted Trump. They will now get just 9% of the seats. 52% of VA.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Ted, I really feel for Ted. It's gotta be tough for him. I don't know why, because he's literally the senator of the state that started the gerrymandering war. Like Ted Cruz is literally the senator from Texas. The place where the first gerrymandering shots, the mid-decade redistricting shots were fired in Texas. And Ted's like, this is undemocratic. How dare you?
Give me a joke.
Voters voted Harris. Now they get 91% of the seats. I'm By comparison, in Texas, 56% voted Trump. GOP gets 79% of the seats. I'm Ted Cruz. Me. Okay, so Ted Cruz has that. Ready for this? So L. Louise Lucas comes out, and she is a well-known Virginia Democrat. She's the president pro tempore, Senate of Virginia, representing the 18th District, chairman of the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee, okay? So she comes out and she quote tweets this, and she says, you all started it, and we fucking finished it. Damn, Louise! You go get him, girl. Goddamn. You have AOC chimes in and says, this is the energy. Thank you, with a whole bunch of clapping emojis and the Queen's crown here. You all started it, and we fucking finished it. And ladies and gentlemen, let me say to you in no uncertain terms, 0 uncertain terms, okay? You ready for this? As Republicans complain about Virginia restricting redistricting, a reminder that Democrats tried to enact a national ban on partisan gerrymandering. Every single Republican voted no. In other words, the Democratic Party, Democratic politicians all across this country stood up and said, you know what? Let's do the right thing here. Let's make it so nobody can cheat, nobody can gerrymander, nobody can redistrict in an unfair way. Let's do these independent boards that redistrict in a neutral, objective way, and we're all going to sign on to it. We're all going to agree to that. Let's stop this race to the bottom. Let's stop this, you guys rig it, we'll counter rig it, etc. Let's just do the right thing across the entire country.
Look, everybody, it's Spike Lee. Let's do the right thing, he says Kyle Kulinski. Do the right thing, chat. Whatever that is. Yeah. You know what the right thing was in this moment? It was to beat the Republicans at their own game. And Virginia did exactly that. Based. Let's talk about real voter suppression. Well, I guess really, I mean, technically gerrymandering could be considered voter suppression, although it's completely legal. Let's talk about that SAFE Act. Something they're trying to make legal. Something that's clearly unconstitutional.
Voting rights advocates are expressing alarm after the Republican-led House passed a bill Wednesday that could disenfranchise millions of voters. By a vote of 218 to 213, Republicans approved the so-called Save America Act, which would require voters to show passports or birth certificates to register to vote or update their voter registration information. The bill also effectively eliminates online and mail voter registration. Demetria McCain of the Legal Defense Fund responded to the vote by saying, quote, the Save America Act is not about protecting our elections. It's about disguising voter suppression techniques aimed at disenfranchising black voters as election security, unquote. The Save America Act now heads to the Senate, where it faces some Republican opposition. Meanwhile, shocking new details have emerged about how a prominent election denier played a key role in the FBI's recent raid on the Fulton County election office in Georgia. An unsealed search warrant affidavit reveals the raid came after a referral from Kurt Olson, a lawyer who tried to overturn the 2020 election. One of the debunked claims listed in the affidavit comes from a so-called citizen researcher named Joe Rossi, who claimed that the number of ballot...
The inmates are running the asylum. The election deniers are doing the election investigations now. This is disturbing. This is just so disturbing. Everything about this story is disturbing. That the FBI would raid election offices. That you would get a guy completely unqualified. I mean, unqualified in the most possible ways. The most unqualified possible guy.
Images for Fulton County did not match the full total number of ballots cast. But the state of Georgia did a machine and hand recount of the ballots and confirmed the tally. To talk about all of this and more, we're joined by Ari Berman, the national voting rights correspondent for Mother Jones Magazine. His most recent article, headlined, "The GOP Show Us Your Papers Bill," is the latest effort to help Trump take over elections. He's also the author of Minority Rule, the right-wing attack on the will of the people and the fight to resist it. Ari, welcome back to Democracy Now! Start off with this latest vote in the House, the significance of and what is the SAVE Act.
Good morning, Amy and Juan. Thank you for having me back on the show. So the Save America Act is a new version of the SAVE Act, which passed the House last year and then passed the House again this week. And it would be, if passed, the worst voter suppression bill ever passed by Congress because it has sweeping new restrictions on voting. And it comes at a time when President Trump says he wants to take over the voting process and nationalize voting. And this bill would nationalize new restrictions on voting in a few different ways. The centerpiece of the bill remains a show your papers requirement, meaning you need a passport or a birth certificate to register to vote. That would be extremely restrictive. Half of all Americans don't have passports, for example. 21 million Americans don't have ready access to their citizenship documents. A much larger number of people could be affected. For example, 69 million married women took their partner's name and have birth certificates that are different than their current last name and could be disenfranchised. So the Show Your Papers bill is really the headline. There's other parts of the bill as well. They have a national voter ID requirement for the first time, which would be extremely restrictive. It would not allow student IDs or tribal IDs. It would disproportionately harm younger people and voters of color. And then the third part of the bill would require states to hand over their voter rolls to the Department of Homeland Security, something that the DOJ has long tried to get. That means your sensitive private information would be in the hands of Kristi Noem, and that could lead to faulty voter purges based on inaccurate citizenship data. So the bill really combines a lot of the worst things that Republicans want to do with regards to voting, and it comes at a time when Trump appears dead set to try to interfere in the midterm elections.
But Ari, is any of this constitutional, given the fact that the Constitution gives to the states the power to run elections?
Well, that's a very good question, Juan, and it would certainly be challenged in court. Trump tried to do many of these same kind of things through executive order. For example, he tried to pass an executive order last year that would require proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections, and that was blocked by courts as executive overreach. And we have a very decentralized system that makes it hard for both the president and Congress to encroach on it. But what we're seeing, Juan, is that the president and his allies are trying to ignore the Constitution in so many different ways. They are trying to usurp power that belongs to the states when it comes time to voting.
Yeah. Now, this would wind up disenfranchising both Republicans and Democrats. Women and poor people will be disenfranchised the most, but certainly not exclusively. It's clearly unconstitutional. But when has that stopped the Trump administration? However, the SAFE Act is not guaranteed to pass, and there's already been, I think, 2 Republican senators saying that they might not vote for it. So and it has not gone to the floor yet. It already passed days ago, but the Senate hasn't rushed to take it up. Could happen any day, but for now, it's just sitting there. A ticking time bomb, I guess. Now, some Republicans are starting to realize that Donald Trump had betrayed them. And or maybe politics aren't for them. These are the sanest of Republicans, I guess you might say. Like this man.
We're an open forum. Any public policy or political issue, news of the day. John in New Mexico, Republican.
Hello, is that me?
That's you.
Oh, my word. I am a registered Republican. My dad was the president of American Pipeliners Association, so I came by it rather naturally. Voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist blatantly. They were supposed to deport the dangerous criminals. They were not supposed to go after small children, storm schools, bring terror upon, the little kids and the women and children, not just the immigrants in the school. All the children are scared. This is not a decent man. This is not an honest man. He openly takes bribes. He's pathetic as a president, and I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
Yeah. One man came to his senses, apparently. Not clear what it was that actually took him over the line, if you will. Triple Trumper. It was from last Monday. Or Sunday, something like that. Now, let's go to the most despicable man on the internet. Let's talk about Nick Fuentes. And Asmund Gold.
So one of the points that I've made a number of times on this show is that Nick Fuentes reminds me of Jimmy Dore circa like 2018. Because Jimmy Dore was basically doing the whole routine of like, I'm the purest leftist. I'm the leftiest of the leftists. And I will spend all of my time bashing the Democrats and bashing even the people in theory who are closest to me on the spectrum, like AOC, like Bernie Sanders, and basically give the Republicans just a complete and utter pass, right? And functionally, I think Jimmy acted as an op for the right. In reality, he's more of a useful idiot, but he acted like he was an op, like a literal infiltrator from the right to undermine left-wing movements and the Democrats more broadly, right? And Nick Fuentes does the exact same thing. He mirrors that on the other side. He mirrors that on the right. So he comes in and he says, I'm the most right-wing of the right-wingers. I'm the most pure of the right-wingers. I'm the most far-right of the right-wingers. And I declare that the Republicans are the biggest enemy and that Donald Trump is not right-wing enough. And so I'm going to beat up on Trump. I'm going to beat up on Vance. I'm going to beat up on the Republicans 24/7 and make you feel disaffected and disenfranchised and try to get you to not support Republicans and barely, if ever, hardly lay a glove on Democrats in the same way that Jimmy Dore hardly ever laid a glove on Republicans in like 2018. Now, the jig is up with Jimmy. He's out of the closet. The shine has worn off now and people know he just leans right. He's like a right-leaning conspiracy guy now, right? But there was a time where people would argue, like, no, he actually is the most left-wing. And so Nick Fuentes is doing the mirror image of that. He's the purest of the right-wingers, and he's here to say the other right-wingers are not right-wing enough, and therefore abandon politics. Or, waste your vote on this dumbass right-wing party that's going to get 7 votes in total and, siphon your votes away from the actual right-wing party that has a chance, which is the Republicans. That's what he's doing here, right? So here's Asmund Gold, who's also another giant content creator on the right, and they're going to go full nihilism mode here. They're going to go full, fuck politics, fuck voting, fuck Trump, like it's all a waste of time. And I love this because of the implications of this. But let's take a look and then we'll break it down. Here we go.
Go fuck yourself. You told us when we wanted the Epstein files, we don't need your votes anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, wish granted. Remember that?
Sure.
Remember in July of 2025 when Trump said, if you want the Epstein files, you're not a real supporter. I don't want your vote. Hey, wish granted, pal. Wish granted. You wanted it. You got it. Fuck you. You want to get it back on track? Good luck. Call Netanyahu.
Uh-oh.
That's the part that I
TikTok
love. They
algorithm.
sell us out. H-1B visas galore.
See?
Student visas galore. No mass deportations.
See, the thing Nick is advocating for that I agree with is that you should not accept to be slowly boiled. You should say that
not enough
if you're
mass
not
deportations. We're not literally like Nick Fuentes. He's like upset that we're not like literally putting people on trains and then onto like ships. And it's like not in black and white or something. People aren't dressed as actual Nazis. That's what he's upset about. We don't have actual concentration. We don't have like actual like death camps yet. There's not full. People are dying, but not enough. And they're not leaving fast enough, says Nick. It's fascinating. Disturbing take. These two are really gross people.
Going to
Really,
boil
really
me.
gross.
Let's just get it over with. Let's get it over with. And if you're willing to do that, then maybe something will change. And so that's it. No, and here's the thing, is that he just like JD Vance, he's not right. Well, I'm saying that like this is really the issue, right? There's such an outtake. I don't think so. And let me explain, this is really the reason why. Setting people on fire, accelerationism. Exactly. And so really, if you let the people that, like, let's say you have like basically, I'm trying to think of a good way to say it. Let me finish the clip and I'll talk about it.
Hey guys, we need your help. President Trump needs more seats to keep the agenda going.
Yeah.
You know what I have to say about that? You're worried about your majority in 2026. You're worried about losing the House. Why don't you ask Bill Clinton for his vote then? Ask Bill Clinton. Ask those 600,000 Chinese students. Ask the H-1B workers. Ask the Israelis. Ask Netanyahu for a vote. You gave Netanyahu $20 billion. Ask him to vote for you. You gave Wall Street the corporate tax cut extension. Why don't you ask them for the vote? Ask them. Go and bother them with your campaign ads. Don't bother us, because we still have illegal immigrants in our cities. We still have rampant crime in our cities. The job market still sucks. We're not richer. Our purchasing power has not increased. Go ask somebody else, because we are not interested. We do want to burn it all down. Correct.
So you see what he's doing? What he's doing is divide and conquer on the right. What he's doing is, well, what's even the point of voting for Trump? I mean, we didn't get everything we want, so even if you're a hardcore right-winger like I am, like...
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it was a disturbingly racist message and despicable sort of fascist undertones. Really overtones. But I do like seeing the dissent going on in the far right fringes of the party. Not enough death camps. More we need more, says Nick Fuentes. Disturbing. He's a gross human being. Him and Asmongold. Asmon's like he can't even come up with his own opinions. He's too fucking stupid. Too useless of a human being. He's just like yes manning Nick Fuentes. And yeah, Nick Fuentes, he's right. Nick is based. This is actually a base. It's a W. No, chat. This is not a no. This is based. Dude is too dumb to come up with his own opinions. Dude, he's like a millionaire. It's wild. A man covered in roaches, too stupid to come up with an opinion of his own. Yeah. It's great. Well, let's talk about voting. How's that? How are the numbers looking right now? Who else would we go to for the numbers but the one, the only, the great Harry Emden?
Awful. Weak.
In a new interview with NBC News, President Trump took ownership of the current state of the economy, saying, "I'm very proud of it," he said. This comes as there is new polling showing that many voters are not as happy as the president with the way that things are going with said economy. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enten, is running the numbers on this, but also speaks to the changing nature of President Trump's base right now. Talk me through this.
Yeah, okay. So if you know anything about Donald Trump, you know that he built his 2 presidential victories on winning voters without a college degree, while Donald Trump's base with non-college voters is absolutely collapsing. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we just take a look? Voters without a college degree on Donald Trump. Look at this. Back in 2024, he won those voters over Kamala Harris by 14 points. You come over to this side of the screen. What's his net approval rating with him? He is underwater by 9 points. That's a 23-point switcheroo with his base of non-college voters. He is absolutely collapsing with the group of voters that helped put him into the White House, Kate.
Okay, so how are these non-college voters feeling about 2026?
Okay, so you see this drop of 23 points, right? From plus 14 Trump to now he's underwater by 9 points. How is that impacting their views on how they're going to vote for Congress? Well, you see a similar story going on here, right? Take a look. In the 2024 election, Republicans won those voters, those non-college voters, by 13 points. Now they're just ahead by just 1, 2, 3, 4 points. When you can count it on one hand, you know that you're in trouble if you're Donald John Trump and the Republican Party, in this case, the Republican Party, when it comes to the voters in Congress. And of course, a 4-point lead among non-college voters is not anywhere close to being good enough because Democrats are dominating among voters with a college degree, up by 20 points. At this point, the Democratic base with college voters is rising, and the Republican base with non-college voters is collapsing.
One of the big promises, when it circles back to the economy, one of the big promises from President Trump was...
Well, Donald Trump's support among non-college working-class voters is imploding. My God. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for the president right now. That's probably why he's trying to steal the election. Speaking of working class voters, let's go here to the majority report from Tuesday. Monday, I think. Monday, yeah. I do believe this was Monday.
The IRS has been so degraded. People are concerned there's going to be a major meltdown when the IRS has to process taxes this year. Eric Katz, I can't tell, I think this is from the Times. Setting this agency up for failure amid staffing crunch, IRS taps employees with no relevant experience to assist during filing season. Tax agency is taking unusual steps to prepare for its busy season after Watchdog finds it's severely underprepared. This is by design because the right wing does not want taxes to be collected properly.
Unless this is reposted, it looks like it's governmentexec.com.
Oh, yes, sorry, it's governmentexec.com. That's my New York Times. And the divisions in IRS that process tax returns and provide telephonic and in-person customer service, as well as other duties related to filing season, have lost 8,300 workers, or 17% of their staff. Almost 1/5. The division tasked with processing original and amended tax returns has hired just 50 employees in anticipation of the 26th filing, or 2% of its authorized level. It can take up to 80 days to train a new employee. There were people who, ostensibly leftists, who are like, all of these new IRS hires, well, it was, what's his face?
Yeah, you IRS guys are coming to make you take the shot.
Exactly, Jimmy Dore. And the IRS, for a couple of years under Biden, began to audit the wealthiest taxpayers because you obviously need more people and more sophisticated auditors because you're going up against lawyers and whatnot. That's all gone. That's all gone. So what you're going to see is actually a greater level of enforcement, percentage-wise, of people who don't make much money, even like earned income tax folks. And what you'll also see is just a absolute crap show in terms of returns. With that said, let's also play this clip number 15. Donald Trump sold the part of their big, beautiful bill on the idea that there was going to be no tax on overtime. And the media spent very little time actually breaking this down. Now, if you listened to this program, you would have known this. If you read, the American Prospect, you would have known.
I'll be right back, chat. We'll leave you here with Sam and Emma. I think they got this covered. Oh, shit. Is this one? Shit. This? Yeah.
This. But for the 99.99999% of the rest of the country, they didn't know this. And some people seem to be discovering that the no tax on overtime isn't all that. It turns out there's no tax literally just on overtime. So if you work 50 hours, you get 10 hours of overtime. You get time and a half for those 10 hours, but it's only the half that is actually, there's no tax on.
So the time,
you're still getting taxed.
No tax on the half.
And it's income tax, not payroll tax. Payroll tax still subjected to payroll tax.
No income tax on the half.
Yeah, the Social Security and all that stuff.
Social Security and Medicare, you're still on the hook for.
You're welcome.
I mean, but don't worry, we kept the minimum wage stable, so you'll be able to rely on that. Yeah, watch it as people realize.
All right, Trump, that's not cool, man. No tax on overtime. Well, I'm just now finding out that no tax on overtime is not no tax on overtime. There is tax on overtime. It's no tax on the half.
I mean, every time you hear Donald Trump open his mouth, it's no tax on overtime. But don't fill us full of shit. and tell us that we're not paying taxes on overtime because we're paying taxes on 2/3 of it.
So I filed our taxes this morning, and the no tax on overtime should be changed to no tax on some of your overtime, because the time and a half part that you get paid, it's the half that they won't tax. And that is less than 1/3 of what my husband actually made on his overtime. So either way, they find a way to fuck you.
He wants to make it seem like he's doing something for the working class, but if you look at the tax breaks that millionaires and billionaires got, it's not even comparable. We still got shit on.
True. And surprise. It could be a real benefit in competent Democrats' favor if you really emphasize that this what? If you really emphasize that these tax cuts, the repeated emphasis on tax cuts, does nothing really to address the affordability crisis. Because, yeah, maybe you have a few $100s extra in the cuts that you got from, like, your tax rate decreasing. But that doesn't necessarily do anything about your day-to-day issues with paying rent. It may be beneficial in the short term, but the price of everything is way too high. That's the major problem. That's what's driving people. That's why people are living paycheck to paycheck. That's why we keep hitting records of credit card debt. Do we have that More Perfect Union clip? Actually, this might be a way. The one on the Affirm rent. Like this is the major problem in America right now, is that people just simply can't afford basic goods, important services, or can't afford basic goods, the essentials of life, their rent. And we've been sounding the alarm on how, like, corporate companies like DoorDash and other food services are starting to offer buy now, pay later services. Like, if you want to order a $20 lunch, if you're the kind of person that can't afford a $20 lunch at that time, and then you put it into 4 different installments, you are very likely to be the person that misses a payment, and then the interest rates get jacked up. They've been doing this at checkout for a lot of, like, clothing stores, online, and things like that. Then they're trying to expand it into food. And now it looks like rent now, pay later is the next frontier.
With this. You've heard of buy now, pay later. Well, Lauren, what's this about rent now, pay later?
It's a new option for renters who are struggling to make the monthly payment. You can spread your payments out.
So gross.
Companies like Flex and Affirm are letting users break up their rent sums into multiple payments throughout the month.
nice.
So let's say your rent is $2,000. You pay $1,400 on the first of the month, the remaining $600 on the 15th of the month. Typically, it depends on the service that you use. You pay them a fee or a monthly subscription.
This is so Dickensian. It is ridiculous. Like, this is like some like turning the slums into payday loan centers or something. It is so fucked. We are living in a genuine dystopia right now. It's out of control. Oh God! As if the rental industry wasn't predatory enough. All right, we are 6 hours into the stream, and I think now is a good enough time for me to finally take another break. I feel like I've made up some amount of distance here on the list. I think it's gonna be a long stream though tonight. Just a reminder to everybody. We appreciate all of your donations around here. However, right now we are running a large galactic deficit. It's around $360. We've got like 15 days left in February. And therefore, more than ever, we need your donations on Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. However, YouTube super chats are still very much appreciated. Ones like these. From Devil Doll. Hottest person I've never met. No idea who you're talking about. All right, people. Quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of ways for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. Of course, right now, donations like Cash App and PayPal. Super helpful. New addition to the Dono Space, Throne, where you can buy gifts that will literally arrive at my door. On Earth. That's right, you can go browsing for Valentine's Day gifts.
You are not funny.
Whatever. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back.
The IRS has been so degraded. People are
All right, Space Fams, you know what that sound means. That beeping in your ears is, of course, intended to alert you to the fact that the stream is about to begin once again. That's right, break over. Content about to be here. Oh, we still have so much left to talk about. So, get back to those seats. Otherwise, you are going to miss it. Okay, people, we are back. And I just want to say something real quick. It has nothing to do with what we're about to talk about. But it is something that I've been meaning to say. And I should probably mention it in Discord as well. But for those of you watching this right now, if you're watching it currently live, or perhaps you're watching this in post, one thing I've been meaning to do of the streams, and I need to be doing on the streams more, is putting timestamps in the description of the videos. But you can help me do that by timestamping the things that you like, or when we switch topics to something, you know, like while you're watching live, or if you're watching after the fact. It would really help me out big time. It also would help probably boost the video if there's extra comments on the vids. But yeah, I really do need to start doing actual clips. Like, I gotta go back to two different things. I gotta go back to one thing and start doing a new thing this year. It's on my list. Unfortunately, I've been doing other things this year, like getting sick and going to the hospital and other crap like that. And still, but I need to start going back to doing clips of relevant news stories, as well as doing clips of the live streams themselves, and posting those. I've been considering doing like a second channel for the clips to I don't know, maybe boost the channel better. I don't know if it would help, but I've been thinking about doing that. Either way, something that I need to do. And supposedly timestamping videos in the descriptions is actually something that YouTube wants you to do if you're live streaming. It's a thing. It's how you get those little sections like on videos. You can add descriptions to each section if you timestamp it. And so I gotta start doing that. You could help.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Help, I need your comments. All right, let's go back to talking about people being repressed. Not by the algorithm, but by something called grocery prices. It's a new concept, no one's ever heard of it, called groceries. It's a new word. It's either new or very old, one of the two.
I'm running an experiment that might seem pointless. Testing whether Walmart really has the lowest prices. It's economics 101, right? Economies of scale, bulk purchasing.
The Walmart phenomenon, scale of production, speed of delivery, and all of these things that drive down price.
So I went around to different grocery stores in western Wisconsin. And on the surface, I found what you'd expect. But I got a tip that something else might be going on. So I talked with an independent grocer.
Back in the 90s, I could go toe-to-toe with Walmart's everyday low price. Today, it's not even close.
That's when this went from a curiosity to an investigation. And I found a lawsuit that the federal government filed against one of the largest food companies in the world. It was supposed to stay secret.
As a result of redacted, Pepsi created a plan, redacted
The plan advised that Pepsi redacted. The plan included redacted.
Inside, evidence that goes against every single economics textbook. Markets are supposed to drive prices down through competition. But what if the biggest player found a way to neutralize the competition without actually lowering their own prices? The case got buried in the swamps of Washington, but the system is still running, and you're paying for it. So how does it work?
My name is R.F. Bowie. I am a fourth-generation grocer. We have been around since 1905.
Today, RF operates a chain of independent grocery stores across South Dakota. I met him at the Pine Ridge location, the only full-service grocery store on the Oglala Sioux Indian Reservation.
Can you give me an example of an item where you pay more at wholesale than Walmart's able to charge on the shelf?
Pepsi, 12 packs, for instance. My cost is $9, and Walmart's retail is $7.97.
Brutal.
We drove to the nearest Walmart to check their prices, with what RF pays for 20 popular items. Heinz ketchup, Quaker oatmeal.
So you didn't quite catch that. The price that this guy is paying wholesale is $9, while what Walmart is selling the same product at is at over $1 discount to what he's buying it for. How do you compete with that? Literally impossible.
Paper towels.
I am fine going toe-to-toe with any grocer challenger. But right now I'm doing it with one arm tied behind my back.
The conventional wisdom is that Walmart's prices are lower because of scale and efficiency.
Well, to be honest, it's almost laughable to me.
Here's why RF is skeptical.
Give me a joke.
Yes, Walmart is massive. They absolutely get volume discounts, but RF should too.
Most independents like myself buy from a wholesaler.
Wholesalers pool orders from hundreds of independent grocers and buy in bulk. And look, Walmart is so big that their volume discounts are still probably better. But should it be this much better?
The 18-ounce Cheerios that we talked about, Walmart sits on the shelf at $4.98, I believe. And our cost is $6.
We went to that Walmart today, and it was actually lower. They have a markdown on it right now.
Oh, they do?
50-cent rollback.
Independent grocers like RF have been trying to figure out why this is happening for years. It doesn't add up. They'd lose money on almost every sale if they matched Walmart's prices. Well, the answer is in these two documents. Documents that were recently unsealed after the government tried to bury them.
The evidence that's in there is explosive.
The year of the redaction, 2026.
Recently unsealed after the government tried to bury them.
The evidence that's in there is explosive. I mean, it was beyond what I was expecting. It is a kind of conspiracy.
That's Stacy Mitchell, co-director of the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. Her organization fought to unseal those documents, and it wasn't supposed to happen. Just days before President Trump took office, under Lena Khan, the Federal Trade Commission filed a complaint against PepsiCo and a major retailer. But when it was made public, here's what we got.
Pepsi believed that redacted. Pepsi characterized redacted. As a result of redacted, Pepsi created a plan, redacted. The plan advised that Pepsi redacted. The plan included redacted, redacted. For example, redacted.
Nothing, just black boxes. Now, redaction is normal in cases like this. At first, there's a process to decide what goes public. The FTC argues for transparency, a company argues for secrecy. A judge decides.
What typically happens in antitrust cases is that almost everything is unsealed.
But one day before Pepsi had to defend those redactions in open court, the Trump administration made a decision.
The Federal Trade Commission moving to drop a case against PepsiCo.
It was convenient timing.
It's just going to apparently remain blacked out forever.
Enter Catherine Van Dyke, a former legal.
It's unfair business practices and it's fucking illegal. And apparently the Trump administration thinks that's fine. So what if it costs consumers millions, billions of dollars probably a year if companies like Pepsi are doing this sort of thing. And it's not just Pepsi, right? Like Amazon's doing this kind of shit with basically everyone that sells on Amazon. In a way, they're not allowed to sell your product for more than it's listed on Amazon anywhere, or they'll kick you off the platform. Or like if you offer, like you can't like offer anything off platform that you don't offer on Amazon's website. These sorts of practices are becoming so prevalent, and it needs to be stopped. If only we still had people like Lena Khan in government rather than these psychos. You can redacted that again. Well played. Well played. Yes, and clip on Twitch. Yes, for those of you who are Twitch viewers, you can clip for me, which is even nicer. It's even easier for me. I need to start reposting those clips, actually. Gotta decide whether I should just be... I think I should probably just post them to the channel rather than posting them to a second channel. Because that's just too much. That's too much effort. All right. Let's talk more about how the billionaires, the multinational corporations are gaming the system and sapping more money from America. Two more perfect unions in a row.
What is it like to be in a grocery store for 6 hours hungry?
It's torturing. You feel like you're being tortured.
Daisy Walter is a grocery store worker in the Pacific Northwest, and like millions of Americans, she relies on SNAP or food stamps to feed her family.
I work. I still can't afford to eat without it. Right now, the way my hours are, I have to choose my bills or food.
According to President Trump and his allies, SNAP is rife with fraudsters and freeloaders.
Fraud in the federal food stamp program.
It wasn't meant for people that could do whatever they want, the people that say, well, I don't think I'll work, I'll just, collect this money.
But we investigated, and what we found was shocking, because there are definitely people taking advantage of SNAP, but they're hiding behind lobbying firms and front groups, behind the doors of private jets and boardrooms. SNAP was created to ensure that in the richest country in the world, no one goes hungry. This is the story of how America's corporate elite captured SNAP and used it to pay themselves.
Zuckerberg.
Talking about how you're not being paid enough at your job to feed yourself, that doesn't always feel safe.
By the time I get off of work on Sundays, I have not eaten in 12 hours. I start dreaming about food. I'm like, this combination sounds great with this combination. And then I tell my coworkers and they get hungry too.
Before we met, Sarah told me she was worried about retribution from her employer. So she asked that we not film her face.
When you see people coming through work buying all these healthy produce and stuff, and you're like, I can't even do that. I'm lucky if I can buy a bag of grapes once every 6 months if I'm lucky, depending if I can find a good sale for it.
As I spent time with Sarah and Daisy, there was something I just couldn't get out of my head. They work for a corporation, Safeway, whose parent company, Albertsons, made nearly $1 billion in profit in 2024. So why are they on government assistance?
Their employees are struggling to live and to survive. My youngest, he after every meal, he's like, Mommy, are you still hungry? If there's leftovers and he wants more, and I'll be like, no, go ahead and eat. And that way he can eat, because I know he's not done, and I'd rather be hungry than have my child go hungry.
Back in November, we sent out a request to all 50 states. We wanted to know which employers have the most employees receiving SNAP. Getting that data was not so simple. Hi, my name is Liz Shelton. I'm a reporter with More Perfect Union. I'm just calling to check on the status of my Freedom of Information request. You're not in possession of any of those records. So you're saying because I'm not an Arkansas resident, I can't request that data. But for the states that did send us data, a pattern was clear. More than 7,000 workers for Amazon and Washington State. More than 4,000 workers for Walmart in Colorado. McDonald's, Kroger, Dollar General. All across the country, thousands of people working for enormously profitable corporations who also can't afford to feed themselves without government assistance. As I investigated further, what began to come into focus seemed like an intentional strategy to siphon off billions in taxpayer money. Something that Daisy and Sarah both mentioned that really stuck out to me, they both want to work more hours, but they can't get them. When you talk to your manager and say like, hey, I want more hours, what is their response?
He turned and told me I will get more hours once I know the store better. But with 2 days a week, what do you expect?
If you were to go to your manager and ask for more hours, what do you typically hear?
They try to use excuses of labor and wages are too high for this location.
So that's the phrase that you hear
quite often. And even if they could, quote unquote, guarantee you more hours, that's still not going to be guaranteed.
This isn't a coincidence. Big corporations like Walmart and Safeway have to offer employees health insurance if they work 30 hours a week or more. In some states, they might have to offer other benefits like paid sick time or vacation time. And so by keeping their employees' hours low, these corporations are able to avoid offering those benefits and keep their employees' incomes below the threshold needed to qualify for programs like SNAP or Medicaid. And that way, the government picks up some of the cost. In 2014, the last year we have data for, Walmart alone cost taxpayers more than $6 billion in employee public benefits like SNAP and Medicaid.
When you let companies get away with shifting so much of the cost of their employees, just basic, living costs onto taxpayers, we're all subsidizing that. We are subsidizing these fat paychecks for CEOs. We're subsidizing the private jets that they ride around in. We're subsidizing their outer space adventures.
So, step one of the corporate scam. Keep wages and hours low, and SNAP picks up some of the slack. But the scam actually goes even deeper. Take a look at this internal presentation from Kroger, marked confidential from 2017. There's literally a slide in there titled, "Many Kroger associates live under the poverty line." But this is the part that grabbed me. They know a ton of their employees are on SNAP, and they actually highlight how much those employees spend in the store. Nobody has perfected this scheme better than Walmart. A trade group that tracks SNAP spending found...
That is disturbing. That is fucking disturbing. This is like full-on slavery. This is dystopia. So they're underpaying people, so they're living in a state of poverty so that they qualify for benefits, and then drive those people to buy at their stores, using deceptive and unfair business practices, among other things. It's insane. So they're just sapping money directly into their wallets from the American taxpayers. It's gross. It's gross.
Nearly a quarter of every SNAP dollar is spent in their stores. So that's the full scam. Pay your workers poverty wages, knowing that SNAP will be there to pick up some of the slack, and save $1. Turn around and collect $1 through SNAP spending, funnel it up to executives, repeat over decades, decimate the working class.
Yep, that's it. That's the cycle. Disturbing. Disturbing that we've allowed it to go this far. We basically allowed these monopolists to run roughshod over worker protections and basically anything that they want for decades. It's not good. It's bad, okay? Times are so tough, people are turning to selling their plasma. Middle-class Americans struggling to pay the bills, now selling their blood instead.
America's newest side hustle isn't your usual gig, and it tells a prickly story about the U.S. economy. People selling blood just to get by.
It was out of necessity.
Like Ian Pleasant, who started donating at this center outside Philadelphia after being hit by a car and breaking his leg.
It was a lifesaver. It even paid my rent.
A lifesaver for him and the patients on the other end, with researchers saying the U.S. provides around 70% of the world's plasma, that gooey substance that transports the essential cells and nutrients our body needs. Ian is one of an estimated 200,000 people that walk into plasma centers like this every day across the country to sell their blood plasma for money.
People will come in and use this money to supplement their income. For a lot of people, it's their lifeline to afford that little thing that's extra.
A booming market worth more than $30 billion
It's
now,
their
pumping
literal
through
life.
the veins of American households.
It's their lifelines. They're giving up. It's like, what's the name of that movie? Where like time is currency. It's like becoming a blood boy now is like, it's like the part of the gig economy now.
Collections up about 30% in the last 3 years. There are now more plasma centers than Costco's across the nation.
The U.S. has a really incredible demand for this product, and it obviously saves a lot of lives and helps a lot of people.
Filling that demand are cash-strapped Americans, ranging from college students who told Rolling Stone they were looking for some extra cash to afford Harry Styles tickets, to middle-class workers struggling with rising costs and a slowing.
Another thing that's been taken over by monopolists and made unaffordable. Entertainment. People selling blood to go to a single concert. It's how we're living in such a fucked up timeline right now.
To middle-class workers struggling with rising costs and a slowing job market. Jill Chamberlain in Scottsdale, Arizona used to make $87,000 a year overseeing the finances for a local business until she was laid off in August 2024. Now she works more than 80 hours a week to barely cover her bills. Twice a week before work, she sells her plasma.
Everything that I get from here or the other overtime jobs is food. It's power, it's gas in my car, it's car insurance. One day it will fix my sunroof.
Chamberlain makes about $400 a month from her plasma, but she says it leaves her exhausted and frustrated.
I chickened out for the first 2 months. I went and then backed out and went and backed out, and it was just too scary.
You were afraid to do it?
Yeah, there's a lot of stigma attached to it, and I wanted to find other solutions before I went that far.
Critics say the plasma sellers getting about $50 a session isn't enough and point out that the U.S. is one of the few countries that allows payment for plasma. And
That was something I didn't know. The United States is one of the few countries that allows this practice. Leave it to America. Oh, God. Okay. Based upon time, I'm going to skip a little bit just because I am exhausted right now for some reason. Let's go to Canada. Where one Canadian premier thought he was the one to reach across the border. Jamil Giovanni took a trip to D.C. and it did not go according to plan. Concerts are for the rich these days. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And it's all because of monopolists. It's really like a Ticketmaster. I mean, we can name these people pretty easily. That's the great thing about the monopolists. They've made massive targets of themselves by being the only people in a particular business. Everybody knows your name.
Canadians have paid for the bridge. The bridge was built with organized labor, union labor.
75%, yes, we're Canadian steel and concrete because we're paying for it.
Conservative MP Jamil Javandi learned a very quick and hard lesson in what it is like to deal with the Trump administration. So in this video, I'm going to discuss how this trip blew up in his face very quickly and get to the heart of the issue here, which is this bridge and the incredible corruption at the heart of this disagreement. Illegal. And there's also, as I was recording this, another breaking story that's related to this came out that I will get to near the end. But let me first start with the incredible trip, productive trip that conservative MP Jamil Javandi made to Washington, D.C. In his almost 5-minute video, he discusses how this is not about politics. This is about trying to work together, even though this guy is not part of the current government. He's a conservative MP. His purview isn't even trade. Just decides, you know what, on his own, I'm going to go to Washington. I'm going to solve this problem. If only they would make the right argument to Donald Trump, then he'll finally see that all we got to do is...
Is it just me, or is this guy's face too small for his head? What is going on with his face? I don't know if it's the freeze frame or something. You see, like, this gets all scrunched into one small area, and it's not like a lot of head. He's got a lot of head, but like most of his face is just all bunched up in the center. Something weird's going on. I don't like it.
Together, and it'll benefit all of us. Yeah, Jamil, I'm sure you got the solutions. So here he is with his BFF JD Vance, who he's been friends with Vance for a while, well before he was VP. Knows Vance well. Hasn't apparently helped at all, but I don't know. Let's not pass judgment yet. So this is from the 5th. And as Jamil Javandi said in an interview with Semaphore, saying, quote, part of what I'm trying to do by being here, Javandi said, is convey the message that we're all on the same team and we don't need to be fighting with each other. I think there's a real opportunity to build something with the U.S. administration. Oh, you poor soul. So he writes here on the 4th, productive meetings today with the White House and the State Department. The president asked me to pass along a message, quote, tell the Canadians I love them. I'll have much more to say later. More meetings with Senators, GM, and others this week. Wow. Jamil Javandi getting things done. Trump loves Canada now. Oh. That's why 5 days later he came up with this. As everyone knows, the country of Canada has treated the U.S. very unfairly for decades. Now things are turning around for the USA, and fast. But imagine, Canada's building a massive bridge between Ontario and Michigan. They own both the Canada and the U.S. side, and of course, built it with virtually no U.S. content. So he goes on and on and on. I'll get to the actual reality of all this in a second. But he goes on to say, the first thing China will do, speaking about the recent agreement that Canada has with China, the first thing China will do is terminate all ice hockey and permanently eliminate the Stanley Cup.
Permanently, no more.
This man is insane. Everyone around him.
I'm canceling the NHL. No more hockey at all. That's it. In fact, I'm going to cancel it at the Olympics too. No more hockey. Sorry, Canada.
In his cabinet who have not utilized the 25th Amendment should all be put in prison along with him. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen any world leader say. Yes, China can't wait to eliminate the Stanley Cup. Like, just so stupid. Going on to say, I will not allow this bridge to open until the U.S. is fully compensated.
He's a deranged lunatic.
Unintelligent person running the United States of America.
That's it. No more Stanley Cup. NHL done. Bye-bye, Canada. Didn't need you.
We'll get to it, but Canada paid for the entire bridge. for everything we have given them. And also importantly, Canada treats the US with the fairness and respect that we deserve. Oh yes, it's Canada being very unfair. So, Jamil Giovanni, again, worth quoting this. Certainly, there have been people fanning the flames of anti-American resentment in Canada. And I think doing so have created an open-mindedness to doing business with China. It didn't exist before. So I think that's part of what set the conditions for that agreement. What? Fanning the flames of anti-American resentment? What do you think is causing this, dipshit?
Very
Donald
nasty.
Trump. This complete inability.
Very nasty. Very, very nasty. Anti-American.
How rude.
How dare you? Very rude, Canada, that you would be anti-American.
To point out the obvious elephant in the room shows how unserious you are as a lawmaker. So, to get to the bridge now, this is from CBC News. This one is the new bridge that's being built, the Gordie Howe Bridge. And number two, which we'll get into when we get to the corruption discussion, is the Ambassador Bridge. So, makes lots of money, estimated around $60 million per year. And those were estimates I was seeing as of 2012. I'm sure it's increased since then. But that is how much that bridge makes a year. And that's important when we get to the corruption in a bit. But I do want to quote CBC here saying, before Trump threatened to block the bridge on Monday, he had made positive statements about the new link. Quote, we look forward to the expeditious completion of the Gordie Howe International Bridge, which will serve as a vital economic link between our two countries. Now, to be fair,
this will be a beautiful, vital bridge that is nasty and cannot be built.
So hot right now.
Can't allow this perfect, vital link of economics between our countries to go further. It's too good. Everyone's telling me, sir, it's too good to be built. And I agree. We need a worse bridge with less vital and less economically viable. Okay. Makes a lot of sense when you don't think about it.
No way he actually wrote this himself. Trump is incapable of writing a sentence like that. But that was back in 2017 in a joint statement with Trudeau. You can see it here on his Facebook page. It's still there from February 13th, 2017. There he is speaking about how awesome this bridge is going to be.
It's a perfect bridge. I cannot allow to go further.
And according to Ontario government data, the project has supported 12,000 jobs in Michigan, with more than 8,800 American laborers and tradespeople doing work on U.S. components. So it has, in fact, benefited Americans as well. And of course it will when it comes to the crossing of it. But here is Mark Carney in his reaction to Donald Trump's comments.
We discussed the bridge. I explained that Canada, of course, paid for the construction of the bridge, over $4 billion, that the ownership is shared between the state of Michigan and the government of Canada, and that in the construction of the bridge, obviously there's Canadian steel, Canadian workers, but also U.S. steel, U.S. workers that are involved. This is a great example of cooperation between our countries. Look forward to it opening. And what is particularly important, of course, is the commerce and the tourism and the voyages of Canadians and Americans that will go across that bridge.
So it's a bridge that benefits everybody. Canadians paid for it. I'm going to get to comments here from the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, as well as the Governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. But
we won't allow a nasty bridge to be built. Canadian bridge. Made of maple syrup, I hear, and ice. That's not a viable bridge. He really is a demented lunatic. Guy has no idea what he's doing. He just lashes out. Like, from one day to the next, he just... Who knows what he's going to do or say. And for anybody, including this Jamil Giovanni guy, to come here and expect anything less than that, you got to be an idiot. You got to be real stupid. I'm going to start blaming Canada. All right, let's talk about this disturbing development. Trump administration decided actually the environment is stupid and science is dumb. Yeah. He basically did just that yesterday.
Hello, everybody. This is a big one. For example, under the endangerment finding, they forced the hated start-stop feature onto American consumers, which unnecessarily shuts off a car's engine.
Everybody hates it.
When you stop at a red light. In other words,
when's the last time you think, has Donald Trump ever driven a car? Like in his life? Do you think he's ever driven himself somewhere? Has anybody here ever seen him actually drive a vehicle aside from a golf cart? Does he have a driver's license? Can Donald Trump drive? Can anybody explain? Can the president drive? He's here, oh, everybody hates the stop start. Everybody hates the stop start, and everybody's telling me, sir, stop start is very bad. I say, I have no idea. I've never driven a car. But if you hate it, so do I.
which unnecessarily shuts off a car's engine when you stop at a red light. In other words, the engine goes off. That's great. The endangerment finding was also used to impose the massive and really very expensive electric vehicle mandate. Expensive in the sense that nobody wanted it. Everybody was going to be forced to buy an electric car in a very short period of
nobody
time.
wanted it. Not in the regular sense, it is actually saving people money. No, we're talking about the other sense, the other kind, where actually the thing you say doesn't make any sense. It's just like words. You just put words together and you hope people think that sounds smart. And then you just keep talking and hope nobody notices that the thing you just said was very dumb.
Even though you can't power
Nobody
the car
wanted it,
because
that's what
we
they
would have
said.
to spend $5 trillion on power stations.
Do you remember, does anybody, please, can we all take a second, please, just to close your eyes to go back to a time long, long ago. Oh, so long ago. Oh my God, it's like 7 months ago. Elon Musk was still at the White House every single day, being weird as fuck. And Donald Trump and him came out onto the White House lawn to do a fucking used car sale. It was Tesla's. He was out there saying, everything's computer. Perfect, the perfect car. I'm buying one for everybody. I'm buying everyone a Tesla because it's the perfect car. And I was like, actually, electric cars suck. Teslas suck. Oh my God. Nobody wanted them ever, actually, and not even me, the guy who said he was going to buy one.
That's all dead, gone, over.
The Trump EPA has
All dead and
finalized
gone.
the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America. Referred to by some as the holy grail of federal regulatory overreach.
The Holy Grail? Really? Who said that? You? Some say? You mean me? Lee? Are you talking about yourself? I've never heard anybody say that. It's the first time I've ever heard it. I think he just made that up. I'm fairly certain Lee Zeldin just made that up. And I'm fairly certain the number that they're quoting is made up as well. $1.5 trillion, really. Really, is we're going to save $1.5 trillion. Fascinating. Does that account for all the damage that's going to be done by climate change? Probably not. Lee Zeldin doesn't believe in climate change. He thinks it's fake. That's the leader of the EPA. That guy. It's great.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to the Trump administration's sweeping rollback of climate change policy. On Thursday, the Environmental Protection Agency plans to overturn its own conclusion that greenhouse gases endanger public health and cause global warming. Known as the endangerment finding, the Obama-era rules from 2009 required the federal government to regulate the emissions of 6 gases, including carbon monoxide and methane, which are released from the burning of oil, gas, and coal. The Trump administration's reversal of this decision would undo the legal basis of the fight against global warming and remove emissions standards for cars and trucks and reporting obligations for power plants and industries. The EPA's draft version of the new rule says the endangerment finding overstated the risk of heat waves and underplayed the benefits of increased carbon pollution. In a post on X on Tuesday, the EPA Secretary Lee Zeldin wrote, quote, "This week, we make history, getting ready to join President Trump to announce the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the USA," unquote. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Gretchen Goldman, President and CEO of the Union of Concerned Scientists, also an environmental engineer, formerly worked on environmental policy in the Biden White House and at the Department of Transportation. Gretchen, thanks so much for being with us. Talk about the significance of what's happening now.
It's quite significant, and it was quite devastating to see, even though we expected that this was coming. The impacts of this action will be vast, both in terms of our immediate ability to protect people from the harms of climate change, economic harms, health harms, and also in terms of our ability to meet U.S. climate goals, to meet global climate goals, and this is all happening with time that we don't have. We know we need to swiftly and dramatically reduce heat-trapping gas emissions now, as year after year we see devastating harm from climate-driven extreme weather events, and this is now something we really need to take action on, and so it's quite devastating to see this week.
The Trump administration initially attempted to undermine the science behind the endangerment finding. And again, for people to understand, explain exactly what that is and what that report was based at the Department of Energy.
As part of their broader attacks on climate science and climate action, the Trump administration secretly convened a group of climate contrarians under the Department of Energy to produce a report that reiterated many of the long-debunked climate denial talking points and tried to pass it off as a science-based report. We won in court, the Union of Concerned Scientists and the Environmental Defense Fund together. We won, and the administration disbanded that group of climate contrarians and have had to turn over more than 100,000 pages of documents related to that. We're seeing that they are being slowed down by these efforts and our ability to push back.
Can you talk about President Trump's personal connections to fossil fuel executives and how exactly that is affecting what is expected to be announced on Thursday? Again, what many are calling the single, including Zeldin, the single biggest attack in U.S. history on federal authority to climate, to tackle the climate crisis. He calls it the single largest deregulation act in U.S. history.
This is their holy grail. They've been focused on this for a long time because the reality of climate change and its impacts are very inconvenient if you're someone who wants to give handouts to the fossil fuel industry and wants to ensure that these industries can continue polluting communities across the country. And so we're seeing them really take steps to give handouts to connections to the fossil fuel industry and others, and that's harming communities, especially.
Oh, God, these people are the fucking worst.
These people are perverts.
They're just dismantling everything that we need to get through the future, right? Like whatever you want to call it, like it's just like to progress into the future. into the 21st century. They're just dismantling all of it, and they're trying to go back to 1800. And then, but at least we're gonna have AI and crypto, though.
Especially black and brown communities where we know already face disproportionate impacts and harms from toxic air pollution.
This comes a month after President Trump pulled the U.S. out of the UNFCCC, right, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Talk about the significance of these two acts together.
We're really seeing the abdication of U.S. leadership on climate, and that has huge implications both for our immediate ability to reduce heat-trapping emissions globally, as we know is desperately needed, but also in terms of our standing and contribution in the world. The U.S. has long exhibited climate leadership in terms of innovation, in terms of reduction in emissions, and in terms of providing that urgency around what we need to do to take action on climate change.
We're certainly not doing that now. We weren't even moving at the fastest pace on the planet. We're certainly not doing that. We're doing the opposite. We're going backwards now. We're trying to increase our carbon footprint, it would seem. That seems to be the goal of the Trump administration. Well, while the Trump administration tries to plunge us all into a climate apocalypse, it's been like the day after tomorrow in the Northeast. Lake Erie has been completely covered in ice, and a strange, wintry phenomenon has been taking place.
Check this out. A 130-kilometer crack in the ice covering Lake Erie was caught by satellites. It stretches from Port Burwell, Ontario, all the way to Ohio. And while it was a shift in temperatures and some sunshine that spurred this break, there's something far more curious to note here. The fact that Lake Erie itself is almost 100% frozen for the first time in 30 years. And it's not just the ice coverage that got scientists excited. It's the actual speed at which it froze up. Lake Erie went from 1% to 96% ice coverage in just 2 weeks. And some parts of that ice are already 50 centimeters thick.
We had 20,000 square kilometers of ice added to Lake Erie in that very short amount of time.
This kind of ice up is an anomaly these days. If we go back 50, 60 years, this ice was the predictable norm, a bit of winter clockwork. But look at the data now, and the range is wild. We fluctuate anywhere from ice-free to 90%, depending on the season.
I think they provide us a window into what a future ice-free Lake Erie may look like. And modelers predict that ice cover may be the exception in Lake Erie by the turn of the century.
And this year, a disrupted polar vortex held most of North America in an icy grip for the better part of January. For scientists, this 2026 freeze is a rare data snapshot of a vanishing climate. It's a chance to see the benefits of a frozen lake in real time. No.
Good God. Ice everywhere, feet thick. Erie, Lake Erie, 96% covered in ice. It's basically when you might as well just say 100%, but they like to be specific. My God. But that polar vortex has been keeping the Northeast cold as fuck. Although we are starting to break out of that. Apparently, warmer weather coming.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But we're not done talking about cold stuff. To the Arctic. Sorry, the Antarctic. The Doomsday Glacier. Researchers attempting to find out how much time the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica actually has. Putting in great amount of effort. trying to figure it all out.
As the Trump administration pulls back from regulations on climate change, many scientists remain worried about the warming of the oceans, glaciers, and sea level rise. Our science correspondent, Miles O'Brien, has been reporting from Antarctica on a major mission to understand what's happening there. In his latest report from the Thwaites Glacier, he looks at other key research projects that have been part of that trip.
The timing was awkward. New York University glaciologist David Holland and I landed on the Thwaites Glacier almost precisely when the valiant effort to bore through it and install a suite of sensors in the ocean beneath reached an unceremonious dead end.
We did not succeed in doing what we wanted to do, was to put a weather station in the ocean out there to begin to monitor it. What we achieved there was nothing. That's absolutely nothing. A little bit Shakespearean.
Oh, man, that's brutal. The tragedy became comedy when Dr. Holland asked me to give him a hand, which, as an arm amputee, is literally all I had to offer. Yeah. All right. But I have a hard time saying no. Okay, these are empty. Just my speed. All right. Let's go! Are you doing your end?
No, I think we're just dragging.
This guy is crazy. He's got one arm and he's out here and down on Antarctica. Oh my god. Dude is dedicated to the science.
All right, so we started setting up the distributed temperature sensor, the last instrument slated to go down the hole. The heavy gear connects to a fiber optic cable that provides continuous temperature readings from the surface to the sea floor. But now it will come up about 650 feet short. Once the hole closed up, you could have closed up shop and just come back to the ship, but you didn't. Why?
So it shows the possibility of what we can do in terms of remote instrumentation. So it would be sugarcoating to say, you know, that's really great. I would say that's better than nothing.
The drill project was the marquee event of a month-long scientific campaign launched from the deck of the icebreaker Aron, owned by the Korea Polar Research Institute, or KOPRI. Despite the drilling failure, they notched some success. One of the helicopters flew for several days over the ice,
A little bit of a haze to the left of us, too.
surveying with a powerful radar able to peer through the thick ice to measure it and see what the lay of the land is below. Now in its 6th year, the research campaign is a partnership between KOPRI, the University of Texas, and Montana State University.
So they've been out for, 6 hours now, a little over 6 hours.
The field team leader is glaciologist Chris Pierce. They logged more than 1,800 miles of straight lines up, down, and across the glacier over 6 flight days.
There we go. Glaciologists not allowing setbacks to prevent them from doing more science here on Antarctica. Attempting to answer our big questions about the largest source of fresh water on the planet. All right, speaking about cold things, the shutdown of one thing that keeps the North Atlantic warm could change the climate of Europe and of North America forever. Channel 4 News from yesterday.
Here out in the Atlantic, scientists are studying colossal ocean currents which have the power to alter life on Earth as we know it. The Atlantic circulates unimaginably powerful eddies called the AMOC. Now, what scientists are trying to find out is whether climate change could radically alter the AMOC. Should it weaken or even switch off, that could cause a catastrophic paradox. Arctic winters in Western Europe as large parts of the rest of the world heat up. It's Tenerife, winter sun, holiday getaway. Industrial scale global tourism banking on planet Earth's climate delivering as it always has and always will. But just across the harbour, here in Santa Cruz, a very different kind of cruise. Final preparations aboard the Royal Research Vessel Discovery, British science leading the world. Casting off for critical research led by the UK's National Oceanography Centre based in Southampton to find out just what's happening to the huge ocean current critical to our climate. And so for the Discovery begins another vital chapter of Discovery, and this, the longest running ever programme of monitoring this vital oceanic current in the world. And you know, in the end, it's quite simple. In order to predict what this current is going to do in the future, we have to know what it's doing right now, measure it, monitor it, model it, and the implications of that for humanity could be profound indeed. Lead scientist Dr. Ben Mote on how a changing current could change our lives.
What is predicted to happen from these big mathematical coupled climate models is that we would get a broad-scale cooling in the atmosphere in the northern hemisphere. It means that basically we'll get very, very cold winters. So we would have stresses on our crops, on our agriculture, and basically on our health as well as a society.
Add to all that, vast areas of the globe superheating and hotter, drier UK summers. So 8 days of critical research to understand and thus predict the engine of the Atlantic regulating our climate.
Yeah, everybody seems to be freaked out from one end of the globe to the other about what's happening with our oceans and glaciers and currents. And it's all fucked up because of human activity. We could stop doing some of the things that are causing the problems. But no.
Gigantic force that is the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, the AMOC current, Western Europe's winter radiator and summer watering can. The story begins in the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. There the current sweeps that heated water north, hugging the east coast of the US, then tracking northeast towards Europe. 1.2 billion tons of heat, that's more than 1 million power stations output, moving towards our shores, meaning our winters are way warmer than Canada at the same latitude. Then the current cools and loses strength as it begins slowly to move south past the east coast of South America, continuing down towards Antarctica before moving east off into the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, warmer Pacific flow is seeping in, then going north past Africa's west coast, over to the Gulf of Mexico, and so it starts again. It takes around 1,000 years to complete this circuit. Or it should do. Trouble is, there is now growing scientific consensus that the AMOC is weakening, and could even stop, switching off Western Europe's natural central heating.
A disturbing future. We're all gazing into a deep, dark abyss right now. Seemingly just not doing enough. In fact, doing the opposite of enough. The EPA reversing everything that the U.S. was doing to try and avert climate catastrophe. What we were doing even before that wasn't enough, not just in my opinion, but in the opinion of scientists. It's all bad. Oh, we're talking about the end of the world. Let's go here to PBS Terra from yesterday. I'm sure that'll be cheery. PBS Terra, always cheery videos over here. Cheeriest videos on the internet.
There are a number of ways in which climate change could quite literally end the world. The The best example happened 252 million years ago when nearly everything on our planet died. Now, obviously, this wasn't human-caused climate change. We weren't around yet. But it's fair to ask whether we now have the ability to trigger something comparably catastrophic.
The very worst mass extinction event in the history of the Earth was triggered by a temperature rise of 6 to 8 degrees Celsius. That occurred over 10,000 years. What we're doing today would be an order of magnitude quicker.
In the last episode, we laid out the very real reasons the world could warm far beyond the scenarios most people, including many climate scientists, tend to focus on, far enough to pose an existential risk to humanity. But we'd never stop the story there, because here at Weathered, we believe that understanding solutions is just as important as understanding what we're up against. To do that, we're looking in some unexpected places. And it turns out you can pretty much boil down surviving climate change to 5 crucial abilities. We're gonna look at them. But one of these, number 4, turns out to be one of the secret ingredients that determines which civilizations survive climate shock.
Oh boy, PBS terror. When PBS terror starts like doing like apocalypse preparedness, they're like doing like prepper videos now. They're like, here you go, 5 tips for the apocalypse. That's when you know things are bad. PBS terror has been warning us about the climate doom for a very long time. We've been using their videos over here for like 2 years. Love you, PBS terror. God. They're like, okay, 5 tips. Five, here you go. Technically, I think your tax dollars may have paid for this. Although, won't be long for they're running out of tax dollars any minute now over at PBS. Oh God. Become a PBS Terra Patreon, okay? Just do it. I'm not paid to do this. I'm just saying. They're a vital resource.
Because history shows that survival doesn't hinge on how advanced or powerful a society is, but on how it's organized.
Whenever I would be doing talks or presentations or policy advisory, it was very clear that a lot of people had a mental model of the climate change threat that they often described as like a car heading towards a cliff, and we could just at the last minute change course, or else we'll go off the end of the cliff.
The thing is, there's no cliff.
The story that going over 1.5 or not reaching certain climate targets means that it's game over is just not true. The binary win-lose story was never true.
In 2015, the world came together at the Paris Agreement to commit to try to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. But the last 3 years have already exceeded that threshold. And most of the climate community now agrees this goal is, for all intents and purposes, dead. But
So hot right now.
it's definitely not time to give up. So Lori came up with a new analogy.
Our global situation is very similar to a situation where you had a bunch of sailors who thought they were going to sail round a storm that they had previously spotted on the horizon. When you end up in the storm, you expected to sail round and it didn't work out. It's a massive shock. You've got to get your head around the new reality. When you enter that storm, you just need a whole bunch of different capabilities to continue to do what you've been trying to do, which is change course.
So let's start with the first of those capabilities.
You've got to know what's going on around you so that you can better navigate in that much more chaotic situation.
Lori's talking about situational awareness. On a ship, this is your radar. It allows you to anticipate what's coming next. And when it comes to climate change, Lori says our radar is low resolution.
An example of this, many financial institutions around the world now undertake risk assessments of what climate change could do to their investments. The problem is that those risk assessments are telling those institutions that over the coming decades, what climate change will do is not that bad.
Lori said some risk assessments estimate that pension funds would only be impacted by 0.1% decrease in a warming scenario of 4 degrees Celsius.
A what
but
now?
the reality of a 4-degree warmer world isn't a slightly worse portfolio. In a recent episode, we looked at what the global economy could look like in 2100 under a warming scenario comparable to 4 degrees. And we found that global economic output could be on the order of 40% lower than it would be otherwise. Not the 1% less return, but a fundamentally poorer and unstable world. And it gets crazier. At the same time we're underestimating the risks, governments are cutting funding to critical systems that monitor our weather and climate. That includes agencies like NOAA, which operates satellites and weather stations that power early warning systems for storms, floods, and heat waves.
This is the same as when you enter a storm, one of the crew members sabotaging your radar.
But even if we get better at navigating our ship, we won't get out of the storm if our boat falls apart. Which brings us to our next capability, adaptation.
The idea that we should be focusing on adaptation was sometimes uncomfortable for a lot of people in climate politics because it felt kind of like giving up.
For a long time now, the focus of climate mitigation has been on decarbonization, or lowering our carbon emissions, which is crucial to avoid the worst impacts of climate change.
But unfortunately, the scale now of the damages that are already happening and the ones that we anticipate are now coming means that way more effort needs to be put into ensuring our societies are much hardier.
And that's why we spend so much time talking about adaptation on this show. For examples of this, check out our
This video is exactly the video I've been hoping we would never have to watch. When I watched this with the PBS era over here, I was like, fuck. We really have kind of hit max terrible with everything, including the climate. Because this video is basically PBS being like, look, we're fucked. So here's some of the things we should do because of how fucked we are. And it's just, it's a rough vibe. It's a difficult vibe. Because I feel like usually they're trying to talk about things we can do, like either like how, like all like the numbers, the bad numbers, and like, you know, but like also like what we can do to like to prevent the worst things from happening. And now they're like, okay, a lot of bad things are gonna happen, so let's just prevent some of those bad things from happening. It's triage. PBS is basically doing triage. They're like, okay, so here's the things we should try and save.
Episode on the LA fires.
Like a ship in a storm, you need a hardy boat so that you're not having to spend all your time patching it up as it gets battered to pieces. Then you have more time or resource to focus on navigating.
And adaptation doesn't compete with mitigation. It actually helps it.
In societies that are much more resilient, that are much hardier, they are going to be able to handle these worsening climate shocks and their domino effects better. And that will mean that some of the destabilization and other chaotic things that could happen will be reduced, which could mean, hopefully, there's more of an opportunity, more space to be able to focus on decarbonization.
But none of this really matters if we're stuck in the storm for a long time, because the longer we're in the storm, the more damage our ship will take on, which brings us to capability number 3.
We also need to move really fast.
Speed is about how quickly we can shift away from fossil fuels and
Immediately,
build
if not
resilient
sooner.
systems in their place. And right now, that largely comes down to clean energy. Solar is the perfect example, not only because it's clean, but because it gets cheaper and faster.
Yeah, and this is actually a concept that we've talked about here in the past briefly, but on numerous occasions. Whenever we talk about climate change, you know, not whenever we talk about, like, on numerous occasions when we talk about climate change, I've talked about this like this concept that basically the transition itself to renewables becomes more difficult when you're in the middle of a climate disaster, right? Like when it gets to the point where, like, hard to quantify, but basically like to the point where you're seeing calamity after calamity after calamity after supply chain disruption after supply chain disruption, you know, when they start to hit the fever pitch, if you will, like that's not the time to be like, hey, let's solve climate change. Like, no, like that's the wrong, like that, like that's the moment where you should, you know, you better hope that you're already prepared for the worst, right? But you don't even want to get to that point. But now we got PBS Terror over here talking like we're already in the middle of it. And honestly, I'm kind of with them on it. Like, everything that we're seeing right now leads me to believe that we kind of are there, which means it's going to be harder to get these things like up and running because we're going to be picking up pieces all over the place. We've seen it. Los Angeles, the fire, Milton and Helene down in the south. People are still picking up the pieces. People are still living in FEMA trailers down in North Carolina right now.
More we build it. Solar has what's called a learning rate. That means every time the global solar capacity doubles, the cost drops, historically, by about 20%. So the more we deploy it, the faster it scales. The faster it scales, the cheaper it gets. And the cheaper it gets, the faster we can replace fossil fuels. Luke Kemp studies the history of societal collapses and has found that there is one primary ingredient that determines which civilizations survive climate shocks.
If we look at, say, for instance, the fall of the very earliest civilizations, as I call them, Goliaths, all these different societies fell roughly at the same time. The onset of the Little Ice Age. If we look at the Late Bronze Age, it also fell apart during the grasp of a mega drought. Drought and climate change is a dry fingerprint across human history and across many cases of collapse.
But there have been many climate shocks that didn't collapse civilizations. So what's the key factor that makes the difference?
It wasn't a simple matter of climate change equals collapse. Inequality is the most important factor that determines whether a society is resilient or vulnerable to climatic shocks. Inequality tends to be corrosive to societies. Societies which are more unequal also tend to have higher rates of both interpersonal and social political violence, higher rates of environmental degradation, higher rates of mental health illnesses.
Under current policies, we're on track to reach about 3 degrees Celsius of warming by the end of the century. The impacts of 3 degrees would be severe, but it doesn't automatically.
Economic inequality, you say? That's good. That's good. That's
3 degrees of warming in a world which is marked by relative wealth equality, trust in public institutions, strong multilateralism and cooperation, and good adaptive technology. Potentially humanity can navigate that. A world of 3 degrees of warming, in which you also have large levels of inequality, geopolitical strife and conflict, technologies run amok, and a lack of trust in public institutions and a huge amount of misinformation, disinformation, that is a world which may actually result in catastrophe.
And today's world is extremely unequal. Globally, the richest 10% control roughly 3/4 of all wealth, while the bottom half of humanity owns just 2%. And in some countries, the trend is moving in the wrong direction. In the US, levels of inequality have risen back towards what we saw about a century ago. And if you zoom in on the ultra wealthy, the scale of this concentration gets even more stark. The share of US wealth held by the top 0.1% has grown by nearly 60% since 1989, while the bottom half of households have seen its share shrink by more than 1/4. And looking at the ultra wealthy, today's US billionaires are estimated to be worth roughly $8 trillion, about twice the combined net worth of the bottom 50% of
Oh boy. We have so many problems facing us, and it doesn't feel like we're attempting to address any of them right now. Seems bad.
Americans.
As you start to get more inequality, you also start to get a more top-heavy society. And as you have a large number of elites competing for status and resources, they're often taking more and more resources from the poor below them.
So if inequality fundamentally weakens civilization, how do we strengthen our societies to protect us against climate shocks and disasters?
We have multiple studies suggesting that societies which have stronger democracies tend to be better at navigating disasters. They also recover more quickly afterwards.
Which ties back into...
God damn it, history. God damn you, history. How dare you? How dare you put us on blast like this?
How rude.
You're telling me weak democracies filled with economic inequality are the most likely to fail in a climate disaster? We're gonna be fine, everybody. It's all gonna be fine. We don't have any problems with democracy or inequality in America. No, we don't.
Lori's fourth ability for surviving climate change. How decisions in a society get made.
The decision-making processes, who feels included, how decisions are made, are absolutely critical in what goes forward, because those are going to have to be decisions about how communities remain safe in a world that, at least for the foreseeable future, is going to get much less safe.
We need stronger democracies with real accountability, social connection, and shared decision making.
Why is this? Probably for a few different reasons. One is democracies in general are more accountable to their citizens, and hence, both during a disaster and the wake of it, they're more likely to allocate resources in an effective manner. Secondly, democracy and inclusive politics is really about building social connections. It involves voting, canvassing, people having democratic discussions. And last but not least, democracies just tend to make better decisions.
Because those...
Ah, boy. Now, PBS Terra with a warning for us, a number of warnings for us. Whether we'll listen to be seen. Now, constantly I hear right-wingers, especially Donald Trump, come out and they say, oh, why should I do anything about it when China isn't doing anything? Now, that's a bullshit framing, and China's actually doing a hell of a lot. And in fact, per capita, they're absolutely crushing the United States in terms of energy production, in terms of renewable energy production, to be specific, as well as energy consumption per person in China. It's much lower. Partly because they actually put effort into reducing energy consumption. Whether it's low flow, like low flow, whatever, like all these things are just sort of standard in China. Of course, Donald Trump hates low flow toilets. He hates energy efficient light bulbs. Too dim. Not enough water. You can't even get wet. Go for a shower. You can't even get wet. So the blob, he's undoing everything in the United States. Rolling back EPA regulations, canceling all new energy projects.
Shooting too. With the Atlantic Europe, then JD said it very strongly. I don't know. It's he took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe essentially. I have my roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they've said they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be very, because, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that. They are not recognizable. And they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're just destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing, and by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China. And all you have to do is, just about all of the windmills are made in China, the structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they're not able to find any.
No windmill areas in China.
China!
There's the demented dictator of the United States, Donald Trump, saying, we're not doing any windmills in America anymore because China doesn't even have them. They have no windmill areas in China.
I have to have my China.
No windmills. 0 windmill areas at all. None.
Mountains green, now in 2 senses of the word. This scenic hillside just outside Beijing has been harnessed for solar power.
What?
And 1,000 kilometers away, black panels as far as the eye can see, this time sprawling across the desert. This mammoth solar farm was built in record time in Longyuan.
2 years ago, this was just a desert. We've since installed 6 million solar panels, 2 million of them in the space of less than 6 months.
China!
The electricity produced is then transported to Hunan, 1,700 kilometers away.
We can produce 578 million kilowatt hours. That's enough to power 4.5 million homes all year round.
This is the second largest solar farm in the country. The panels are equipped to rotate and follow the movement of the sun to max out on production.
You can see there that they're moving slowly. Every morning at 6 o'clock, all the panels turn to face east.
The mega farm is 6,300 football pitches in size, so its supervision and maintenance are partly delegated to drones. Drones which spray water to clean the panels when there has been a sandstorm, and which are coordinated from this control room. They make 12 patrols a day, checking every inch of the site.
I check that none of the panels are broken and that they're all pointed towards the sun. China has become the world leader in this field.
China?
The country's wind power rollout is every bit as ambitious. 3 years ago, this factory didn't exist. Now it's producing blades of up to 130 meters in length and other components, rotors, nacelles and hubs, churning them out at breakneck speed. A single turbine takes 5 days to produce.
We manufacture about 800 units per year, but that can go up to 1,200.
Blades are made out of composite materials in these gigantic moulds. And outside the factory, they are already preparing the next generation of turbine blade, which will have to face wind speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour.
We're carrying out a resilience test on this new model. This will last 6 to 8 months. The blade needs to have been bent back and forth more than 4 million times.
China is installing solar and wind capacity at the same rate as the rest of the world combined, and in doing so aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 7 to 10%.
Killing all of their birds. China doesn't know what they're doing. There you go. Weird. It seems to completely contradict everything the president was saying. Killing all your birds. Ruining the land. By getting free energy. Very stupid. That's true. That's a good point, Skip Kits. If you don't forget, we have to flush the toilet 6 or 9 times. When you eat, like I do, wake up and eat 3 Big Mac meals 6 or 9 times with those low-flow toilets. Have very large, nasty bowel movements. Really gross. The low flow, you can't handle it. Is a meter a yard then? Basically. And for all effective purposes, yes. It's better to just say yes. Don't listen to everybody in chat. Okay. Now, I would normally take a break here, I'm taking a couple less breaks than normal tonight. Due to the fact that I want to get through as much content as I can before I lose all of my ability to talk. We've been going for 7.5 hours. We still got a ton of videos to get through here tonight. So I'm just going to plow ahead. Hopefully none of you truly needed the break. I mean, feel free to stand. I mean, you don't actually have to wait until the break to take a break. I would just point that out to everybody, just so you know. You don't have to wait for me to say take a break. You can always take a break. But me, I feel like taking a break from you would be detrimental. I would lose my focus. I would lose my momentum right now. So I'm just going to keep going. Oh, do we talk about this tonight? This is a question I have myself. I've been waiting to talk about this for like over a week. Been holding off on this. Is this Sunday Funday material or not? Space news is what's coming up next, if you haven't figured it out yet. We're done with the environmental news, climate change talk. We got into space news, multiple space newses to get into here. Do I talk Artemis 2 right now? This is so in-depth. I feel like this is better for Sunday Funday. I'm just gonna... We'll talk Artemis 2 tomorrow or the next day, because we got a bunch of stuff to get into here with that. But we will talk quickly about the other launch that already happened earlier today. Yes, I think it was technically yesterday at this point. The replenishing of astronauts on the International Space Station. That's right, the ISS had a sudden departure of its astronauts. We saw that happen due to some unknown medical emergency last month. An unscheduled departure of the crew, leaving the space station nearly unmanned or unwomaned. But new astronauts departed the planet for the ISS yesterday. Here is that footage for you now.
12 is ready. We are honored to represent our agencies, our nations, and the shared human desire to explore.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, and Godspeed Crew 12.
And liftoff. Freedom flies bound for the International Space Station. 1.7 million pounds of thrust now propelling Falcon 9 and Crew 12. Vehicle is pitching downrange and all 9 Merlin vehicles have lit. We're getting good call-outs on the first stage performance and propulsion so far. Continuing to get good performance. The crew is now already pulling over 2 Gs.
State separation.
Well, there you have it. New astronauts for the ISS. Another joint NASA SpaceX mission. Moving along to the Earth news. Starting in Latin America. With the one, the only Majority Report. With Sam Cedar. From 2 days ago.
We mentioned this yesterday, and I think tomorrow, Emma, if she's feeling better, or maybe Matt, will be interviewing...
Noah Colwyn and Brendan James of Blowback were recently in Cuba, and they're talking about their experience.
It's a really dire situation in Cuba right now. They have had to ration jet fuel, which means that like places like Canada suspended some of their flights because they can't refill there. Now, from the U.S., you can fly from Miami, and I imagine these jets have the ability to go round trip with the amount of jet fuel they have. But that means medical supplies. That means, shortages of all different types of stuff that are happening in Cuba. It is a relentless assault on a people. And why? Do we believe that Cuba represents a threat to the United States?
It's Marco Rubio's pet project.
Much of what's going on with Venezuela is a function of Marco Rubio's desire to isolate Cuba because there are now, I don't know, second, third generation Cubans who want to go back and get land or assets that they feel is theirs because they had it under the horrible Batista regime.
Yeah, gangster Batista regime.
Here is AOC asked about our Cuba policy, and she draws a comparison to sort of the utter collapse of the rules-based international order.
Congresswoman, we broke some news at Drop Site today about Marco Rubio cutting President Trump off in negotiations about Cuba policy. He's been telling him that they've been in negotiations for a while, but in reality, it's been multiple weeks where that actually hasn't been the case. What's your reaction to that divide on foreign policy within the administration?
Well, I think, I have to read the reporting that you're talking about. But this is what we've seen with Gaza, right? This is a new kind of era of depravity opened up where there used to be, or there was this stated commitment on human rights that innocent civilians were almost exempt from the rules of war, from blockades, and what has transpired is that now it's kind of become acceptable that the entire Western world will look the other way as they starve and deprive a people because they find political actors or political regimes in that country to be objectionable. And so what we're seeing here is the possible precipice of hospitals running out of fuel. We're talking about innocent children, women that could be put in harm's way. And so, again, I have to look at the details of the reporting that you're sharing regarding Rubio specifically, but I think it's incumbent upon all of us to defend human rights, no matter where. Hey, Congresswoman, that happened.
Yeah, I mean, the final analysis, some people are saying that it's a right of return.
That's disgusting.
These folks are not looking for the right to return.
Right of return of
and they're not looking for their homes either, right. I should say.
The Confederate right of return, too, like the lost cause, like ridiculous.
Regardless of where you are on that, the idea that you're going to have collective punishment on a population for multiple decades to starve them to death with the hopes that it will create such turmoil. And listen, I was in Cuba for a couple of weeks 25 years ago now, back when you needed a license. And it is easy to romanticize Cuba. I don't know the situation as well now, but certainly, political prisoners. Now, there is still also like some concentration of wealth. There's some people who have a lot more than others. So it's not necessarily, you don't want to overly romanticize any place, but the idea that we would exert this type of collective punishment on a small country that represents no threat to us, so that some descendants of robber barons can go back and reclaim broad assets that were accrued under a pretty brutal dictatorship.
Absolutely.
Is hard to defend.
The type of like gangster plantation owner society that Batista prevailed over. People should read Havana Nocturne. I believe it's, I can't remember the author's name, but that's a really good book on it. But there's this thing, Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, gave that speech at the World Economic Forum like a month or so ago, talking about how, for a long time, the Western-led world order kept the avenues of trade open. And Yanis Varoufakis made the point, like, not for Cuba. The entirety of Cuba has been starved, basically because we were more friendly with the type of regime that came first. Richard Nixon regularly went to Cuba for gambling before the regime fell, was friends with a guy named Bibi Rebozo, who was in contact with all these people. It's gangsterism.
I mean, it was all gangsters, like literally mafia from the U.S.
Yep.
The book was by T.J. English.
T.J. English, yeah.
It's not a lot of fun stuff.
I know. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Both Sam and Brian are right. A lot of fun stuff these days. And you should check that out. Both true. Well, while we're talking Cuba, you should go here to Democracy Now! And talk about that blockade. Because really, it's just it's like an attempted coup.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Cuba's facing a growing humanitarian crisis due to a U.S.-imposed oil blockade. Cuba's government announced Monday it's running out of fuel for commercial aviation, prompting Air Canada to cancel flights to and from the island. The Trump administration's threatened new tariffs against any nation that sends fuel to Cuba, which has been under a U.S. economic embargo since 1962. More than half a century ago. In recent years, Venezuela had been a key supplier of oil for Cuba, but that supply was cut off in early January after U.S. forces attacked Venezuela and abducted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. The Trump administration's Cuba policy is being led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has long called for regime change in Cuba, where his parents were born. Fuel shortages in Cuba have prompted major blackouts, while the cost of food and transportation has skyrocketed. In recent weeks, top UN officials have repeatedly warned about the impact of the U.S. oil blockade.
The Secretary General is extremely concerned about the humanitarian situation in Cuba, which will worsen, if not collapse, if its oil needs go unmet. He notes that for more than 3 decades, the General Assembly has consistently called for an end to the embargo imposed by the United States on Cuba. The Secretary General urges all parties to pursue dialogue and respect for international law.
In January, Mexico also stopped sending fuel to Cuba, but Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has openly criticized the U.S. oil blockade against Cuba, describing the policy as, quote, very unfair. Earlier this week, Mexico sent 2 ships carrying humanitarian aid to Cuba. This is President Sheinbaum speaking earlier this week.
Es muy injusto esta sanción que se está imponiendo.
This sanction being imposed on countries that sell oil to Cuba is very unjust, very unfair. It's not right because sanctions that affect the people are not right. You can agree or disagree with Cuba's government, but the people should never be affected.
On Thursday, residents of Havana gathered as Mexican ships unloaded white pallets of humanitarian aid.
We're creating a humanitarian fucking crisis in Cuba. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
It's disturbing how little concern some portion of America has for the rest of humanity, including other Americans. Okay, now let's go down to Argentina, where Javier Milei, after receiving that massive multi-billion-dollar bailout from the Trump administration, is going after the trade unions in Argentina. Protesters have been out in the streets. It's really just familiar sights. More Argentinian protesters being repressed. We came to protest for obvious reasons, which are the labor rights that the government of Javier Milei wants to take from us. Unfortunately, with the complicity of the governors and his House of Lords, they are negotiating the largest surrender in the last 70, 80 years of Argentina. We find ourselves here with the same response as always: adjustment, bullets, repression, as the only way the government has to solve problems, or to deepen them in that sense. Things going super good down in Argentina with all that American taxpayer money. How much are they getting in? 40 billion? 20 billion? I can't remember. A lot. A lot of money. Here's a question. Why isn't Donald Trump upset about him attacking protesters? Just for 1 second. Just think, why is this guy not upset? Why is Donald Trump not upset that Argentina is brutalizing protesters? Is it because he likes Javier Milei? Because it was just weeks ago that he was threatening Iran with the military strikes over their repression of protesters, while at the same time murdering protesters back in the United States. I mean, we live in a fucking nonsense. Like, just, this is the dumbest timeline. I swear to God. This guy's so stupid. So goddamn stupid. Speaking of stupid things, let's talk about Greenland. You know, the place that Donald Trump wants to invade. Shockingly, more Republicans than I guess you might expect actually object. I mean, it is, I guess it's surprising. It's not that surprising. It's a really dumb idea. I feel like even Republicans, like, even with just how dumb and gullible and sort of cult Republicans are. Like, this one's just so stupid.
Throughout the second term so far, Republicans have mostly stayed behind Trump. But there's one big exception in our new AP NORC poll, and that's the issue of Greenland. The poll found that only about 1/4 of U.S. adults approve of the way Trump is handling this issue. That's well below the 36% who said that they approve of the way he's handling his presidency overall and who approve of the way he's handling foreign policy. And it's largely driven by Republicans who are much more ambivalent about Trump on Greenland than they are on other issues. Only about half of Republicans approve of Trump's handling of Greenland, according to the new poll.
Those are actually genuinely pretty low numbers for Donald Trump when it comes to Republicans. Usually he's like 80 or 90%. It's only 50% here on Greenland. It's fascinating. Somehow the most toxic issue for him and his base. Greenland. Who would have thought? Probably because it's just inexplicable and stupid. It's maybe one of the dumbest things that he wants to do. It's hard to quantify that, though. But it really is. It's up there. Okay. Not going to go too far. Go from Greenland to the United Kingdom, where Keir Starmer is still struggling to deal with the fallout from the Epstein
of
files.
execution. One backbencher told me they'd never seen the Prime Minister as passionate as he was at last night's meeting with his parliamentary party, adding that last night Keir Starmer was almost a completely different person. Back to you, Sophie. I wish he fucking was a completely different person. I mean, like literally somebody else running the country. Yeah, but in lieu of someone else, when do we get to see this new Keir Starmer, this completely different person? You know, what's he going to do? How's he going to woo us back? Sing us a tune, do a card trick, set light to his farts whilst whistling God Save the Queen, King? Because, you know, it's going to have to be pretty fucking spectacular to regain any kind of dignity. I mean, how can he regain any authority or respect or regain the ability to govern effectively again? I mean, he's never really been able to govern effectively, you know, almost from day one. Political malpractice at almost every turn. End the chaos. That's what we were told. Change. An end to the revolving door of Whitehall and the constant U-turns. An end to incompetence. That's what we were told. And what did we get? Started right out the gate with free suits and freezing pensioners, and it soon went downhill from there. Labour's prison reform involved the accidental early release of sex offenders whose visas had run out. The homelessness...
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Minister done for making her tenants homeless. The anti-corruption minister done for corruption on a massive scale. The housing minister done for underpaying tax on a house purchase. And of course, Peter Mandelson, Prince of Darkness, returns again.
Yes, Keir Starmer, he's been doing a terrible job. Really... Labour won as like it was basically the 2020 election for Britain, right? They were so sick of the Tories that they were like, fuck it. Anything else is better. Who? Labour? Sure. Keir? Who? I don't care. And that's where we're at now in Britain. Speaking of Peter Mandelson, the Epstein files, suppose we ought to go here to Novara Media. From yesterday, talk about former Prince Andrew.
It turns out Peter Mandelson wasn't the only one passing on privileged information to convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Police are now assessing claims that Prince Andrew passed confidential information to Epstein while Prince Andrew was acting as the UK government's trade envoy in 2010.
Illegal.
Who would have thought it? Both Peter Mandelson and Prince Andrew appeared to be self-serving, perhaps criminal snakes. Well, I never. But while Andrew might be at risk of disgrace, could some allies pull his image back from the brink? Well, this was his former girlfriend, Lady Victoria Harvey, speaking on LBC.
The thing is, what people can see from these Epstein files, he knew everybody that was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult. Because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right, so the people who aren't in the files are losers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes,
everybody
that is definitely going to part.
Not in the file. They're the real losers. They're not invited to the party, don't you see? They weren't invited to the Epstein party, so they're losers. It's quite a take. This is quite a brain dead take, I gotta say. It's impressive.
I'm down public attitudes towards Prince Andrew. Yes, he might feature a lot in the files, but at least that means he's not a loser. I mean, to be honest, when I read those files with Prince Andrew, clearly he is a loser, right? He's clearly someone who is being used by Jeffrey Epstein because of his inherited status, right? Epstein wanted to be friends with someone from the royal family. He wanted to go have lunch at Buckingham Palace, which it seems like he managed to do. And he could take advantage of this man of fairly low intelligence who got very excited when he was offered 26-year-old Russian girls. So this did not make Andrew seem cool to me. This made Andrew seem like a complete loser who was being used because of his inherited title. I can't think of anything more pathetic. Anyway.
Yeah. It's fascinating. What a take. Actually, if you weren't hanging out on Pedo Island, you're the loser. Really trying to flip the narrative there. I don't think that narrative's gonna play. Not gonna lie. Seems like an ill-conceived concept of a plan. Oh, actually, if you weren't on, the island where everyone was doing the crimes, you are actually the big, stupid loser face. Okay. Moving along. Let's go here to some fascinating developments in the UK. In the courts, the highest of courts. A shocking decision coming down in the favor of free speech.
A what now?
That's right. The ban on Palestine action has been reversed, deemed unlawful. Which means a bunch of people have been put in jail wrongfully. Who knows what else has become of people who have faced repercussions from their own government over protesting a genocide.
UK Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood says she intends to appeal London's High Court ruling that the government's ban on Palestine action as a terrorist group was unlawful. This is what she had to say. I am disappointed by the court's decision and disagree with the notion that banning this terrorist organisation is disproportionate. I intend to fight this judgment in the Court of Appeal. Laura O'Brien is the head of the protest team at Hodge, Jones and Allen Solicitors, and she joins us now from London. Now, is this verdict, I suppose, I know it's the ban has not yet been overturned pending an appeal, but did it come as a surprise to you?
It's the right decision, but there was always a question mark, and there was concerns in the run-up to the arguments being made with a change of judges that things were looking like they weren't going to be in favour of Huda and Mori. So, you always are pessimistic in these situations, but it's absolutely the right decision. And this is an example of our democratic functions finally working, our courts checking government overreach and putting a control on governmental power. I just hope that this is something that withstands a court of appeal.
Yeah. I love that they're appealing. Wait, we're not allowed to repress everybody?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Why can't what? Appeal, I say. Well, for more on this, let's go here to Owen Jones.
And who says there's no justice in this life? This is a historic day, a truly historic day. And in the last over 2 years now of Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people, there have been so many who have fought very courageously and who have been arrested, deplatformed, lives ruined, people deported in the United States. Today, Palestine Action, according to the High Court of this country, their prescription as a terrorist organization on the same legal footing as ISIS and all the rest has been ruled to be unlawful. A catastrophic defeat for the government, whose law has dragged thousands of people through the justice system being arrested, others, of course, who have been dragged through the courts. There's no better person to speak to than the co-founder of Palestine Action, Huda Amouri. Firstly, where to begin? What's your general response to this historic judgment, which will be discussed for decades to come?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible to be at this point. It's a complete victory for the movement, for Palestine, for the Palestinians. You know, going through this genocide, to say that taking effective action in solidarity with them does not make you a terrorist. In fact, it is the opposite of that. It is necessary to take action in solidarity with the Palestinian people. And I just couldn't be more grateful for everyone who stood and continues to stand by us throughout this time, from before prescription to the point we're at now, for all those people who risked their liberty to oppose this prescription, to the legal team. They've been brilliant. I mean, there's just so many. This isn't my victory, this is our victory. And I truly believe that this wasn't necessarily just won in the courts. It was won on the streets. It was won by the people. That's how we won. And I think it's incredible. And I'm just, you know, you have to sometimes revel in the moments that you get. And I'm just really appreciative that everyone can appreciate this win for all of it.
Yeah, and I honestly, I really hope this stands. Like, I've been so, like, disgusted by this for so long. Like, the UK, like, what are you guys doing over there? Really? You're jailing protesters now? Come on. Is ridiculous. All right. We keep trying to get through some of these stories here. It's been 8 hours already. All right, let's go to the Olympics, where one man was disqualified for a particular piece of clothing, a protective gear, if you will, a helmet with a message, a photographic message. This guy wore a helmet. This is from Ukraine, and that helmet had the images of dead Ukrainian athletes who have been killed in the war. People who would otherwise possibly be at the Olympics along with him. And the IOC said illegal.
Vladislav Hereskevich was one of the favourites to win a skeleton medal at the Milano Cortina Games, but the Ukrainian didn't even make it to the start line. He's been disqualified for wearing a helmet showing images of Ukrainian athletes and coaches killed in the war with Russia.
Dear Ukrainians, I'm very grateful for your support. United, we are stronger. I want to thank you and quote a wonderful man, Pavlo Petrochenko. All beautiful people remain optimistic.
Hereskevich wore the helmet in training all week, despite repeated warnings from organisers that it would not be allowed on race day. He arrived for the competition on Thursday morning and had a personal meeting with the International Olympic Committee President, Kirsty Coventry, but a compromise could not be found.
I really wanted to see him race today. It's been an emotional morning. Yeah, we have these rules in place to try and be fair, and also to try and allow for us to do both things, right? To allow for athletes to express themselves, but also to...
This is bullshit. I mean, this is complete bullshit. Like, please. Like, first off, like, there's so many layers of hypocrisy going on here. First off, Russia is banned from competing in the Olympics, but it's too far for this guy to put pictures that are barely visible, I would point out, from any vantage point on the track. Like, nearly invisible. Right? They're like... it's insane. It's ridiculous. Like, the banned, that's too much. But Russia's banned. Meanwhile, Israel, though, allowed to compete. There's like so many hypocrisies going on here at once. It's fucking mind-boggling. It's like, what Russia's doing is too much, but what Israel, genocide over in Palestine, that's fine. Accused the ICJ of war crimes, oh, that's fine. Human rights violations, no big deal. But then this helmet crosses the line. She's crying over it. Jesus, what are you talking about? It's crocodile tears is what those are. Crocodile tears, I tell you. All right, well, while we're in Italy doing Olympic stuff, let's go here to a shocking revelation that happened earlier this week. Why this man chose this moment to do this thing that we're about to watch, I don't know. But here we go. This is from Tuesday.
You talked in the mixed show about meeting your love of your life and cheating on her, but how do you feel about it right now? Do you think it was the right choice or?
Yeah, really, I don't know if it's the right choice or not. But it was the choice I made. We make different choices during our life.
That's what you want to hear. If you're his girlfriend back at home, or wife, I actually don't know whether it's his girlfriend or wife, but if you're his significant other back at home, or maybe even at the Olympics right now, it's not clear. But you gotta be like, oh, good. So you cheated. You don't even know if it was good. You don't even know if it was a good idea. Are you shitting me? You motherfucker. You motherfucker. This guy's medal, if he gets a medal, that shit is getting thrown into the ocean.
That's how you make life, basically. So today I made the choice to...
That's how you make life, basically, he says.
So maybe...
That's how you make... This guy is an idiot. Now, I know he's, I think a Nordic athlete? I can't remember where this guy's from, but... Like, there's no way that even the translation makes up for that fucking statement right there. That's how you make life, is it? I mean, yeah, I guess. Is that what you want to say right now? So yeah, this guy basically, he decided earlier this week to take the opportunity as he's at the Olympics competing in whatever skiing event he's in, to be like, hey, I've been cheating on my girlfriend. And that was his response to questions about it. That's how you make life. It's a decision I made. I don't know if it was a good one. Yeah, I don't know this girl, but maybe she's pregnant. I don't know. Like, that's basically what he's saying. Love you, honey. See you when I get back home. Like, dude is wild. Like, honestly, one of the craziest things I've seen come out of the Olympics so far. This guy just taking the opportunity to be like, hey, babe, I've been cheating on you. Couldn't wait? You couldn't send it in text? You had to say it on the world stage? Why? Seems incredibly rude.
How rude.
Hey, Jesus, dude. It's brutal. Like, think about that for a second. Like nobody likes being broken up with. I think everybody's been the recipient of that at one time or another. You know, and it's no fun. No fun. That doesn't help though. You know, having it be made like public to the whole world. That's not helpful. It seems unfair. You know, it's like a double whammy. It's like hey, we're breaking up. I cheated on you, and guess what? I mentioned it to everybody at the Olympics.
What now?
What do you say?
That's really weird.
It's a really weird thing for you to do. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just send me a text message or a strongly worded letter or a phone call or wait until you get home for that matter? Now is the time? You're a dick. I hope you lose. Like, what do you even say to that? It's like, you go fuck yourself, asshole. All right, so in more Olympic news, let's go here to global news for some highlights.
It has been a busy and successful day for Canadian athletes at the Winter Olympics. The men's and women's hockey teams both won their games, and it was Canada's best day yet for medals. But it was down to the wire. Mike Armstrong is in Italy covering the games.
Well, Donna, there were some painfully close calls. We'll start with Mikael Kingsbury, the man they call the King of the Moguls. He put up a nearly flawless run, and it almost put him at the top of the podium.
Kingsbury was the second to last skier. The 33-year-old three-time Olympic medalist has 100 World Cup Tour victories. His run in the final gave him a score of 83.71. The only skier left was an Australian without a single win on the World Cup Tour. Well, on this day, he got the exact same score as Kingsbury, but the tiebreaker went to the Australian for his marks on turns. There was some understandable frustration from Kingsbury at first, but there were smiles on the podium.
I knew it was going to be tight, but I thought I had it personally, but I made a tiny mistake in the middle section. I think that's what cost me, but overall I'm very proud of myself.
Now, Elliot Grondin at the last Olympics missed gold by 2/100ths of a second. He spent most of today's race battling for first, took the lead on the final turn, but was passed on the straightaway. Grondin had to settle for silver again, this time by 3/100ths of a second.
It's another silver medal, so you can't really be too upset. Obviously we want a gold, but silver will do for now.
In short track, Canada's William Danjanu came close to a medal, finishing fourth in the 1,000 meters. He was the favorite going in. Now, Canada had two skaters in the final of the women's 500 meters. Courtney Sarot came back from fourth on the last turn to win the bronze. Teammate Kim Boutin finished fifth. Both of Canada's hockey teams were on the ice today, and both had 5-0 shutout wins.
There you go, Canada. Representing the Maple Leaf Pride. Medaling in many events, women and men. Showing out. All right, now to France. France 24 English from yesterday. Okay, let's just quickly do this. Let's go here to Google for the medal count. The Olympic medal count here. Wait a second. There we go. No, it's working. Let's see how people are doing right now. Norway's in first. 18 medals, 8 golds. Italy and tied for first, but with only 6 golds. So really technically second place. U.S. third place. 14 medals, 4 golds. France in fourth, 10 medals. Germany somehow in 5th with 11 medals. Weird. Sweden with 8 points in 6th. Switzerland in 7th. Austria in 8th. Japan in 9th. Netherlands in 10th. And Czechia and Australia in 11th and 12th. Where's Canada? Canada, where are you? You were having a good day. 17th. Canada still has yet to get a gold medal. Canada. That's why they're so far back. Canada, you need more. You need to get on the podium, the top of the heap, the gold medal. You must do it for Canadian pride. We're not even gonna do a U.S. clip because I'm still ashamed of my country.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
All right. Speaking of my country, the United States had some messages we were signaling at the latest Munich security conference here this year. Basically signaling, hey, everybody go fuck yourselves. You know how we used to be friends? Well, screw you. That was the vibes.
If you don't recognise him, it's understandable, because he's the third most senior Pentagon official. But what does that say about America's commitment to NATO? And where was the US War Secretary Pete Hegseth, or even his deputy?
Sadly for him, he is missing a good party, but I will not describe it as a bad signal.
NATO is very important, but there is also the Western Hemisphere, there's also the Indo-Pacific. I totally accept Pete Hegseth also having to take care of all these other responsibilities.
This time last year, the US War Secretary shocked Europeans.
You can't make an assumption that America's presence will last forever.
A year on, a different messenger, but the same message.
I think we have a really strong basis for working together in partnership, but putting...
Who the hell is this loser? Elbridge Colby? He's got 2 really stupid first names. Elbridge Colby? He's the undersecretary? Oh, God. He's Pete Hegseth's blood boy? Oh, my God. Look at him. He looks like a less ripe Pete Hegseth. You know what I mean? Like he didn't spend enough time under the tanning bed.
Kind of a 3.0 NATO that's based a partnership rather than dependency, and really a
NATO
return
3.0,
to what NATO was originally intended for.
NATO has just launched Arctic Sentry to increase surveillance because of what it calls growing Chinese interests and increased Russian military activity, but claiming it isn't exclusively focused on Greenland.
Yeah, but we all know that it's heavily influenced by the change in U.S. Positioning, geopolitically speaking. There's no way to get around that. We all know it. We've been talking about it around here for months. Months and months and months. We've been talking about it. It's just been getting worse and worse. Every new piece of news, I feel like the people at NATO, just every new piece of news, it just gets a little bit more, everybody just gets a little bit more sad. Okay, I guess we better just give up on America. I don't think they're our friends anymore. Aww. It's what it feels like right now. It's not good. It's not good. We should all be friends. That's my opinion. But this council got weird.
You've said the crisis over Greenland, but you feel it's over, or it feels like it's over, that the marriage is continuing. But are you worried?
The marriage is continuing.
Yeah, the marriage is continuing. But are you worried that there's no details yet on the framework that they were talking about?
Yeah, of course, but I think that the main part is how can we improve security, Arctic security, with the focus on Greenland.
But for all the talk about Arctic Sentry and monitoring the Arctic and the threat of the Chinese and the Russians, defence ministers were still keen to emphasise that the priority remains Ukraine.
Don't worry if you don't know this chap either. Ukraine's new defence minister, at 35 years old, its youngest ever, with no military experience and a background in digital marketing.
We left Russia without communication these days, and I think it's a good opportunity to take strategic initiative for our armed forces. And I'd like to say that it's only the beginning of our asymmetric activities.
But Ukraine still needs conventional.
It feels like we're hurtling towards World War III. Every day. Just a little... feels like we're just getting a little bit closer. Everybody gearing up. You know, conflicts continue to prolong, and new ones continue to sprout up, and allies suddenly becoming not so allies. It's not good. It's bad. It's a bad vibe. Isometric or asymmetric? I think he meant asymmetric.
At the Munich Security Conference, it set the tone for a growing rift between the United States and... At the Munich Security Conference, it set the tone for a growing rift between the United States and Europe. Today, we may see how or if things have changed. The conference is beginning this Friday with a speech by German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. He's one of 15 heads of state or government from the European Union countries whom organizers expect to attend. Also in attendance will be a group of U.S. Democrats who have been urging European leaders to stand up to Trump. Joining me on the set is Rochelle Ferguson-Boyer from our international desk. Hello to you, Rochelle. What can we expect to be at the forefront of this year's Munich Security Conference?
Well, you touched on it there, the incredibly strained relationship between the United States and Europe. A year has done little to make that relationship flow better. The transatlantic partnership is going to be at the centre of what goes on in Munich. Divisions then that are clearly outlined in the Munich Security Report published just this week. It raises a number of questions about the United States and indeed the way in which they are conducting themselves currently. The report is entitled Under Destruction, which is pretty telling, you might say. It's critical of Donald Trump. It talks about Donald Trump axing existing rules and institutions, using bulldozer or wrecking ball politics, which it says ultimately isn't conducive to a prosperous democratic way forward. The report also, interestingly, talks about Donald Trump being a prominent representative of what it says is a broader phenomena of global contemporary politics. It cites Argentina's president, Javier Milei. You'll remember Milei kind of brandishing this chainsaw as part of his, campaign props. Elon Musk as well, and the kind of disruption that was sowed at the Department of Governmental Efficiency. So just, looking at the ways in which existing institutions are being, shaken up and...
Shaken up, that's one way to put it. Utterly dismantled and destroyed is how I would put it. It's very diplomatic language. Shake it. Oh, it's just a shake-up. Yeah, okay.
I don't want reality.
All right. Speaking of shake-up, we missed this story somehow last week. So I want to quickly go to Africa. Did you know that U.S. boots are on the ground in Africa right now? No, you didn't hear that? Well, me either, until like a couple of days ago. Yeah, boots on the ground in Nigeria. Wonder how much that's costing. Here's France 24. Back-to-back France 24 vids. From last Saturday.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith. Tonight, a new military operations launched in Nigeria to stand between communities and extremist attacks after 162 people from a Muslim village are killed in an armed raid. We hear from our correspondent about how U.S. troops' presence in the country will affect the landscape.
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead to the portion. This is Eye on Africa, so they do a bunch of different stories within Africa. I just want to get to that portion of this video.
Set up a new military operation to tackle extremism after 162 people were killed in a brutal attack on 2 Muslim villages this week. The raid on Woro and Nuku in Kwara State on Tuesday has been slammed as a stunning security failure. No one's claimed responsibility, but an army battalion's being deployed to Kwara State, which is increasingly being used as a hideout by armed groups. Operation Savannah Shield's mission will be to protect communities most vulnerable to attack. And as again made clear by this week's violence, that includes both Muslim and Christian Nigerians. The US has confirmed that it's also sent forces over to help the country tackle its complex security crisis, but some worry that Washington's oversimplification of Nigeria's problem could hamper the impact of its contribution. Sam Olakoya breaks it down for us.
After carrying out airstrikes on locations described as Islamic State camps in northwest Nigeria last December,
There we go. U.S. boots on the ground in Nigeria as of last week as a result of more attacks. More attacks on both Muslims and Christians alike. It's not a Christian-only phenomenon, even though the Trump administration and Nicki Minaj would like you to believe something different. All right. So this is a disturbing story where Israel is basically codifying its annexation of the West Bank, approving measures to strengthen military control over the territory. Here's France 24. Again. This one now from 4 days ago.
Well, we're joined now live by our correspondent in Jerusalem, Noga Tarnopolsky. Hi, Noga. Good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us. Can you give us an idea, what do these measures mean?
Great to see you, Angela. Look, principally, this is a statement of intention. We must remember that Prime Minister Netanyahu has entered what is supposed to be an electoral year in Israel, though elections haven't yet been set, a date hasn't been set. And Netanyahu, ahead of what is expected to be a difficult trip to Washington, D.C., where very likely he will be forced to accept Trump ceasefire terms for Gaza, which for now include Hamas staying in place.
How difficult.
And also...
How difficult to end the genocide. That must be really tough for him. Oh my God. France 24's coverage. I honestly appreciate France 24 for most things. The second they start talking about Israel, shit just goes off the rails. It's like, although, I mean, I guess technically, yeah, like, is it factual to say that Benjamin Netanyahu, it's going to be hard for Benjamin Netanyahu to accept it? Yeah, because he's a psychopath. Like, it's completely reasonable and was all laid out in the fucking agreement ahead of time. He's a psychopathic, genocidal maniac. He honestly, like, I feel like you can't talk about this without mentioning that. And making it, just abundantly clear that that's the only reason it's going to be hard for him to accept it. The thing that he already accepted earlier, supposedly. Okay. Keep it going from France 24 to France 24. What is it? Is this a France 24 app or something? I got like 5 France 24 videos in a row. It's out of control. It's out of control. How am I doing on time? 8.5 hours in. Not bad. Not terrible. It's taking a lot less breaks than normal. At least 2 or 3 less. I'm not sure. I'm not counting. It's like 2 or 3 less, I think. Just a reminder to everybody, we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support, aside from just following on Twitch or subscribing and hitting the like button on YouTube. You could also contribute financially. That's, you know, something we need to stay alive. Your contributions. What keeps this show going. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships on YouTube, bits and power-ups and subs on Twitch, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. All the great ways. But really, just the following and subscribing, hugely helpful. Liking the button. Liking the like button. And the bell icon, too. I mean, if you would like to know when the stream is live, that's really on you. It's really on you. It's a you thing. It's not me. Doesn't really change that much for me. Like, I like thinking that you know when the stream is live, but, you know, I get it. We all get a lot of notifications. It's tough to manage. Maybe you hate this show. I don't know. All right, one more. United Nations gravely concerned about the plan for the West
Illegal.
Bank. Shock of shocks. UN is worried about the illegal
Is
plan
it
for the
de
West Bank.
facto annexation? That's the accusation leveled against Israel as it moves to entrench its control over the occupied West Bank. A United Nations spokesperson said that measures approved by Israel's cabinet on Sunday were illegal under international law.
Such actions, including Israel's continuing presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, are not only destabilizing, but, as recalled by the International Court of Justice, unlawful. The Secretary General calls on Israel to reverse these measures and all parties to preserve the only path to lasting peace, which is a negotiated settlement for a two-state solution.
Even the US, traditionally a loyal ally of Israel, has come out against the plans, which aim to increase Israel's sovereignty over the territory.
A stable West Bank keeps Israel secure and is in line with this administration's goal to achieve peace in the region.
The UK and the European Union also added their voices to the criticism.
This move is another step in the wrong direction, while the whole international community is making an effort to implement phase 2 of the comprehensive plan for Gaza.
8 Muslim-majority countries, including Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Qatar, released a joint condemnation of the move on Monday. The measures reverse a decades-old ban on the direct sale of land in the West Bank to Jews. For its part, Israel's foreign ministry said the change is necessary to correct what it called a racist distortion.
This shit is wild. They're just doing whatever they want. Completely ignoring international law, just stealing everyone's land. They're using the military to do it. Which definitely makes it a war crime. God, I am starving right now. I need food real bad. I need food. Super bad. I don't have any really easy snacks. Speaking of snacks, you could buy me snacks on Throne. They would arrive at my door or my apartment down on Earth. And they really help out. I get snacky when I'm sitting here talking for like 10 hours at a time. It's hard to cook like actual food. Problem is I'm normally the person to cook food. Normal food and not snack. Buy snacky things. But then I'm like in the middle of a stream and I'm starving. Potentially those snacks could keep me going in a future scenario. Not now, but later. If you were, just saying, thinking of Galactic Valentine's Day gifts or something. Oh, God. I'm losing it. Losing my mind. All right, I'm going here to Hasan. What's Hasan got to say?
But so far, my tax dollars are not going to the IRGC. You know what I mean? I would love for Iran to be a second.
You know what? Just because I love all of you so much, I'm just going to leave you here with Hasan for a second and make myself food. And hopefully that'll be enough to keep me going through the rest of the content that I have here tonight. Because I still got like a dozen more stories. All right, Burb.
Democracy that still is anti-Zionist, right? They're its own people. Why is it that you started talking about the IRGC as soon as we were talking about Israel? These are two totally separate issues.
You described very painful experiences at UCLA, and I take that very serious. At the same time, many of the students who I've spoken to personally who created those encampments say that they were protesting the killing of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians in Gaza and their university's financial ties to that war. So I need to ask you, in a country built on religious liberty and the First Amendment, do you believe someone can stand firmly against anti-Semitism, including what you experienced?
The International Religious Freedom Commission was created in the late 90s as a marriage of evangelical Reagan hawks and liberal human rights hawks against China and the Middle East. They tried to use it for domestic politics, and what they got was chutted out sectarianism.
And at the same time condemn the mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza, or reject political Zionism, or not support the political state of Israel? Or do you believe that speaking out about what many Americans view as in Gaza should be treated as anti-Semitic? Because in my view, the United States cannot and must not make loyalty to a particular theology about Israel a litmus test for protected speech or moral legitimacy.
Charlie Kirk said that Jew hate is brain rot. Some people don't have brains. I'm not going to assist them in setting a double standard for the Israeli government and the Jewish people as they fight to defend themselves. These were students calling for intifada within days after October 7th.
Oh, shit, dude. Damn, we should kill them. How did she sneak into this commission? Because she's a conservative activist? I don't know. I doubt that they have any sort of checks on who gets to be a part of this commission. I mean, it's some sort of interfaith council.
Before Israel had even entered Gaza, so it's not about them and their using Palestinian civilian death, which they're using it as a prop. And it doesn't matter. My religious beliefs are violated. You don't get to block me because I'm Zionist and a Jew.
Yeah, well, that's not what happened. So I guess you should shut the fuck up then.
You want to protest Israel? Great. 100% go ahead and do it.
Nah, is it? Is it great? You want to protest Israel? Great. 100% do it. Except don't do it. And we're having this conversation because I don't want you to do it. As a matter of fact, you should go to prison if you do that. Oh, man. I love this dumb bullshit. It makes a lot of sense that this found a home in the conservative movement. Because, like, the perceived victimhood, even though you're coming at it from a position of profound privilege, like, that is pure white supremacy, right? White people, white supremacists, love creating perceived victimhood narratives. Like, oh, my God. Oh, you're hitting me. You're hitting me. Oh, how dare you hit me? I put a fake target on my head and imagine that you put it there and now I'm crying about it. Why was this grown man trying to enter a protected protest space on a college campus anyways? I don't know. Probably not. I don't think he was.
But the university let them wear masks, even though there's a mask ban. They violated all time, place, and manner restrictions, amplified sounds. It went on for years. They kept doing this time after time again. And that's what the judge saw and said, that's not okay. They can protest, they can't block Jews, and you can't assist them in doing it.
I'm really grateful that we're having this discussion because I think this is a topic that is really affecting so many Americans. Rabbi Shapiro, he's based in New York. I invited him here today, but he's not here today. He says, and I would love your opinion on this, American Jews are increasingly treated as less fully American, our loyalty questioned, our belonging made conditional because Zionist ideology falsely claims Israel is the nation state of Jews everywhere and that every Jew is nationally tied to it. He says this framing is anti-Semitic at its core. It's
They didn't even block them. It drives me insane that they can keep repeating this lie. Go to UCLA. I mean, I was there. I know they didn't do that, but it doesn't matter because the media totally went on board with it.
strips us of our identity as Americans, recasts us as foreigners in our own country, and arms anti-Semites with accusations of divided loyalties and collective guilt for actions we neither
This Candace Owens fan is cooking right now, by the way.
chose nor control. No other foreign country does this. No sovereign state claims to politically represent an entire worldwide group defined by religion or...
There is one. White supremacy. It's just not associated with one country. Well, give it a couple of years. It'll be associated with America. But like last time it was associated with like a couple countries. It was, Italy, Germany, that sort of thing. But the modern version of that probably is the United States of America.
heritage and bind its members to its deeds. Yet Jews alone bear this unique, unjust burden. That dangerous lie must be rejected openly and firmly. The remedy is clear: civic education that teaches unconditional American belonging through citizenship alone, not ethnicity, heritage, or any fabricated foreign tie. We are Americans, full stop, and we reject any doctrine that treats us otherwise. Would you say that statement is anti-Semitic?
What I'll say is that Natan Sharansky says there's three things that you shouldn't do with Israel. You shouldn't delegitimize it, you shouldn't demonize it, and you shouldn't apply a double standard.
Why? Why can I not delegitimize Israel? Why can I not shit on Israel? Well, first of all, we can, and we do. I like doing all three. I like hypocritically only talking about Israel too. It's my favorite thing. I can do whatever the fuck I want. As a matter of fact, it's pretty funny that these guys will turn around and complain, and it's like, wow, why are you criticizing Israel? I mean, I don't know, bitch, because it's doing it's apartheid. And not only that, but it can't even do any of that without unlimited American tax dollars. And I find that to be really up. But also, these guys are also the same that will instantly turn around and be like, Iran this, Iran that, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Virtually every country that dare defy Israel even a little bit, step out of line even a little bit. Like, how come you get to say whatever the fuck you want about any other country, but nobody else gets to say anything about Israel, and Israel gets to still take billions of dollars of tax dollars every year, and we can't even say, hey, maybe we shouldn't spend the money over there.
You can abide by those three things, you're not anti-Semitic.
So by not being...
Yeah, you can't put in check, you can't put boundaries on criticism of a foreign nation state. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. You can't say that to Americans in general. It is so dumb. No one is going to abide by that. I know this is the IHRA definition. He's like, he didn't expand on it, but that's like some of the IHRA definition. But it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter what the definition is. It doesn't matter what boundaries you're placing on it. Why not? What do you mean, why not? You think Americans are going to turn around and be like, oh, yeah, I guess the IHRA definition has decided that this is unacceptable. Why don't you criticize the IRGC? I'm genuinely curious because, unfortunately, my tax dollars are not going to the IRGC. If it was, okay, well, it depends on what they are doing with those tax dollars. Maybe I would be critical of that. You know what I mean? If they're doing mass production of Shahed drones, that they're using to develop sovereignty and stuff like that, then I wouldn't really have an issue with the tax dollars going there. But so far, my tax dollars are not going to the IRGC. You know what I mean? I would love for Iran to be a secular democracy that still is anti-Zionist, right? They're killing its own people. Why is it that you started talking about the IRGC as soon as we were talking about Israel? These are two totally separate issues. You know? If you criticize the IRGC, it's anti-Persian. Sorry, it's the only Persian majority country. Yeah. Why do you hate the Shia? Why do you hate Muslims? You're being quite Islamophobic. Why the double standard about the IRGC? You know? What's up? Yeah, you see how stupid that is? You should go to prison for criticizing the IRGC. Stop Persian hate. Stop Shia hate. Okay? It's a talking point on pro-Israel Twitter, but it's laughable on his face. Where are your campus protests? How many Iranians must be slaughtered for you to be outraged? Why aren't American students protesting the billions that their government annually sends to the Islamic Republic in military aid? Why aren't they protesting investments that their universities have in the military economy of the Islamic Republic? Why? Yeah. Ironically enough, there is something that we can protest here in the United States of America about our actions that lead to the death and destruction of the Iranian population. It's called the sanctions. It's called sanctions on Iran. I very much am against the sanctions on Iran. So technically, I'm doing my part, I guess, you know? Also, I have criticized the IRGC for Iranian protesters in general. But that's besides the point, because that's not what this chatter wants, you know? It's the same as, why don't you criticize Hamas? Why are you criticizing Israel? I don't know, because Israel's the one that's doing it with my tax dollars. Okay? That's it. That's it. Shut the up. Anything past that point is idiotic.
A Zionist, does that make you an anti-Semite?
I don't think you need to be a Zionist to support a country that defends itself and is free and religious in a hostile neighborhood.
So is anti-Zionism
Hold on
anti-Semitism?
one second, Carrie.
Yes.
It is. It is.
Sorry.
Yes.
To take that point for a second.
Let me back up. I didn't want to step over that answer. I didn't know you were still, both of you, still talking. So
Just to be clear, is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism?
Yes.
It is under IHRA?
Rabbi, you're up next.
You're not sure?
Definition,
So what is the definition?
Yes, it is. Yes. No, it's not nope. It is. The IHRA definition, it's designed to make anti-Zionism be seen as anti-Semitism. So that's the whole fucking point. Yes. Also, who gives a shit? The guy who made up the IHRA definition doesn't even believe that it should be. It doesn't even believe that it's appropriate to be used as a form of legislative control. He doesn't think that it should be used as a mechanism of regulation. It's utterly ridiculous.
I'd love to speak to that.
I'm back, everybody. I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I have food now. I'm Hasaning over here. I'm going to eat and stream simultaneously. I've also been working out, so I need the calories. I need the calories over here. I'm dying. Wasting away.
Undoubtedly, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and undoubtedly, and one does not have to support the specific policies of the government of Israel, but to not support the right of Israel to exist, which is what anti-Zionists do, while not taking that same stand to the 28 Muslim countries and 13 Christian countries in this world, is a double standard, is hypocrisy, and is absolutely anti-Semitism.
Pretty good. I'm pretty good. How are you?
I think it's also important that we not make Islamophobic remarks while we're here today. I would appreciate that.
Not as many claps for that one.
I just want to
Since
say,
this is a religious liberty hearing.
God forbid was anything like that said. But if the Jewish people are the only people that you deny the right to have its own state,
to have its own Jewish state, kind of feels like that's the problem, don't you think, dude? The thing about this, obviously, the cruelty, the punishment, the unlimited bloodshed is the main problem here. But the mealy-mouthed, like whiny ways in which people defend Israel, I can't stand. It just like adds insult to injury. Where it's like,
yep. And anti-Semitism goes wrong. Well, really, it's always wrong. It always goes wrong. God. When crying anti-Semitism goes wrong. That's really what I meant. The fact is, it's been like a boy who cried wolf situation with this Zionism, anti-Semitism situation. And it's not helping with the actual anti-Semitism out there in the world. Speaking of not helping with anti-Semitism out there in the world, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made a trip to the United States.
why can I have it?
Earlier this week. This is from 2 days ago. The arrival of Netanyahu's black Suburban. At the Gilded House comes a war criminal.
Illegal.
right to jail, right away.
There you go. Who knows what was talked about at this meeting? There was no big press conference over it that I saw. One wonders. Meanwhile, over the last week, the U.S.-Russia nuclear arms treaty expired, with basically nobody talking about it. But it's not good.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. Arms control groups are warning the world is moving closer to nuclear war as the U.S. continues to threaten to attack Iran, and a major U.S.-Russia nuclear treaty known as New START expires Thursday. Last week, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists set the doomsday clock to 85 seconds to midnight, the closest the clock's ever been to midnight in its history, due to rising threats from nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, and the climate crisis. This is Don Holz of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists.
The doomsday clock is now at 85 seconds to midnight, the closest it has been in the history of the clock. Last year, we warned that the world was perilously close to catastrophe and that countries needed to change course towards international cooperation and action on the most critical existential risks. Unfortunately, the opposite has happened. Rather than heed this warning, major countries became even more aggressive, adversarial, and nationalistic.
We're joined now by Dr. Ira Helfand, steering committee member of Back from the Brink, a national coalition which has organized people in cities and towns across the United States to call for the end of nuclear weapons. Dr. Helfand is a longtime member of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, ICAN, which received the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize. He's also the immediate past president of the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, which awarded the 1985 Nobel Peace Prize. And Dr. Helfand is co-founder and past president of Physicians for Social Responsibility. Talk about the dangers the world faces today and what this New START treaty is all about that expires tomorrow. Dr. Helfand.
Thanks for having me on, Amy. You know, we are in a very, very dangerous moment. Things have been getting bad for some time. Tensions between the United States and Russia have been getting worse. Tensions between the United States and China have been getting worse.
China!
Tensions on the Korean Peninsula have been getting worse. India and Pakistan actually fought a war for a few days last year. It's an unprecedented situation. In the last year, 5 of the 9 countries which have nuclear arsenals have been engaged in warfare. Russia, United States, Israel, India, and Pakistan. And China's been making very explicit threats that they want to take over Taiwan, which would probably also involve military action. And any one of these conflicts has the potential to escalate to nuclear war. The warning that we received last week from the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists really needs to be a wake-up call. We cannot afford to live in denial about this danger any longer.
I don't want reality.
At one point in our history, back in the 1980s, when the danger was also very great, we all got it. You know, millions of people were marching in the streets because everybody understood how dangerous the situation was. Well, it's even more dangerous today. And the big difference is that people aren't paying attention to it. On Thursday, tomorrow, the New START treaty is going to expire. This is the last agreement between the United States and Russia that puts limits on our nuclear arsenals. And with the expiration of this treaty, the path is now open for a very dangerous, very destabilizing arms race.
Yep, and that tomorrow was last Friday. Just for context, everybody. Basically, exactly 1 week ago is when that expired. We didn't talk about it. I mean, we talked about it, but I feel like society didn't really talk about it. Sort of an important event. We're living in troubling times right now, space fams. Okay, let's go from the ending of our treaty with Russia to the beginning of a potential war with Iran as military God, my brain just broke. I can't think of the word right now. The military buildup is happening. The Red Sea, Persian Gulf, off the coast of Iran, U.S. military buildup, aircraft carriers, everything that comes with that. Oh, wait, this is the wrong story. Which one is this? Hold on. You know, we're going to skip this one. We already covered this last week. This shouldn't have been in here. Let's go here. Yep. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago.
The president is now talking about potentially sending a second carrier strike group to the Middle East, to the region. At this point, how confident are you in going the diplomatic route? Do you think that is still going to be successful, or we're leaning more towards a military strike?
Well, look, the president's told his entire senior team that we should be trying to cut a deal that ensures the Iranians don't have a nuclear weapon. But if we can't cut that deal, then there's another option on the table. So I think the president's going to continue to preserve his options. He's going to have a lot of options because we have the most powerful military in the world. But until the president tells us to stop, we're going to engage in these conversations and try to reach a good outcome.
Would you like to see regime change in Iran? And what would, if the regime falls, what comes next?
Well, look, I mean, if the Iranian people want to overthrow the regime, that's up to the Iranian people. What we're focused on right now is the fact that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That's been the focus of the president's policy.
There's JD Vance. Seemingly, like, not really answering. He's like, yeah, if they want to do regime change, fine. But that's not what we're here for. We just want to blow shit up, apparently. Now, they don't have nuclear weapons, so I don't know exactly what they're planning to strike, if that's the reason. We were told earlier that the reasons for the strike was the protesters being murdered. So what JD's talking, it doesn't really line up with what was being said earlier. But that second aircraft carrier strike group was mobilized to the Middle East. This is as of 21 hours ago. Out of the Associated Press.
The United States is sending a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East. This comes amid high tensions with Iran over its nuclear program. The USS Gerald R. Ford will be coming to the Middle East. Right now it's in the Caribbean, where it had taken part in military operations there that saw the Americans seize former Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and bring him to the United States to face charges. Now, the Ford is the world's biggest aircraft carrier, and it will move alongside the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been in the region for some time now. Trump has threatened to use force against Iran should it not reach a deal with him over its nuclear program. He's also warned Iran that he's willing to use force if it kills peaceful protesters or conducts mass executions of those detained, since Iran heavily cracked down on those nationwide protests last month.
What a farce. I mean, for him to be claiming that, oh, human rights violations are the reason we're going to attack Iran while he murders protesters here in the United States and illegally detains U.S. citizens, deprives them of basic human decency. It's such a farce. It's just ridiculous and disgusting. It's like these people can literally are incapable of, like, looking in the mirror, seeing who they are and what they're doing. Some people call that sociopathy. All right, now let's go to Bangladesh, where an apparently free election happened. The recent days, I think it was the last 48 hours or so. This has been a hotly anticipated election
This
after
all comes as these talks.
Massive protests, the ousting of Sheikh Hasina, and an interim period of not knowing what was going to happen. An an election has in fact taken place. Here's Channel 4 news from yesterday on that story.
Voting has closed in Bangladesh, the first free and fair election in more than a decade. After a day under strict supervision, the people are preparing for a new government after mass protests in 2024 brought to an end the 15-year rule of Sheikh Hasina, the country's increasingly autocratic ruler.
It's been so long since we've had the chance to vote. It feels festive, and I'm very happy to be part of it.
The nation's future appears to lie with the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, which currently leads in the polls. But there has been a resurgence of the Islamist party Jamaat-e-Islami. That group, which believes in the introduction of Sharia law, is led by Shafiqur Rahman, a 67-year-old doctor who has risen from near obscurity.
It is a turning point, and we are waiting for that point, inshallah. People demand change, they desire change, we also desire the change.
More than a year ago, the Gen Z of Bangladesh took to the streets against the government, and they were met by violence from Sheikh Hasina's regime, with around 1,400 people killed. But the brutal crackdown did not work, and she was ousted, fleeing the country and later sentenced to death for crimes against humanity, an allegation she denies. Her party, the Awami League, has been banned from contesting this election. Many students who took part in those protests formed a new party, the National Citizen Party, but it struggled to reach the popularity of the two main parties, eventually joining Jamaat-e-Islami as part of a broad alliance. For many here, who wins is less important than the opportunity to vote itself.
What do we want from this election? We want to live happily in this country and to live freely. We want safety, and that's all.
A result isn't expected until Friday, and it's unclear what type of government or coalition will succeed. But for the
Okay. Well, there we go. I don't have the result for you, unfortunately, yet. But Sheikh Hasina still remains in India. While she was sentenced to death, she's still alive and well. In exile. One country over. I guess I could look to see who won. BNP, okay, yeah, so it's the Bangladeshi National Party is claiming victory. This is as of 9 hours ago out of the New York Times. All right. We made it, honestly, I made fairly good progress today. I think mostly due to the fact that I didn't take breaks. I think I must have skipped at least 3. Honestly, though, taking breaks, it just sort of slows me down. Even though I often need them, and I know they're helpful to some people in chat. When it gets this late, it's easier for me just not to do them. Alright, let's go. Where I lost my place. Ah, yes, let's go here to the Associated Press. Back to the United States, Washington, D.C., where excuse me. Sorry. Where Buddhist monks did a walk for peace. I wonder if it's going to take.
Thank you.
Well, it's not clear the peace was achieved, but there you have it. Buddhist monks walking through Washington, D.C., hoping to bring about peace. Knock on wood. Oh, shit. My headphones just fell apart. Why do you hate me so much, huh? There we go. Okay. Now, to Hong Kong, where Jimmy Lai has apparently been sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Right to jail, right away.
The political dissident, former media tycoon. Now, dude who's apparently going to be in a Hong Kong jail.
Jimmy Lai, the pro-democracy former Hong Kong media tycoon and a fierce critic of Beijing, is sentenced to 20 years in prison in one of the most prominent cases, prosecuted under a China-imposed national security law. 3 government-vetted judges have spared the 78-year-old Lai the maximum penalty of life imprisonment. The case has raised concerns about declining press freedom in Hong Kong.
You know what this sounds like? America. Where we don't have press freedom. And political dissidents are put in jail or detainment centers. Charged with ridiculous crimes. All right, now let's go all the way up to South Korea. Where South Korea's top spy agency believes that Kim Jong-un is preparing to name a successor. Who could it possibly be?
국정원은 김주애가 지난 공군절 행사와 검수단 공무원 참배 등
You have assessed it. Oh my God. How is that? How are you saying all of that? Okay, the National Intelligence Services assesses that Kim Ju-ai has entered the stage of being designated as a successor, taking into account a range of factors, including her continued rise in prominence through appearances, such as at the recent anniversary of the Air Force and a visit to something, as well as indications that she has been offering opinions on certain policy measures. There we go. Kim Jong-un's teenage daughter being groomed to be the next leader of North Korea, according to the top spy agency in South Korea. Now let's go across a little bit of the ocean to Japan. Talk about the election, the stunning election victory in Japan for Japan's new prime minister, Sanae Takaichi.
Supporters applauded Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi on Sunday after her coalition swept to a landslide election win. The victory paves the way for Takaichi's tax cuts that have spooked financial markets and military spending aimed at countering China. The 64-year-old called the rare midwinter snap election to capitalize on her high approval ratings after becoming Japan's first female prime minister late last year. Voters have been drawn to her straight-talking, hard-working image.
Takaichi had a slightly different vibe compared to what we have had so far in the political scene, so I'm feeling somewhat hopeful. That's why I voted.
But her nationalistic leanings and emphasis on security have strained ties with powerful neighbour China, while her tax policies worry investors as Japan carries the heaviest debt burden among advanced economies. There are so many issues piling up, this voter said. Defence, food policy, social welfare, population issues and the environment. It's overwhelming. In less than 2 hours after polls closed, the Conservative leader had already brought her Liberal Democratic Party more than the 233 seats needed for a majority in Parliament's lower.
There we go. Immediately after
if
taking
not sooner.
office, Sanae Takaichi calling for a snap election, and unlike Emmanuel Macron, this gambit paid off big time, seizing a majority in the parliament. Meaning that she'll basically be unopposed in implementing her, honestly, very conservative agenda. She has very backward social views. She is a war hawk. And, I mean, those two things alone, I think, make her conservative. I guess you could call her like a neocon. She loves America. All right, people, second to last story of the night. We're staying with Japan. Apparently, yesterday, Japan seized a Chinese fishing boat off the coast of Nagasaki, arresting the skipper. Japanese authorities say they have seized a Chinese fishing boat and arrested its captain near Nagasaki in southwest Japan.
The captain of a Chinese fishing boat in Japan's exclusive economic zone near Yakushima, after he refused to submit to an onboard inspection. The case is currently under investigation, but in order to prevent and deter illegal operations by foreign fishing vessels, we will continue to carry out enforcement activities with a firm and resolute stance.
There we go. Tensions continuing to rise in the Pacific. And all the way down in Australia, tensions over the visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog cause scenes like this.
Australian leaders on Tuesday urged calm after clashes between police and demonstrators opposing Israeli President Isaac Herzog's visit to the country. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said he was, quote, devastated by the violence and urged protesters to express their views peacefully. He added that Australians, quote, want killing to stop, whether it's Israelis or Palestinians.
That is so ridiculous. Like, oh, he's disturbed that people would protest the arrival of a war criminal.
They do not want conflict brought here. Herzog is visiting to show solidarity after a mass shooting at a Jewish religious event on Bondi Beach in December that killed 15 people. But pro-Palestinian groups accuse him of complicity in civilian deaths in Gaza and have organized protests across the country. Thousands gathered in central Sydney on Monday. Footage showed some protesters trying to push through blockades as officers forced them back. Some were seen lying on the ground while officers tried to restrain them. Police were also seen using pepper spray. 27 people were arrested, including 10 for allegedly assaulting officers. New South Wales State Premier Chris Minns defended police actions.
New South Wales Police had to keep both protesters and mourners separate so that, as disturbing as the scenes were last night on the news, they weren't even worse as a result of thousands of people clashing together on the streets of Sydney.
It's the protesters' fault, don't you see? It's always the protesters' fault. All right, everybody. Well, that's going to do it for us tonight. Don't worry, as always, we will do a super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Well, and Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HPX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, and the Social Butterfly. But they're not on the list. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.